Section 1 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gpolum. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Ferryslip. 3 gulls wheel above the broken boxes. Orange rinds, spoiled cabbage heads that heave between the splintered plank walls. The green waves spume under the round bow as the ferry, skidding on the tide, crashes, gulps the broken water, slides, settles slowly into the slip. Hand winches whirl with jingle of chains. Gates fold upwards. Feet step out across the crack. Men and women press through the manure-smelling wooden tunnel of the ferry house, crushed and jostling, like apples fed down a chute into a press. The nurse, holding the basket at arm's length as if it were a bedpan, opened the door to a big, dry, hot room, with greenish distempered walls, where in the air, tinctured with smells of alcohol and iodoform, hung writhing, a faint sour squalling from other baskets along the wall. As she set her basket down, she glanced into it with pursed-up lips. The newborn baby squirmed in the cotton wool feebly, like a knot of earthworms. On the ferry, there was an old man playing the violin. He had a monkey's face puckered up in one corner and kept time with the toe of a cracked patent leather shoe. Bud Corpening sat on the rail watching him, his back to the river. The breeze made the hair stir round the tight line of his cap and dried the sweat on his temples. His feet were blistered. He was leaden tired. But when the ferry moved out of the slip, bucking the little slapping scalloped waves of the river, he felt something warm and tingling shoot suddenly through all his veins. "Say, friend, how fur is it into the city from where this ferry lands?" he asked a young man in a straw hat wearing a blue and white striped necktie who stood beside him. The young man's glance moved up, from Bud's road-swelled shoes to the red wrist that stuck out from the frayed sleeves of his coat, past the skinny turkey's throat, and slid up cockily into the intent eyes under the broken-visored cap. "That depends where you want to get to." "How do I get to Broadway? I want to get to the center of things." "Walk east a block and turn down Broadway, and you'll find the center of things if you walk far enough." "Thank you, sir. I'll do that." The violinist was going through the crowd with his hat held out, the wind ruffling the wisps of gray hair on his shabby bald head. Bud found the face tilted up at him, the crushed eyes like 2 black pins looking into his. "Nothing," he said gruffly, and turned away to look at the expanse of river bright as knife blades. The plank walls of the ship closed in, cracked as the ferry lurched against them. There was a rattling of chains, and Bud was pushed forward among the crowd through the ferry house. He walked between 2 coal wagons and out over a dusty expanse of street toward yellow streetcars. A trembling took hold of his knees. He thrust his hands deep in his pockets. "Eat," on a lunch wagon halfway down the block. He slid stiffly onto a revolving stool and looked for a long while at the price list. "Fried eggs and a cup of coffee." "Want 'em turned over?" asked the red-haired man behind the counter who was wiping off his beefy, freckled forearms with his apron. Bud Corpening sat up with a start. "What?" "The eggs. Want 'em turned over or sunny side up?" "Oh, sure, turn 'em over." Bud slouched over the counter again with his head between his hands. "You look all in, feller," the man said as he broke the eggs into the sizzling grease of the frying pan. "Came down from upstate. I walked 15 miles this morning." The man made a whistling sound through his eye teeth. "Coming to the big city to look for a job, eh?" Bud nodded. The man flopped the egg, sizzling and netted with brown, out onto the plate and pushed it towards Bud with some bread and butter on the edge of it. "I'm going to slip you a bit of advice, feller, and it won't cost you nothin'. You go and get a shave and a haircut and brush the hay seeds out of your suit a bit before you start looking. You'll be more likely to get something. It's looks that count in this city." "I can work all right. I'm a good worker," growled Bud with his mouth full. "I'm telling yous, that's all," said the red-haired man, and turned back to his stove. When Ed Thatcher climbed the marble steps of the wide hospital entry, he was trembling. The smell of drugs caught at his throat. A woman with a starched face was looking at him over the top of a desk. He tried to steady his voice. "Can you tell me how Mrs. Thatcher is? Yes, you can go up. Please, miss, is everything all right? The nurse on the floor will know anything about the case. Stairs to the left, 3rd floor, maternity ward." Ed Thatcher held a bunch of flowers wrapped in green wax paper. The broad stairs swayed as he stumbled up, his toes kicking against the brass rods that held the fiber matting down. The closing of the door cut off a strangled shriek. He stopped the nurse. "I want to see Mrs. Thatcher, please." "Go right ahead if you know where she is." "But they've moved her." "You'll have to ask at the desk at the end of the hall." He gnawed cold lips. At the end of the hall, a red-faced woman looked at him, smiling. "Everything's fine. You're the happy father of a bouncing baby girl." "You see, it's our first, and Susie's so delicate," he stammered with blinking eyes. "Oh, yes, I understand. Naturally you worried. You can go in and talk to her when she wakes up. The baby was born 2 hours ago. Be sure not to tire her." Ed Thatcher was a little man with 2 blond wisps of mustache and washed-out gray eyes. He seized the nurse's hand and shook it, showing all his uneven yellow teeth in a smile. "You see, it's our first." "Congratulations," said the nurse. Rows of beds under bilious gaslight, a sick smell of restlessly stirring bedclothes, faces fat, lean, yellow, white. "That's her." Susie's yellow hair lay in a loose coil round her little white face that looked shriveled and twisted. He unwrapped the roses and put them on the night table. Looking out the window was like looking down into water. The trees in the square were tangled in blue cobwebs. Down the avenue, lamps were coming on, marking off with green shimmer brick-purple blocks of houses, chimney pots, and water tanks cut sharp into a sky flushed like flesh. The blue lids slipped back off her eyes. "That you, Ed?" "Why, Ed, they are Jack's. How extravagant of you." "I couldn't help it, dearest. I knew you'd like them." A nurse was hovering near the end of the bed. "Couldn't you let us see the baby, miss?" The nurse nodded. She was a lantern-jawed, gray-faced woman with tight lips. "I hate her," whispered Susie. "She gives me the fidgets, that woman does. She's nothing but a mean old maid." "Never mind, dear. It's just for a day or 2. Susie closed her eyes. "Do you still want to call her Ellen?" The nurse brought back a basket and set it on the bed beside Susie. "Oh, isn't she wonderful?" said Ed. "Look, she's breathing, and they've oiled her." He helped his wife to raise herself on her elbow. The yellow coil of her hair, unrolled, fell over his hand and arm. "How can you tell them apart, nurse?" "Sometimes we can't," said the nurse, stretching her mouth in a smile. Susie was looking curiously into the minute purple face. "You sure this is mine?" "Of course." "But it hasn't any label on it." "I'll label it right away." "But mine was dark." Susie lay back on the pillow, gasping for breath. "She has lovely little light fuzz, just the color of your hair." Susie stretched her arms out over her head and shrieked, "It's not mine! It's not mine! Take it away! That woman's stolen my baby! Dear, for heaven's sake! Dear, for heaven's sake!" He tried to tuck the covers about her. "Too bad," said the nurse calmly, picking up the basket. "I'll have to give her a sedative." Susie sat up stiff in bed. "Take it away!" she yelled, and fell back in hysterics, letting out continuous, frail, moaning shrieks. "Oh, my God!" cried Ed Thatcher, clasping his hands. "You'd better go away for this evening, Mr. Thatcher. She'll quiet down once you've gone. I'll put the roses in water." On the last flight, he caught up with a chubby man who was strolling down slowly, rubbing his hands as he went. Their eyes met. "Everything all right, sir?" asked the chubby man. "Oh, yes, I guess so," said Thatcher faintly. The chubby man turned on him, delight bubbling through his thick voice. Congratulate me. Mein wife have given birth to a boy." Thatcher shook a fat little hand. "Mine's a girl," he admitted sheepishly. "It is 5 years, and every year a girl. Now think of it, a boy." Yes, said Ed Thatcher as they stepped out onto the pavement. It's a great moment. Will you allows me, sir, to invite you to drink a congratulation drink with me? Why, with pleasure. The lattice half-doors were swinging in the saloon at the corner of 3rd Avenue. Shuffling their feet politely, they went through into the back room. Ach, said the German as they sat down a scarred brown table. Family life is full of worries. That it is, sir. This is my first. Will you have beer? All right, anything suits me. 2 bottles Kumbacher imported to drink to our little folk. The bottles popped, and the sepia-tinged foam rose in the glasses. Here's success. Prosit, said the German, and raised the glass. He rubbed the foam out of his mustache and pounded on the table with a pink fist. Would it be indiscreet, Mister? Thatcher's my name. Would it be indiscreet, Mr. Thatcher, to inquire what might your profession be? Accountant. I hope before long to be a certified accountant. I am a printer. My name is Zucker. Marcus Antonius Zucker. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Zucker. They shook hands across the table between the bottles. A certified accountant makes big money, said Mr. Zucker. Big money's what I'll have for my little girl. Kids, they eat money, continued Mr. Zucker in a deep voice. Won't you let me set you up to a bottle, said Thatcher, figuring up how much he had in his pocket. Poor Susie wouldn't like me to be drinking in a saloon like this, but just this once, and I'm learning about fatherhood. The more the merrier, said Mr. Zucker. But kids, they eat money, don't do nothing but eat and wear out clothes. Once I get my business on its feet, now, what with hypothecations and the difficult borrowing of money, and what with wages going up and these here crazy trade union socialists and bombsters. Well, here's how, Mr. Zucker. Mr. Zucker squeezed the foam out of his mustache with the thumb and forefinger of each hand. It ain't every day we bring into the world a baby boy, Mr. Thatcher. Or a baby girl, Mr. Zucker. The barkeep wiped the spillings off the table when he brought the new bottles and stood there listening, the rag dangling from his red hands. And I have the hope in my heart that when my boy drinks to his boy, it will be in champagne wine. Ach, that's how things go in this great city. I'd like my girl to be a quiet, homey girl, not like these young women nowadays, all frills and furly bows and tight lacings. And I'll have retired by that time and have a little place up the Hudson, work in the garden evenings. I know fellers downtown who have retired with $3,000 a year. It's saving that does it. Ain't no good in saving, said the barkeep. I saved for 10 years and the savings bank went broke and left me nothing but a bank book for my trouble. Get a close dip and take a chance. That's the only system. That's nothing but gambling, snapped Thatcher. Well, sir, it's a gambling game, said the barkeep, as he walked back to the bar, swinging the 2 empty bottles. A gambling game. He ain't so far out, said Mr. Zucker, looking down into his beer with a glassy, meditative eye. A man that is ambitious must take chances. Ambitions is what I came here from Frankfurt with at the age of 12 years, and now I have a son to work for. Ach, his name shall be Wilhelm, after the mighty Kaiser. My little girl's name will be Ellen, after my mother, and Thatcher's eyes filled with tears. Mr. Zucker got to his feet. Well, goodbye, Mr. Thatcher. Happy to have met you. I must go home to my little girls. Thatcher shook the chubby hand again, and thinking warm, soft thoughts of motherhood and fatherhood and birthday cakes and Christmas, watched through a sepia-tinged foamy haze Mr. Zucker waddle out through the swinging doors. After a while, he stretched out his arms. Well, poor little Susie wouldn't like me to be here. Everything for her and the bonny wee bairn. Hey there, yous, how's about settling? Bawled the barkeep after him when he reached the door. Didn't the other feller pay? Like hell he did. But he was treating me. The barkeep laughed as he covered the money with a red lipper. I guess that bloke believes in saving. A small, bearded, bandy-legged man in a derby walked up Allen Street, up the sun-striped tunnel, hung with sky-blue and smoked salmon and mustard-yellow quilts, littered with second-hand gingerbread-colored furniture. He walked with his cold hands clasped over the tails of his frock coat, picking his way among packing boxes and scuttling children. He kept gnawing his lips and clasping and unclasping his hands. He walked without hearing the yells of the children, or the annihilating clatter of the L trains overhead, or smelling the rancid sweet huddled smell of pack of tenements. At a yellow-painted drugstore at the corner of Canal, he stopped and stared abstractedly at a face on a green advertising card. It was a high-browed, clean-shaven, distinguished face with arched eyebrows and a bushy, neatly trimmed mustache, the face of a man who had money in the bank, poised prosperously above a crisp wing collar and an ample dark cravat. Under it, in copybook writing, was the signature, King C. Gillette. Above his head hovered the motto, "No stropping, no honing." The little bearded man pushed his derby back off his sweating brow and looked for a long time into the dollar-proud eyes of King C. Gillette. Then he clenched his fist, threw back his shoulders, and walked into the drugstore. His wife and daughters were out. He heated up a pitcher of water on the gas burner. Then, with the scissors he found on the mantel, he clipped the long brown locks of his beard. Then he started shaving very carefully with the new nickel-bright safety razor. He stood trembling, running his fingers down his smooth white cheeks in front of the stained mirror. He was trimming his mustache when he heard a noise behind him. He turned towards them, a face smooth as the face of King C. Gillette, a face with a dollar-bland smile. The two little girls' eyes were popping out of their heads. "Mommer, it's Popper," the biggest one yelled. His wife dropped like a laundry bag into the rocker and threw the apron over her head. "Oi, oi, oi, oi," she moaned, rocking back and forth. "What's the matter? Don't you like it?" He walked back and forth with the safety razor shining in his hand now and gently fingering his smooth chin. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Metropolis, Part 1. There were Babylon and Nineveh. They were built of brick. Athens was gold marble columns. Rome was held up on broad arches of rubble. In Constantinople the minarets flame like great candles round the Golden Horn. Steel, glass, tile, concrete will be the materials of the skyscrapers. Crammed on the narrow island, the million-windowed buildings will jut glittering, pyramid on pyramid, like the white cloud head above a thunderstorm. When the door of the room closed behind him, Ed Thatcher felt very lonely, full of prickly restlessness. If Susie were only here, he'd tell her about the big money he was going to make and how he'd deposit $10 a week in the savings bank just for little Ellen. That would make $520 a year. Why, in 10 years without the interest, that'd come to more than $5,000. I must compute the compound interest on $520 at 4%. He walked excitedly about the narrow room. The gas jet purred comfortably like a cat. His eyes fell on the headline on a journal that lay on the floor by the coal scuttle, where he had dropped it to run for the hack to take Susie to the hospital. Morton signs the Greater New York Bill. Completes the act making New York world's second metropolis. Breathing deep, he folded the paper and laid it on the table. The world's second metropolis. And Dad wanted me to stay in his old fool store in Onteora. Might have, if it hadn't been for Susie. Gentlemen, tonight, that you do me the signal honor of offering me the junior partnership in your firm, I want to present to you my little girl, my wife. I owe everything to her. In the bow he made towards the grate, his coat-tails flicked a piece of china off the console beside the bookcase. He made a little clicking noise with his tongue against his teeth as he stooped to pick it up. The head of the blue porcelain Dutch girl had broken off from her body. And poor Susie's so fond of her knickknacks. I'd better go to bed. He pushed up the window and leaned out. An L train was rumbling past the end of the street. A whiff of coal smoke stung his nostrils. He hung out of the window a long while, looking up and down the street. The world's second metropolis. In the brick houses and the dingy lamplight and the voices of a group of boys kidding and quarreling on the steps of a house opposite, in the regular firm tread of a policeman, he felt a marching like soldiers, like a side-wheeler going up the Hudson under the Palisades, like an election parade through long streets towards something tall, white, full of colonnades and stately. Metropolis. The street was suddenly full of running. Somebody, out of breath, let out the word "Fire!" Where at? The group of boys melted off the stoop across the way. Thatcher turned back into the room. It was stifling hot. He was all tingling to be out. I ought to go to bed. Down the street he heard the splattering hoofbeats and the frenzied bell of a fire engine. Just take a look. He ran down the stairs with his hat in his hand. Which way is it? Down on the next block. It's a tenement house. It was a narrow-windowed 6-story tenement. The hook and ladder had just drawn up. Brown smoke, with here and there a little trail of sparks, was pouring fast out of the lower windows. 3 policemen were swinging their clubs as they packed the crowd back against the steps and railings of the houses opposite. In the empty space in the middle of the street, the fire engine and the red hose wagon shone with bright brass. People watched silent, staring at the upper windows where shadows moved and occasional light flickered. A thin pillar of flame began to flare above the house like a Roman candle. "The air shaft," whispered a man in Thatcher's ear. A gust of wind filled the street with smoke and a smell of burning rags. Thatcher felt suddenly sick. When the smoke cleared, he saw people hanging in a kicking cluster, hanging by their hands from a window ledge. The other side, firemen were helping women down a ladder. The flame in the center of the house flared brighter. Something black had dropped from a window and lay on the pavement shrieking. The policemen were shoving the crowd back to the ends of the block. New fire engines were arriving. "They've got 5 alarms in," a man said. "What do you think of that? Every one of 'em on the 2 top floors was trapped. It's an incendiary done it. Some goddamn firebug." A young man sat huddled on the curb beside the gas lamp. Thatcher found himself standing over him, pushed by the crowd from behind. "He's an Italian. His wife's in that building. Cops won't let him get by. His wife's in a family way. He can't talk English to ask the cops." The man wore blue suspenders tied up with a piece of string in back. His back was heaving, and now and then he let out a string of groaning words nobody understood. Thatcher was working his way out of the crowd. At the corner a man was looking into the fire alarm box. As Thatcher brushed past him, he caught a smell of coal oil from the man's clothes. The man looked up into his face with a smile. He had tallowy, sagging cheeks and bright pop eyes. Thatcher's hands and feet went suddenly cold. "The firebug. The papers say they hang round like that to watch it." He walked home fast, ran up the stairs, and locked the room door behind him. The room was quiet and empty. He'd forgotten that Susie wouldn't be there waiting for him. He began to undress. He couldn't forget the smell of coal oil on the man's clothes. Mr. Perry flicked at the burdock leaves with his cane. The real estate agent was pleading in a sing-song voice. "I don't mind telling you, Mr. Perry, it's an opportunity not to be missed. You know the old saying, sir, opportunity knocks but once on a young man's door. In 6 months I can virtually guarantee that these lots will have doubled in value. Now that we are a part of New York, the second city in the world, sir, don't forget that. Why, the time will come, and I firmly believe that you and I will see it, when bridge after bridge spanning the East River have made Long Island and Manhattan one, when the borough of Queens will be as much the heart and throbbing center of the great metropolis as is Astor Place today. I know, but I'm looking for something dead safe. And besides, I want to build. My wife hasn't been very well these last few years. But what could be safer than my proposition? Do you realize, Mr. Perry, that at considerable personal loss I'm letting you in on the ground floor of one of the greatest real estate certainties of modern times? I'm putting at your disposal not only security, but ease, comfort, luxury. We are caught up, Mr. Perry, on a great wave, whether we will or no, a great wave of expansion and progress. A great deal is going to happen in the next few years. All these mechanical inventions, telephones, electricity, steel bridges, horseless vehicles, they are all leading somewhere. It's up to us to be on the inside, in the forefront of progress. My God, I can't begin to tell you what it will mean. Poking amid the dry grass and the burdock leaves, Mr. Perry had moved something with his stick. He stooped and picked up a triangular skull with a pair of spiral-fluted horns. "By gad," he said, "that must have been a fine ram." Drowsy from the smell of lather and bay rum and singed hair that weighed down the close air of the barber shop, Bud sat nodding, his hands dangling big and red between his knees. In his eardrums he could still feel through the snipping of scissors the pounding of his feet on the hungry road down from Nyack. "Next." "What's that?" "All right, I just want a shave and a haircut." The barber's pudgy hands moved through his hair, the scissors whirred like a hornet behind his ears. His eyes kept closing, he jerked them open fighting sleep. He could see beyond the striped sheet littered with sandy hair the bobbing hammerhead of the colored boy shining his shoes. "Yes, sir," a deep-voiced man droned from the next chair. "It's time the Democratic Party nominated a strong." "Want a neck shave as well?" The barber's greasy-skinned moon face poked into his. He nodded. "Shampoo?" "No." When the barber threw back the chair to shave him, he wanted to crane his neck like a mud turtle turned over on its back. The lather spread drowsily on his face, prickling his nose, filling up his ears. Drowning in feather beds of lather, blue lather, black, slit by the faraway glint of the razor, glint of the grubbing hoe through blue-black lather clouds. The old man on his back in the potato field, his beard sticking up lathery white full of blood. Full of blood his socks from those blisters on his heels. His hands gripped each other cold and horny like a dead man's hands under the sheet. "Let me get up." He opened his eyes. Padded fingertips were stroking his chin. He stared up at the ceiling, where 4 flies made figure 8s round a red crepe paper bell. His tongue was dry leather in his mouth. The barber righted the chair again. Bud looked about, blinking. 4 bits and a nickel for the shine." "Admits killing crippled mother." "Do yous mind if I set here a minute and read that paper?" He hears his voice drawling in his pounding ears. "Go right ahead." "Parker's Friends Protect." The black print squirms before his eyes. Russians. Mob stones. Special dispatch to the Herald, Trenton, New Jersey. Nathan Sibbets, 14 years old, broke down today after 2 weeks of steady denial of guilt and confessed to the police that he was responsible for the death of his aged and crippled mother, Hannah Sibbets, after a quarrel in their home at Jacobs Creek, 6 miles above this city. Tonight he was committed to await the action of the grand jury. "Relieve Port Arthur in face of enemy." Mrs. Ricks loses husband's ashes. On Tuesday, May 24th, at about 8:30, I came home after sleeping on the steamroller all night, he said, and went upstairs to sleep some more. I had only gotten to sleep when my mother came upstairs and told me to get up, and if I didn't get up she would throw me downstairs. My mother grabbed hold of me to throw me downstairs. I threw her first and she fell to the bottom. I went downstairs and found that her head was twisted to one side. I then saw that she was dead, and then I straightened her neck and covered her up with the cover from my bed. Bud folds the paper carefully, lays it on the chair, and leaves the barber shop. Outside, the air smells of crowds, is full of noise and sunlight. No more than a needle in a haystack. And I'm 25 years old, he muttered aloud. Think of a kid 14. He walks faster along roaring pavements where the sun shines through the elevated, striping the blue street with warm, seething yellow stripes. No more than a needle in a haystack. Ed Thatcher sat hunched over the piano keys, picking out the mosquito parade. Sunday afternoon sunlight streamed dustily through the heavy lace curtains of the window, squirmed in the red roses of the carpet, filled the cluttered parlor with specks and splinters of light. Susie Thatcher sat limp by the window, watching him out of eyes too blue for her sallow face. Between them, stepping carefully among the roses on the sunny field of the carpet, little Ellen danced. Two small hands held up the pink-frilled dress, and now and then an emphatic little voice said, "Mummy, watch my expression!" "Just look at the child," said Thatcher, still playing. "She's a regular little ballet dancer." Sheets of the Sunday paper lay where they had fallen from the table. Ellen started dancing on them, tearing the sheets under her nimble tiny feet. "Don't do that, Ellen dear," whined Susie from the pink plush chair. "But, Mummy, I can do it while I dance." "Don't do that," Mother said. Ed Thatcher had slid into the barcarolle. Ellen was dancing to it, her arms swaying to it, her feet nimbly tearing the paper. "Ed, for heaven's sake, pick the child up. She's tearing the paper." He brought his fingers down in a lingering chord. "Dearie, you mustn't do that. Daddy's not finished reading it." Ellen went right on. Thatcher swooped down on her from the piano stool and set her squirming and laughing on his knee. "Ellen, you should always mind when Mummy speaks to you. And, dear, you shouldn't be destructive. It costs money to make that paper, and people worked on it, and Daddy went out to buy it, and he hasn't finished reading it yet. Ellie understands, don't you now? We need construction and not destruction in this world." Then he went on with the barcarolle, and Ellen went on dancing, stepping carefully among the roses on the sunny field of the carpet. There were 6 men at the table in the lunchroom, eating fast with their hats on the back of their heads. "Jiminy crickets!" cried the young man at the end of the table, who was holding a newspaper in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. "Can you beat it?" "Beat what?" growled a long-faced man with a toothpick in the corner of his mouth. "Big snake appears on 5th Avenue. Ladies screamed and ran in all directions this morning at 11:30, when a big snake crawled out of a crack in the masonry of the retaining wall of the reservoir at 5th Avenue and 42nd Street and started to cross the sidewalk." "Some fish story." "That ain't nothin'," said an old man. "When I was a boy, we used to go snipe shootin' on Brooklyn Flats." "Holy Moses, it's 9:15, muttered the young man, folding his paper and hurrying out into Hudson Street, that was full of men and girls walking briskly through the ruddy morning. The scrape of the shoes of hairy-hoofed dray horses and the grind of the wheels of produce wagons made a deafening clatter and filled the air with sharp dust. A girl in a flowered bonnet with a big lavender bow under her pert tilted chin was waiting for him in the door of M. Sullivan and Company, storage, and warehousing. The young man felt all fizzy inside, like a freshly uncorked bottle of pop. "Hello, Emily!" "Say, Emily, I've got a raise." "You're pretty near late, do you know that?" "But honest Injun, I've got a $2 raise." She tilted her chin first to one side and then to the other. "I don't give a rap." "You know what you said if I got a raise." She looked in his eyes, giggling. "And this is just the beginning." "But what good's $15 a week?" "Why, it's $60 a month, and I'm learning the import business." "Silly boy, you'll be late." She suddenly turned and ran up the littered stairs, her pleated bell-shaped skirt swishing from side to side. "God, I hate her! I hate her!" Sniffing up the tears that were hot in his eyes, he walked fast down Hudson Street to the office of Winkle and Gulick, West India importers. The deck beside the forward winch was warm and briny damp. They were sprawled side by side in greasy denims, talking drowsily in whispers, their ears full of the seethe of broken water as the bow shoved bluntly through the long grass-grey swells of the Gulf Stream. "Je te dis, mon vieux, moi je fous le camp à New York. The minute we tie up, I go ashore and I stay ashore. I'm through with this dog's life." The cabin boy had fair hair and an oval pink and cream face. A dead cigarette butt fell from between his lips as he spoke. "Merde!" He reached for it as it rolled down the deck. It escaped his hand and bounced into the scuppers. "Let it go. I've got plenty," said the other boy, who lay on his belly kicking a pair of dirty feet up into the hazy sunlight. "The consul will just have you shipped back." "He won't catch me." "And your military service?" "To hell with it, and with France too, for that matter." "You want to make yourself an American citizen?" "Why not? A man has a right to choose his country." The other rubbed his nose meditatively with his fist and then let his breath out in a long whistle. "Emil, you're a wise guy," he said. "But Congo, why don't you come too? You don't want to shovel crap in a stinking ship's galley all your life." Congo rolled himself round and sat up cross-legged, scratching his head that was thick with kinky black hair. "Say, how much does a woman cost in New York?" "I don't know. Expensive, I guess. I'm not going ashore to raise hell. I'm going to get a good job and work. Can't you think of nothing but women?" "What's the use? Why not?" said Congo, and settled himself flat on the deck again, burying his dark soot-smudged face in his crossed arms. "I want to get somewhere in the world. That's what I mean. Europe's rotten and stinking. In America a fellow can get ahead. Birth don't matter, education don't matter. It's all getting ahead." "And if there was a nice passionate little woman right here now where the deck's warm, you wouldn't like to love her up?" "After we're rich, we'll have plenty of everything." "And they don't have any military service?" "Why should they? It's the coin they're after. They don't want to fight people. They want to do business with them." Congo did not answer. The cabin boy lay on his back looking at the clouds. They floated from the west, great piled edifices with the sunlight crashing through between, bright and white like tinfoil. He was walking through tall, white, high-piled streets, stalking in a frock coat with a tall white collar up tinfoil stairs, broad, clean-swept, through blue portals into streaky marble halls where money rustled and clinked on long tinfoil tables. Banknotes, silver, gold. Merde valeur! The paired strokes of the bell in the crow's nest came faintly to their ears. But don't forget Congo! The first night we get ashore! He made a popping noise with his lips. We're gone! I was asleep. I dreamed of a little blonde girl. I'd have had her if you hadn't waked me. The cabin boy got to his feet with a grunt and stood a moment looking west to where the swells ended in a sharp wavy line against a sky hard and abrupt as nickel. Then he pushed Congo's face down against the deck and ran aft, the wooden clogs clattering on his bare feet as he went. Outside, the hot June Saturday was dragging its frazzled ends down 110th Street. Susie Thatcher lay uneasily in bed, her hands spread blue and bony on the coverlet before her. Voices came through the thin partition. A young girl was crying through her nose. I tell your mommer, I ain't a-going back to him. Then came expostulating an old staid Jewish woman's voice. But Rosie, married life ain't all beer and skittles. A wife must submit and work for her husband. I won't. I can't help it. I won't go back to the dirty brute. Susie sat up in bed, but she couldn't hear the next thing the old woman said. But I ain't a Jew no more, suddenly screeched the young girl. This ain't Russia. It's little old New York. A girl's got some rights here. Then a door slammed and everything was quiet. Susie Thatcher stirred in bed, moaning fretfully. Those awful people never give me a moment's peace. From below came the jingle of a pianola playing the Merry Widow Waltz. Oh, Lord, why don't Ed come home? It's cruel of them to leave a sick woman alone like this. Selfish. She twisted up her mouth and began to cry. Then she lay quiet again, staring at the ceiling, watching the flies buzz teasingly round the electric light fixture. A wagon clattered by down the street. She could hear children's voices screeching. A boy passed yelling an extra. Suppose there'd been a fire. That terrible Chicago theater fire. Oh, I'll go mad. She tossed about in the bed, her pointed nails digging into the palms of her hands. I'll take another tablet. Maybe I can get some sleep. She raised herself on her elbow and took the last tablet out of a little tin box. The gulp of water that washed the tablet down was soothing to her throat. She closed her eyes and lay quiet. She woke with a start. Ellen was jumping round the room, her green tam falling off the back of her head, her coppery curls wild. Oh, Mommy, I want to be a little boy. Quieter, dear. Mother's not feeling a bit well. I want to be a little boy. Why, Ed, what have you done to the child? She's all wrought up. We're just excited, Susie. We've been to the most wonderful play. You'd have loved it. It's so poetic and all that sort of thing. And Maud Adams was fine. Ellie loved every minute of it. It seems silly, as I said before, to take such a young child. Oh, Daddy, I want to be a boy. I like my little girl the way she is. We'll have to go again, Susie, and take you. Ed, you know very well I won't be well enough. She sat bolt upright, her hair hanging a straight faded yellow down her back. Oh, I wish I'd die. I wish I'd die and not be a burden to you any more. You hate me, both of you. If you didn't hate me, you wouldn't leave me alone like this. She choked and put her face in her hands. Oh, I wish I'd die. she sobbed through her fingers. "Now, Susie, for heaven's sakes, it's wicked to talk like that." He put his arm round her and sat on the bed beside her. Crying quietly, she dropped her head on his shoulder. Ellen stood staring at them out of round grey eyes. Then she started jumping up and down, chanting to herself, "Ellie's gonna be a boy! Ellie's gonna be a boy!" With a long, slow stride, limping a little from his blistered feet, Bud walked down Broadway, past empty lots where tin cans glittered among grass and sumac bushes and ragweed, between ranks of billboards and Bull Durham signs, past shanties and abandoned squatters' shacks, past gulches heaped with wheel-scarred rubbish piles where dump carts were dumping ashes and clinkers, past knobs of grey outcrop where steam drills continually tapped and nibbled, past excavations out of which wagons full of rock and clay toiled up plank roads to the street, until he was walking on new sidewalks along a row of yellow brick apartment houses, looking in the windows of grocery stores, Chinese laundries, lunchrooms, flower and vegetable shops, tailors, delicatessens. Passing under a scaffolding in front of a new building, he caught the eye of an old man who sat on the edge of the sidewalk trimming oil lamps. Bud stood beside him, hitching up his pants, cleared his throat. "Say, mister, you couldn't tell a feller where a good place was to look for a job?" "Ain't no good place to look for a job, young feller. There's jobs, all right. I'll be 65 years old in a month and 4 days, and I've worked since I was 5, I reckon, and I ain't found a good job yet." "Anything that's a job'll do me." "Got a union card?" "I ain't got nothin'." "Can't get no job in the buildin' trades without a union card," said the old man. He rubbed the grey bristles of his chin with the back of his hand and leaned over the lamps again. Bud stood staring into the dust-reeking girder forest of the new building until he found the eyes of a man in a derby hat fixed on him through the window of the watchman's shelter. He shuffled his feet uneasily and walked on. "If I could get more into the center of things." At the next corner a crowd was collecting round a high-slung white automobile. Clouds of steam poured out of its rear end. A policeman was holding up a small boy by the armpits. From the car a red-faced man with white walrus whiskers was talking angrily. "I tell you, officer, he threw a stone. This sort of thing has got to stop. For an officer to countenance hoodlums and rowdies." A woman with her hair done up in a tight bunch on top of her head was screaming, shaking her fist at the man in the car. "Officer, he near run me down, he did! He near run me down!" Bud edged up next to a young man in a butcher's apron who had a baseball cap on backwards. "What's the matter?" "Hell, I don't know. One of them automobile riots, I guess. Ain't you read the paper? I don't blame 'em, do you? What right have those gold-blamed automobiles got racing round the city knocking down women and children?" "Gosh, do they do that?" "Sure they do." "Say, can you tell me about where's a good place to find out about getting a job?" The butcher boy threw back head and laughed. "Christ, I thought you was going to ask for a handout. I guess you ain't a New Yorker. I'll tell you what to do. You keep right on down Broadway till you get to City Hall." "Is that kind of the center of things?" "Sure it is. And then you go upstairs and ask the mayor. Tell me there are some seats on the board of aldermen." "Like hell they are," growled Bud and walked away fast. "Roll, you babies. Roll, you lopsided sons of bitches. That's it. Talk to 'em, Slats. Come 7. Slats shot the bones out of his hand, brought the thumb along his sweaty fingers with a snap. "Oh, hell!" You're some great crapshooter, I'll say, Slats. Dirty Hands added each a nickel to the pile in the center of the circle of patched knees stuck forward. The 5 boys were sitting on their heels under a lamp on South Street. Come on, girlies, we're waiting for it. Roll, you little bastards, God damn you, roll! Cheese it, fellers! There's Big Leonard and his gang a-comin' down the block. I'd knock his block off for a... 4 of them were already slouching off along the wharf, gradually scattering without looking back. The smallest boy, with a chinless face shaped like a beak, stayed behind quietly picking up the coins. Then he ran along the wall and vanished into the dark passageway between 2 houses. He flattened himself behind a chimney and waited. The confused voices of the gang broke into the passageway. Then they had gone on down the street. The boy was counting the nickels in his hand. 10. Geez, that's 50 cents. I'll tell him Big Leonard scooped up the dough. His pockets had no bottoms, so he tied the nickels into one of his shirt tails. End of section 2. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in October of 2024.
Section 3 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patrick McHaffie. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Metropolis, Part 2. A goblet for Rhine wine hobnobbed with a champagne glass at each place along the glittering white oval table. On 8 glossy white plates, 8 canapes of caviar were like rounds of black beads on the lettuce leaves, flanked by sections of lemon, sprinkled with a sparse chopping of onion and white of egg. "Beaucoup de soin, and don't you forget it," said the old waiter, puckering up his knotty forehead. He was a short, waddling man with a few black strands of hair plastered tight across a domed skull. "All right." Emile nodded his head gravely. His collar was too tight for him. He was shaking a last bottle of champagne into a nickel-bound bucket of ice on the serving table. "Beaucoup de soin, sporca Maidana. This guy throws money about like a confetti, see? He gives tips, see? He's a very rich gentleman. He don't care how much he spend." Emile patted the crease of the tablecloth to flatten it. "Fais pas comme ça. Your hand's dirty. Maybe leave a mark." Resting first on one foot, then on the other, they stood waiting, their napkins under their arms. From the restaurant below, among the buttery smells of food and the tinkle of knives and forks and plates, came the softly gyrating sound of a waltz. When he saw the head waiter bow outside the door, Emile compressed his lips into a deferential smile. There was a long-toothed blonde woman in a salmon opera cloak, swishing on the arm of a moon-faced man who carried his top hat ahead of him like a bumper. There was a little curly-haired girl in blue who was showing her teeth and laughing, a stout woman in a tiara with a black velvet ribbon round her neck, a bottle nose, a long cigar-colored face, shirt fronts, hands, straightening white ties, black gleams on top hats, and patent leather shoes. There was a weaselish man with gold teeth who kept waving his arms, spitting out greetings in a voice like a crow's, and wore a diamond the size of a nickel in his shirt front. The red-haired cloakroom girl was collecting the wraps. The old waiter nudged Emile. "He's the big boss," he said out of the corner of his mouth as he bowed. Emile flattened himself against the wall as they rustled into the room. A whiff of patchouli, when he drew his breath, made him go suddenly hot to the roots of his hair. "But where's Fifi Waters?" shouted the man with the diamond stud. "She said she couldn't get here for half an hour. I guess the Johnnies won't let her get by the stage door." "Well, we can't wait for her, even if it is her birthday. Never waited for anyone in my life." He stood a second, running a roving eye over the woman round the table, then shot his cuffs out a little further from the sleeves of his swallowtail coat, and abruptly sat down. The caviar vanished in a twinkling. "And waiter, what about that Rhine wine coupe?" he croaked huskily. "De suis monsieur." Emile, holding his breath and sucking in his cheeks, was taking away the plates. A frost came on the goblets as the old waiter poured out the coupe from a cut-glass pitcher where floated mint and ice and lemon rind and long slivers of cucumber. "Aha, this'll do the trick." The man with the diamond stud raised his glass to his lips, smacked them, and set it down with a slanting look at the woman next him. She was putting dabs of butter on bits of bread and popping them into her mouth, muttering all the while. "I can only eat the merest snack, only the merest snack." "That don't keep you from drinking, Mary, does it?" She let out a cackling laugh and tapped him on the shoulder with her closed fan. "Oh, Lord, you're a card, you are." "Allumez-moi ça, sporche madonna," hissed the old waiter in Emile's ear. When he lit the lamps under the two chafing tables on the serving table, a smell of hot sherry and cream and lobster began to seep into the room. The air was hot, full of tinkle and perfume and smoke. After he had helped serve the lobster Newburg and refilled the glasses, Emile leaned against the wall and ran his hand over his wet hair. His eyes slid along the plump shoulders of the woman in front of him and down the powdered back to where a tiny silver hook had come undone under the lace ruching. The bald-headed man next to her had his leg locked with hers. She was young, Emile's age, and kept looking up into the man's face with moist, parted lips. It made Emile dizzy, but he couldn't stop looking. "But what's happened to the fair Fifi?" creaked the man with the diamond stud through a mouthful of lobster. "I suppose that she made such a hit again this evening that our simple little party don't appeal to her." "It's enough to turn any girl's head." "Well, she'll get the surprise of her young life if she expected us to wait." "Ho, ho, ho," laughed the man with the diamond stud. "I never waited for anybody in my life, and I'm not going to begin now." Down the table, the moon-faced man had pushed back his plate and was playing with the bracelet on the wrist of the woman beside him. "You're the perfect Gibson girl tonight, Olga." "I'm sitting for my portrait now," she said, holding up her goblet against the light. "To Gibson?" "No, to a real painter." "By gad, I'll buy it." "Maybe you won't have a chance." She nodded her blonde pompadour at him. "You're a wicked little tease, Olga." She laughed, keeping her lips tight over her long teeth. A man was leaning towards the man with the diamond stud, tapping with a stubby finger on the table. "No, sir, as a real estate proposition, 23rd Street has crashed. That's generally admitted. But what I want to talk to you about privately sometime, Mr. Goldeming, is this: how's all the big money in New York been made? Astor, Vanderbilt, Fish, in real estate, of course. Now it's up to us to get in on the next great cleanup. It's almost here. Buy 40. The man with the diamond stud raised one eyebrow and shook his head. "For one night on Beauty's lap. Oh, put gross care away, or something of the sort. Waiter, why in holy hell are you so long with the champagne?" He got to his feet, coughed in his hand, and began to sing in his croaking voice. Oh, would the Atlantic were all champagne, bright billows of champagne. Everybody clapped. The old waiter had just divided a baked Alaska, and his face like a beet was prying out a stiff champagne cork. When the cork popped, the lady in the tiara let out a yell. They toasted the man in the diamond stud. For he is a jolly good fellow. Now, what kind of dish do you call this? The man with the bottle nose leaned over and asked the girl next to him. Her black hair parted in the middle. She wore a pale green dress with puffy sleeves. He winked slowly and then stared hard into her black eyes. This here's the fanciest cooking I ever put in my mouth. Do you know, young lady, I don't come to this town often. He gulped down the rest of his glass, and when I do, I usually go away kinder disgusted. His look, bright and feverish from the champagne, explored the contours of her neck and shoulders and roamed down a bare arm. But this time I kinder think... It must be a great life, prospecting, she interrupted, flushing. It was a great life in the old days, a rough life, but a man's life. I'm glad I made my pile in the old days. Wouldn't have the same luck now. She looked up at him. How modest you are to call it luck. Emile was standing outside the door of the private room. There was nothing more to serve. The red-haired girl from the cloakroom walked by with a big flounced cape on her arm. He smiled and tried to catch her eye. She sniffed and tossed her nose in the air. Won't look at me because I'm a waiter. When I make some money, I'll show 'em. Distella Charlie, 2 more bottle, Moet and Chandon, Gut Americain, came the old waiter's hissing voice in his ear. The moon-faced man was on his feet. Ladies and gentlemen. Silence in the pigsty, piped up a voice. The big sow wants to talk, said Olga under her breath. Ladies and gentlemen, owing to the unfortunate absence of our Star of Bethlehem and full-time act. Gilly, don't blaspheme, said the lady with the tiara. Ladies and gentlemen, unaccustomed as I am, Gilly, you're drunk. Whether the tide, whether the waters be with us or against us. Somebody yanked at his coat-tails, and the moon-faced man sat down suddenly in his chair. It's terrible, said the lady in the tiara, addressing herself to a man with a long face the color of tobacco, who sat at the end of the table. It's terrible, Colonel, the way Gilly gets blasphemous when he's been drinking. The Colonel was meticulously rolling the tinfoil off a cigar. Dear me, you don't say, he drawled. Above the bristly gray mustache, his face was expressionless. There's a most dreadful story about poor old Atkins, Elliot Atkins, who used to be with Mansfield. Indeed, said the Colonel, icily, as he slit the end of the cigar with a small, pearl-handled penknife. Say, Chester, did you hear that maybe Evans was making a hit? Honestly, Olga, I don't see how she does it. She has no figure. Well, he made a speech, drunk as a lord, you understand, one night when they were barnstorming in Kansas. She can't sing. The poor fellow never did go very strong in the bright lights. She hasn't the slightest particle of figure, and made a sort of Bob Ingersoll speech. The dear old feller, I knew him well out in Chicago in the old days. You don't say. The Colonel held a lighted match carefully to the end of his cigar. And there was a terrible flash of lightning, and a ball of fire came in one window and went out the other. Was he killed? The Colonel sent a blue puff of smoke towards the ceiling. What did you say? Bob Ingersoll had been struck by lightning? Cried Olga shrilly. Serve him right, the horrid atheist. No, not exactly, but it scared him into a realization of the important things of life, and now he's joined the Methodist Church. Funny how many actors get to be ministers. Can't get an audience any other way, creaked the man with the diamond stud. The two waiters hovered outside the door, listening to the racket inside. Pas désacré, cochon, sporca madonna, hissed the old waiter. Emile shrugged his shoulders. That brunette girl, make eyes at you all night. He brought his face near Emile's and winked. Sure, maybe you pick up something good. I don't want any of them or their dirty diseases either. The old waiter slapped his thigh. No young men nowadays. When I was a young man, I take heap of chances. They don't even look at you, said Emile through clenched teeth. An animated dress suit, that's all. Wait a minute. You learn by and by. The door opened. They bowed respectfully towards the diamond stud. Somebody had drawn a pair of woman's legs on his shirt front. There was a bright flush on each of his cheeks. The lower lid of one eye sagged, giving his weasel face a quizzical, lopsided look. Was a hell, Marco, was a hell, he was muttering. We ain't got a thing to drink. Bring the Atlantic Ocean and 2 quarts. De suis, monsieur, the old waiter bowed. Emile, tell Auguste, immédiatement et bien frappé. As Emile went down the corridor, he could hear singing. Oh, would the Atlantic were all champagne, bright by. The moon face and the bottlenose were coming back from the laboratory, reeling arm in arm among the palms in the hall. These damn fools make me sick. Yes, sir, these ain't the champagne suppers we used to have in Frisco in the old days. Ah, those were great days, those. By the way, the moon-faced man steadied himself against the wall. Holyoke, old fella, did you see that very knobby little article on the rubber trade I got into the morning papers? That'll make the investors nibble like little Missy. What you know about rubber? The stuff ain't no good. You wait and see. Holyoke, old fella, or you lose an opportunity of your life. Drunk or sober, I can smell money on the wind. Why ain't you got any then? The bottlenose man's beef-red face went purple. He doubled up, letting out great hoots of laughter. Because I always let my friends in on my tips, said the other man soberly. Hey, boy, where's this here private dining room? Par ici, monsieur. A red accordion-pleated dress swirled past them, a little oval face framed by brown flat curls, pearly teeth in an open-mouthed laugh. Fifi Waters, everyone shouted. Why, my darling little Fifi, come to my arms. She was lifted onto a chair where she stood jiggling from one foot to the other, champagne dripping out of a tipped glass. Merry Christmas! Happy New Year, many returns of the day! A fair young man who had followed her in was reeling intricately round the table, singing, Oh, we went to the animals' fair, and the birds and the beasts were there. And the big baboon by the light of the moon was combing his auburn hair. Hoopla! Cried Fifi Waters, and mussed the gray hair of the man with the diamond stud. Hoopla! She jumped down with a kick, pranced round the room, kicking high with her skirts fluffed up round her knees. Oh la la, the French high kicker! Look out for the pony ballet. Her slender legs, shiny black silk stockings tapering to red roseate slippers, flashed in the men's faces. She's a mad thing, cried the lady in the tiara. Hoopla! Holyoke was swaying in the doorway with his top hat tilted over the glowing bulb of his nose. She let out a whoop and kicked it off. It's a goal, everyone cried. For Christ's sake, you kicked me in the eye. She stared at him a second with round eyes and then burst into tears on the broad shirt front of the diamond stud. I won't be insulted like that, she sobbed. Rub the other eye. Get a bandage, someone. God damn it, she may have put his eye out. Call a cab there, waiter. Where's a doctor? That's a hell to pay, old fella. A handkerchief full of tears and blood pressed to his eye, the bottle-nosed man stumbled out. The men and women crowded through the door after him. Last went the blond young man, reeling and singing. And the big baboon by the light of the moon was combing his auburn hair. Fifi Waters was sobbing with her head on the table. Don't cry, Fifi, said the colonel, who was still sitting where he had sat all the evening. Here's something I rather fancy might do you good. He pushed a glass of champagne towards her down the table. She sniffled and began drinking it in little sips. Hello, Roger. How's the boy? The boy's quite well, thank you. Rather bored, don't you know? An evening with such infernal bounders. I'm hungry. There doesn't seem to be anything left to eat. I didn't know you'd be here, or I'd have come earlier, honest. Would you indeed? Now, that's very nice. The long ash dropped from the colonel's cigar. He got to his feet. Now, Fifi, I'll call a cab, and we'll go for a ride in the park. She drank down her champagne and nodded brightly. Dear me, it's 4 o'clock. You have the proper wraps, haven't you? She nodded again. Splendid, Fifi. I say you are in form. The colonel's cigar-colored face was unraveling in smiles. Well, come along. She looked about her in a dazed way. Didn't I come with somebody? Quite unnecessary. In the hall, they came upon the fair young man quietly vomiting into a fire bucket under an artificial palm. Oh, let's leave him, she said, wrinkling up her nose. Quite unnecessary, said the colonel. Emile brought their wraps. The red-haired girl had gone home. Look here, boy, the colonel waved his cane. Call me a cab, please. Be sure the horse is decent and the driver is sober. Des oui, monsieur. The sky beyond roofs and chimneys was the blue of a sapphire. The colonel took 3 or 4 deep sniffs of the dawn-smelling air and threw his cigar into the gutter. Suppose we have a bit of breakfast at Claremont. I haven't had anything fit to eat all night. That beastly sweet champagne. Ugh. Fifi giggled. After the colonel had examined the horse's fetlocks and patted his head, they climbed into the cab. The colonel fitted in Fifi carefully under his arm, and they drove off. Emile stood a second in the door of the restaurant, uncrumpling a $5 bill. He was tired, and his insteps ached. When Emile came out of the back door of the restaurant, he found Congo waiting for him, sitting on the doorstep. Congo's skin had a green chilly look under the frayed, turned-up coat collar. This is my friend, Emile said to Marco. Came over on the same boat. You haven't a bottle of fine under your coat, have you? Sapristi. I've seen some chickens not half bad come out of this place. But what's the matter? Lost my job, that's all. I won't have to take any more off that guy. Come over and drink a coffee. They ordered coffee and donuts in a lunch wagon on a vacant lot. Eh bien, you like it, this sacred pig of a country? Asked Marco. Why not? I like it anywhere. It's all the same. In France you are paid badly and you live well. Here you are paid well and live badly. Questo paese è completamente sottosopra. I think I'll go to sea again. Say, why the hell don't you guys learn English? Said the man with the cauliflower face, who slapped the 3 mugs of coffee down on the counter. If we talk English, snapped Marco, maybe you no like what we say. Why did they fire you? Merde, I don't know. I had an argument with the old camel who runs the place. He lives next door to the stables. As well as washing the carriages, he made me scrub the floors in his house. His wife, she had a face like this. Congo sucked in his lips and tried to look cross-eyed. Marco laughed. Santissima Maria Puttana! How did you talk to them? They pointed to things, then I nodded my head and said, all right. I went there at 8 and worked till 6, and they gave me every day more filthy things to do. Last night they tell me to clean out the toilet in the bathroom. I shook my head. That's woman's work. She got very angry and started screeching. Then I began to learn English. Go all right to hell, I says to her. Then the old man comes and chases me out into a street with a carriage whip and says he won't pay me my week. While we were arguing, he got a policeman, and when I try to explain to the policeman that the old man owed me $10 for the week, he says, beat it, you lousy wop, and cracks me on the cocoa with his nightstick. Merde alors. Marco was red in the face. He called you a lousy wop? Congo nodded, his mouth full of donut. Nothin' but shanty Irish himself, muttered Marco in English. I'm fed up with this rotten town. It's the same all over the world. The police beating us up, rich people cheating us out of their starvation wages, and whose fault? Dio cane, your fault, my fault. Emil's fault. We didn't make the world, they did, or maybe God did. God's on their side, like a policeman. When the day comes, we'll kill God. I am an anarchist. Congo hummed. Les bourgeois à la lanterne, nom de Dieu. Are you one of us? Congo shrugged his shoulders. I'm not a Catholic or a Protestant. I haven't any money and I haven't any work. Look at that. Congo pointed with a dirty finger to a long rip on his trouser knee. That's anarchist. Hell, I'm going out to Senegal and get to be a nigger. You look like one already, laughed Emile. That's why they call me Congo. But that's all silly, went on Emile. People are all the same. It's only that some people get ahead and others don't. That's why I came to New York. Dio cane, I think that too, 25 years ago. When you're old like me, you know better. Doesn't the shame of it get you sometimes? Here, he tapped with his knuckles on his stiff shirt front. I feel it hot and like choking me here. Then I say to myself, courage, our day is coming, our day of blood. I say to myself, said Emile, when you have some money, old kid. Listen, before I leave Torino, when I go last time to see the mama, I go to a meeting of comrades. A fellow from Capua got up to speak, a very handsome man, tall and very thin. He said that there would be no more force when, after the revolution, nobody lived off another man's work. Police, governments, armies, presidents, kings, all that is force. Force is not real. It is illusion. The working man makes all that himself because he believes it. The day that we stop believing in money and property, it will be like a dream when we wake up. We will not need bombs or barricades. Religion, politics, democracy, all that is to keep us asleep. Everybody must go around telling people, wake up! When you go down into the street, I'll be with you, said Congo. You know that man I tell about? That man, Enrico Malatesta, in Italy, greatest man after Garibaldi. He give his whole life in jail and exile, in Egypt, in England, in South America, everywhere. If I could be a man like that, I don't care what they do. They can string me up, shoot me, I don't care. I am very happy. But he must be a crazy feller like that, said Emile slowly. He must be crazy. Marco gulped down the last of his coffee. Wait a minute, you are too young. You will understand. One by one they make us understand. And remember what I say. Maybe I'm too old. Maybe I'm dead. But it will come when the working people awake from slavery. You will walk out in the street and the police will run away. You will go into a bank and there will be money poured out on the floor, and you won't stoop to pick it up. No more good. All over the world we are preparing. There are comrades, even in China. Your commune in France was the beginning. Socialism failed. It's for the anarchists to strike the next blow. If we fail, there will be others. Congo yawned. I am sleepy as a dog. Outside, the lemon-colored dawn was drenching the empty streets, dripping from cornices, from the rails of fire escapes, from the rims of ash cans, shattering the blocks of shadow between buildings. The street lights were out. At a corner, they looked up Broadway that was narrow and scorched as if a fire had gutted it. I never see the dawn, said Marco, his voice rattling in his throat, that I don't say to myself, perhaps today. He cleared his throat and spat against the base of a lamppost. Then he moved away from them with his waddling step, taking hard, short sniffs of the cool air. Is that true, Congo? About shipping again? Why not? Got to see the world a bit. I'll miss you. I'll have to find another room. You'll find another friend to bunk with, but if you do that, you'll stay a sailor all your life. What does it matter? When you are rich and married, I'll come and visit you. They were walking down 6th Avenue. An L train roared above their heads, leaving a humming rattle to fade among the girders after it had passed. Why don't you get another job and stay on a while? Congo produced 2 bent cigarettes out of the breast pocket of his coat, handed one to Emile, struck a match on the seat of his trousers, and let the smoke out slowly through his nose. I'm fed up with it here, I tell you. He brought his flat hand up across his Adam's apple. Up to here. Maybe I'll go home and visit the little girls of Bordeaux. At least they are not all made of whalebone. I'll engage myself as a volunteer in the Navy and wear a red pom-pom. The girls like that. That's the only life. Get drunk and raise Cain payday and see the extreme Orient. And die of the sif in a hospital at 30. What's it matter? Your body renews itself every 7 years. The steps of their rooming house smelled of cabbage and stale beer. They stumbled up, yawning. Waiting's a rotten, tiring job. Makes the soles of your feet ache. Look, it's going to be a fine day. I can see the sun on the water tank opposite. Congo pulled off his shoes and socks and trousers and curled up in bed like a cat. Those dirty shades let in all the light, muttered Emile as he stretched himself on the outer edge of the bed. He lay tossing uneasily on the rumpled sheets. Congo's breathing beside him was low and regular. If I was only like that, thought Emile, never worrying about a thing. But it's not that way you get along in the world. My God, it's stupid. Marco's gaga, the old fool. And he lay on his back, looking up at the rusty stains on the ceiling, shuddering every time an elevated train shook the room. Sacred name of God, I must save up money. When he turned over the knob on the bedstead, rattled, and he remembered Marco's hissing, husky voice. I never see the dawn that I don't say to myself, perhaps. End of section 3. Read by Patrick McHaffie.
Section 4 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patrick McHaffie. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Metropolis, Part 3. If you'll excuse me just a moment, Mr. Olafson, said the house agent, while you and the madam are deciding about the apartment. They stood side by side in the empty room, looking out the window at the slate-colored Hudson and the warships at anchor and a schooner tacking upstream. Suddenly, she turned to him with glistening eyes. "Oh, Billy, just think of it!" He took hold of her shoulders and drew her to him slowly. "You can smell the sea almost. Just think, Billy, that we are going to live here on Riverside Drive. I'll have to have a day at home. Mrs. William C. Olafson, 218 Riverside Drive. I wonder if it is all right to put the address on our visiting cards." She took his hand and led him through the empty, clean-swept rooms that no one had ever lived in. He was a big, shambling man with eyes of a washed-out blue, deep-set in a white, infantile head. "It's a lot of money, Bertha." "We can afford it now. Of course we can. We must live up to our income. Your position demands it. And think how happy we'll be."
The house agent came back down the hall, rubbing his hands. Well. I see that we've come to a favorable decision. You are very wise, too. Not a finer location in the city of New York, and in a few months you won't be able to get anything out this way for love or money. Yes, we'll take it from the first of the month. Very good. You won't regret your decision, Mr. Olafson. I'll send you a check for the amount in the morning, at your convenience. And what is your present address, please? The house agent took out a notebook and moistened a stub of pencil with his tongue. You'd better put Hotel Astor. She stepped in front of her husband. Our things are stored just at the moment. Mr. Olafson turned red. And, we'd like the names of 2 references, please, in the city of New York. I'm with Keating and Bradley, sanitary engineers, 43 Park Avenue. He's just been made assistant general manager, added Mrs. Olafson. When they got out on the drive, walking downtown against a tussling wind, she cried out, Darling, I'm so happy. It's really going to be worth living now. But why did you tell him we lived at the Astor? I couldn't tell him we lived in the Bronx, could I? He'd have thought we were Jews and wouldn't have rented us the apartment. But you know, I don't like that sort of thing. Well, we'll just move down to the Astor for the rest of the week if you're feeling so truthful. I've never had my life stopped in a big downtown hotel. Oh, Bertha, it's the principle of the thing. I don't like you to be like that. She turned and looked at him with twitching nostrils. You're so namby-pamby, Billy. I wish to heavens I'd married a man for a husband. He took her by the arm. Let's go up here, he said gruffly with his face turned away. They walked up a cross street between building lots. At a corner, the rickety half of a weather-boarded farmhouse was still standing. There was half a room with blue-flowered paper eaten by brown stains on the walls, a smoked fireplace, a shattered built-in cupboard, and an iron bedstead bent double. Plates slip endlessly through Bud's greasy fingers. Smell of swill and hot soap suds. Twice round with a little mop. Dip, rinse, and pile in the rack for the long-nosed Jewish boy to wipe. Knees wet from spillings, grease creeping up his forearms, elbows cramped. Hell, this ain't no job for a white man. I don't care so long as I eat, said the Jewish boy above the rattle of dishes and the clatter and seething of the range where 3 sweating cooks fried eggs and ham and hamburger steak and browned potatoes and corned beef hash. Sure, I ate all right, said Bud, and ran his tongue round his teeth, dislodging a sliver of salt meat that he mashed against his palate with his tongue. Twice round with the little mop, dip, rinse, and pile in the rack for the long-nosed Jewish boy to wipe. There was a lull. The Jewish boy handed Bud a cigarette. They stood leaning against the sink. Ain't no way to make money dishwashing. The cigarette wobbled on the Jewish boy's heavy lip as he spoke. Ain't no job for a white man nohow, said Bud. Waitin's better. They's the tips. A man in a brown derby came in through the swinging door from the lunchroom. He was a big-jawed man with pig eyes and a long cigar sticking straight out of the middle of his mouth. Bud caught his eye and felt the cold glint twisting his bowels. Who's that? He whispered. Don't know. Customer, I guess. Don't he look to you like one of them detectives? How the hell should I know? I ain't never been in jail. The Jewish boy turned red and stuck out his jaw. The busboy set down a new pile of dirty dishes. Twice round with a little mop, dip, rinse, and pile in the rack. When the man in the brown derby passed back through the kitchen, Bud kept his eyes on his red, greasy hands. What the hell, even if he is a detective? When Bud had finished the batch, he strolled to the door, wiping his hands, took his coat and hat from the hook, and slipped out the side door past the garbage cans out into the street. Fool to jump 2 hours' pay. In an optician's window, the clock was at 2:25. He walked down Broadway, past Lincoln Square, across Columbus Circle, further downtown towards the center of things where it'd be more crowded. She lay with her knees doubled up to her chin, the nightgown pulled tight under her toes. Now straighten out and go to sleep, dear. Promise Mother you'll go to sleep. Won't Daddy come and kiss me good night? He will when he comes in. He's gone back down to the office, and Mother's going to Mrs. Spring Arns to play euchre. When'll Daddy be home? Ellie, I said go to sleep. I'll leave the light. Don't, Mommy, it makes shadows. When'll Daddy be home? When he gets good and ready. She was turning down the gaslight. Shadows out of the corners joined wings and rushed together. Good night, Ellen. The streak of light of the door narrowed behind Mummy, slowly narrowed to a thread up and along the top. The knob clicked. The steps went away down the hall. The front door slammed. A clock ticked somewhere in the silent room. Outside the apartment, outside the house, wheels and galumping of hoofs, trailing voices, the roar grew. It was black except for the 2 strings of light that made an upside-down L in the corner of the door. Ellie wanted to stretch out her feet, but she was afraid to. She didn't dare take her eyes from the upside-down L in the corner of the door. If she closed her eyes, the light would go out. Behind the bed, out of the window curtains, out of the closet, from under the table shadows, nudged creakily towards her. She held on tight to her ankles, pressed her chin in between her knees. The pillow bulged with shadows. Rummaging shadows were slipping into the bed. If she closed her eyes, the light would go out. Black, spiraling roar outside was melting through the walls, making the cuddled shadows throb. Her tongue clicked against her teeth like the ticking of the clock. Her arms and legs were stiff. Her neck was stiff. She was going to yell above the roaring and the rat-tat outside. Yell to make Daddy hear. Daddy, come home. She drew in her breath and shrieked again. Make Daddy come home. The roaring shadows staggered and danced. The shadows lurched round and round. Then she was crying. Her eyes were full of safe, warm tears. They were running over her cheeks and into her ears. She turned over and lay crying with her face in the pillow. The gas lamps tremble a while down the purple cold streets and then go out under the lurid dawn. Gus McNeil, the sleep still gumming his eyes, walks beside his wagon, swinging a wire basket of milk bottles, stopping at doors, collecting the empties, climbing chilly stairs, remembering grades A and B and pints of cream and buttermilk, while the sky behind cornices, tanks, roof peaks, chimneys becomes rosy and yellow. Hoarfrost glistens on doorsteps and curbs. The horse with dangling head lurches jerkily from door to door. There begin to be dark footprints on the frosty pavement. A heavy brewer's dray rumbles down the street. Howdy, Moik. A little chilled, are ye? Shouts Gus McNeil at a cop threshing his arms on the corner of 8th Avenue. Howdy, Gus. Cows still milking? It's broad daylight when he finally slaps the reins down on the gelding's threadbare rump and starts back to the dairy, empties bouncing and jiggling in the cart behind him. At 9th Avenue, a train shoots overhead, clattering downtown behind a little green engine that emits blobs of smoke, white and dense as cotton wool, to melt in the raw air between the stiff black-windowed houses. The first rays of the sun pick out the gilt lettering of Daniel McGillicuddy's Wines and Liquors at the corner of 10th Avenue. Gus McNeil's tongue is dry, and the dawn has a salty taste in his mouth. A can of beer'd be the making of a guy a cold morning like this. He takes a turn with the reins round the whip and jumps over the wheel. His numb feet sting when they hit the pavement. Stamping to get the blood back into his toes, he shoves through the swinging doors. Well, I'll be damned if it ain't the milkman bringing us a pint of cream for our coffee. Gus spits into the newly polished cuspidor beside the bar. Boy, I got a thirst on me. Been drinking too much milk again, Gus, I'll warrant, roars the barkeep out of a square steak face. The saloon smells of brass polish and fresh sawdust. Through an open window, a streak of ruddy sunlight caresses the rump of a naked lady who reclines calm as a hard-boiled egg on a bed of spinach in a gilt-framed picture behind the bar. Well, Gus, what's your pleasure a fine cold morning like this? I guess beer'll do, Mac. The foam rises in the glass, trembles up, slops over. The barkeep cuts across the top with a wooden scoop, lets the foam settle a second, then puts the glass under the faintly wheezing spigot again. Gus is settling his heel comfortably against the brass rail. Well, how's the job? Gus gulps the glass of beer and makes a mark on his neck with his flat hand before wiping his mouth with it. Full up to the neck with it. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go out west, take up free land in North Dakota or somewhere, and raise wheat. I'm pretty handy round a farm. This here living in the city's no good. How'll Nellie take that? She won't cotton to it much at foist, likes her comforts of home and all that she's been used to, but I think she'll like it fine once she's out there and all. This ain't no life for her nor me neither. You're right there. This town's going to hell. Me and the missis'll sell out here some day soon, I guess. If we could buy a nice genteel restaurant uptown or a roadhouse, that's what'd suit us. Got me eye on a little property out Bronxville way, within easy driving distance. He lifts a mallet-shaped fist meditatively to his chin. I'm sick of bouncing these goddamn drunks every night. Way to hell did I get out in the ring for Sip to stop fighting? Just last night, two guys starts a slugging, and I has to mix it up with both of them to clear the place out. I'm sick of fighting every drunk on 10th Avenue. Have something on the house. Geez, I'm afraid Nellie'll smell it on me. Oh, never mind that. Nellie ought to be used to a bit of drinking. Her old man likes it well enough. But honest, Mac, I ain't been slopped once since me wedding day. I don't blame ya. She's a real sweet girl, Nellie is. Those little spit curls of hers 'd near drive a feller crazy. The second beer sends a foamy, acrid flush to Gus's fingertips. Laughing, he slaps his thigh. She's a pippin, that's what she is, Gus. So ladylike and all. Well, I reckon I'll be getting back to her. You lucky young divil to be going home to bed with your wife when we're all starting to go to work. Gus's red face gets redder. His ears tingle. Sometimes she's abed yet. So long, Mac. He stamps out into the street again. The morning has grown bleak. Leaden clouds have settled down over the city. Get up, old skin and bones, shouts Gus, jerking at the gelding's head. 11th Avenue is full of icy dust, or grinding rattle of wheels and scrape of hoofs on the cobblestones. Down the railroad tracks comes the clang of a locomotive bell and the clatter of shunting freight cars. Gus is in bed with his wife, talking gently to her. Look here, Nellie, you wouldn't mind moving west, would ye's? I've filed application for free farming land in the state of North Dakota, black soil land where we can make a pile of money in wheat. Some fellers get rich in 5 good crops. Healthier for the kids anyway. Hello, Moik. There's poor old Moik still on his beat. Cold work being a cop. Better be a wheat farmer and have a big farmhouse and barns and pigs and horses and cows and chickens. Pretty curly-headed Nellie feeding the chickens at the kitchen door. Hey there, for Christ's sake, a man is yelling at Gus from the curb. Look out for the cars. A yelling mouth gaping under a visored cap, a green flag waving. God almighty, I'm on the tracks. He yanks the horse's head round. A crash rips the wagon behind him. Cars, the gelding, a green flag, red houses whirl and crumble into blackness. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gpolum. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Dollars, Part 1. All along the rails there were faces. In the portholes there were faces. Leeward a stale smell came from the tubby steamer that rode at anchor, listed a little to one side with the yellow quarantine flag drooping at the foremast. "I'd give $1 million," said the old man resting on his oars, "to know what they would come for." "Just for that, Pop," said the young man who sat in the stern. "Ain't it the land of opportunity?" "One thing I do know," said the old man. "When I was a boy, it was wild Irish came in the spring with the first run of shad. Now there ain't no more shad, and them folks, Lord knows where they come from. It's the land of opportunity." A lean-faced young man with steel eyes and a thin, high-bridged nose sat back in a swivel chair with his feet on his new mahogany-finished desk. His skin was sallow, his lips gently pouting. He wriggled in the swivel chair, watching the little scratches his shoes were making on the veneer. "Damn it, I don't care." Then he sat up suddenly, making the swivel shriek, and banged on his knee with his clenched fist. "Results!" he shouted. 3 months I sat rubbing my tail on this swivel chair. What's the use of going through law school and being admitted to the bar if you can't find anybody to practice on? He frowned at the gold lettering through the ground glass door. NIWDLABEGROEG WAL-TA-YENROTTA Nilwab, Welsh. He jumped to his feet. "I've read that damn sign backwards every day for 3 months. I'm going crazy. I'll go out and eat lunch." He straightened his vest and brushed some of the flecks of dust off his shoes with a handkerchief. Then, contracting his face into an expression of intense preoccupation, he hurried out of his office, trotted down the stairs and out onto Maiden Lane. In front of the chop house he saw the headline on a pink extra, "Japs thrown back from Mukden." He bought the paper and folded it under his arm as he went in through the swinging door. He took a table and pored over the bill of fare. Mustn't be extravagant now. "Waiter, can you bring me a New England boiled dinner, a slice of apple pie, and a coffee?" The long-nosed waiter wrote the order on his slip, looking at it sideways with a careful frown. "That's the lunch for a lawyer without any practice." Baldwin cleared his throat and unfolded the paper. "Ought to liven up the Russian bonds a bit. Veterans visit President. Another accident on 11th Avenue tracks. Milkman seriously injured. Hello, that'd make a neat little damage suit. Augustus McNeil, 253 West 4th Street, who drives a milk wagon for the Excelsior Dairy Company, was severely injured early this morning when a freight train backing down for New York Central tracks. He ought to sue the railroad. By gum, I ought to get a hold of that man and make him sue the railroad. Not yet recovered consciousness. Maybe he's dead. Then his wife can sue them all the more. I'll go to the hospital this very afternoon. Get in ahead of any of these shysters." He took a determined bite of bread and chewed it vigorously. "Of course not. I'll go to the house and see if there isn't a wife or mother or something. Forgive me, Mrs. McNeil, if I've trod upon your deep affliction, but I am engaged in an investigation at this moment. Yes, retained by prominent interests." He drank up the last of the coffee and paid the bill. Repeating 253 West 4th Street over and over, he boarded an uptown car on Broadway. Walking west along 4th, he skirted Washington Square. The trees spread branches of brittle purple into a dove-colored sky. The large windowed houses opposite glowed very pink, nonchalant, prosperous. The very place for a lawyer with a large conservative practice to make his residence. We'll just see about that. He crossed 6th Avenue and followed the street into the dingy West Side, where there was a smell of stables and the sidewalks were littered with scraps of garbage and crawling children. Imagine living down here among low Irish and foreigners, the scum of the universe. At 253 there were several unmarked bells. A woman with gingham sleeves rolled up on sausage-shaped arms stuck a gray mop head out the window. Can you tell me if Augustus McNeil lives here? Him? That's up there laying in the hospital. Sure he does. That's it. And has he any relatives living here? And what would you be wanting with them? It's a little matter of business. Go up to the top floor and you'll find his wife there, but most likely she can't see yez. Poor thing's powerful wrought up about her husband, and them only 18 months married. The stairs were tracked with muddy footprints and sprinkled here and there with the spilling of ash cans. At the top, he found a fresh-painted dark green door and knocked. "Who's there?" came a girl's voice that sent a little shiver through him. Must be young. "Is Mrs. McNeil in?" "Yes," came the lilting girl's voice again. "What is it?" "It's a matter of business about Mr. McNeil's accident." "About the accident, is it?" The door opened in little cautious jerks. She had a sharp-cut pearly white nose and chin and a pile of wavy red-brown hair that lay in little flat curls around her high, narrow forehead. Gray eyes, sharp and suspicious, looked him hard in the face. "May I speak to you a minute about Mr. McNeil's accident? There are certain legal points involved that I feel it my duty to make known to you. By the way, I hope he's better." "Oh, yes, he's come to." "May I come in? It's a little long to explain." "I guess you can." Her pouting lips flattened into a wry smile. "I guess you won't eat me." "No, honestly, I won't," he laughed nervously in his throat. She led the way into the darkened sitting room. "I'm not pulling up the shades so you don't see the pickle everything's in." "Allow me to introduce myself, Mrs. McNeil. George Baldwin, 88 Maiden Lane. You see, I make a specialty of cases like this. To put the whole matter in a nutshell, your husband was run down and nearly killed through the culpable or possibly criminal negligence of the employees of the New York Central Railroad. There is full and ample cause for a suit against the railroad. Now, I have reason to believe that the Excelsior Dairy Company will bring suit for the losses incurred, horse and wagon, etc." "You mean you think Gus is more likely to get damages himself?" "Exactly." "How much do you think he could get?" "Why, that depends on how badly hurt he is, on the attitude of the court, and perhaps on the skill of the lawyer. I think $10,000 is a conservative figure." "And you don't ask no money down?" "The lawyer's fee is rarely paid until the case is brought to a successful termination." "And you're a lawyer, honest? You look kinder young to be a lawyer." The gray eyes flashed in his. They both laughed. He felt a warm, inexplicable flush go through him. "I'm a lawyer all the same. I make a specialty of cases like these. Why, only last Tuesday I got $6,000 for a client who was kicked by a relay horse riding on the loop. Just at this moment, as you may know, there is considerable agitation for revoking altogether the franchise of the 11th Avenue tracks. I think this is a most favorable moment." "Say, do you always talk like that, or is it just business?" He threw back his head and laughed. "Poor old Gus always said he had a streak of luck in him." The wail of a child crept thinly through the partition into the room. "What's that?" "It's only the baby. The little wretch don't do nothing but squall." "So you've got children, Mrs. McNeil." The thought chilled him somehow. "Just one. What can you expect?" "Is it the emergency hospital?" "Yes, I reckon they'll let you see him, as it's a matter of business. He's groaning something dreadful. Now, if I could get a few good witnesses." "Mike Dohenny's seen it all. He's on the force. He's a good friend of Gus's." "By gad, we've got a case and a half. While they'll settle out of court, I'll go right up to the hospital." A fresh volley of wails came from the other room. "Oh, that brat," she whispered, screwing up her face. "We could use the money all right, Mr. Baldwin. Well, I must go." He picked up his hat. "And I certainly will do my best in this case. May I come by and report progress to you from time to time?" I hope you will." When they shook hands at the door, he couldn't seem to let go her hand. She blushed. "Well, goodbye, and thank you very much for calling," she said stiffly. Baldwin staggered dizzily down the stairs. His head was full of blood. "The most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life." Outside it begun to snow. The snowflakes were cold, furtive caresses to his hot cheeks. The sky over the park was mottled with little tip-tailed clouds like a field of white chickens. "Look, Alice, let's go down this little path." "But, Ellen, my dad told me to come straight home from school." "Scare cat." "But, Ellen, those dreadful kidnappers." "I told you not to call me Ellen anymore." "Well, Elaine then. Elaine, the lily maid of Astolat." Ellen had on her new black watch plaid dress. Alice wore glasses and had legs as thin as hairpins. "Scare cat." "They're dreadful men sitting on that bench. Come along, Elaine the fair. Let's go home." "I'm not scared of them. I could fly like Peter Pan if I wanted to." "Why don't you do it?" "I don't want to just now." Alice began to whimper. "Oh, Ellen, I think you're mean. Come along home, Elaine." "No, I'm going for a walk in the park." Ellen started down the steps. Alice stood a minute on the top step, balancing first on one foot, then on the other. "Scaredy, scaredy, scare cat," yelled Ellen. Alice ran off blubbering. "I'm going to tell your mommer." Ellen walked down the asphalt path among the shrubbery, kicking her toes in the air. Ellen, in her new dress of black watch plaid Mummy bought at Hearn's, walked down the asphalt path, kicking her toes in the air. There was a silver thistle brooch on the shoulder of the new dress of black watch plaid Mummy bought at Hearn's. Elaine of Lammermoor was going to be married, the betrothed. Wang nen 999 went the bagpipes going through the rye. The man on the bench had a patch over his eye, a black watching patch. The kidnapper of the Black Watch. Among the rustling shrubs, kidnappers keep their black watch. Ellen's toes don't kick in the air. Ellen is terribly scared of the kidnapper of the Black Watch. Big smelly man of the Black Watch with a patch over his eye. She's scared to run. Her heavy feet scrape on the asphalt as she tries to run fast down the path. She's scared to turn her head. The kidnapper of the Black Watch is right behind. When I get to the lamppost, I'll run as far as the nurse and the baby. When I get to the nurse and the baby, I'll run as far as the big tree. When I get to the big tree, oh, I'm so tired, I'll run out onto Central Park West and down the street home. She was scared to turn around. She ran with a stitch in her side. She ran till her mouth tasted like pennies. "What are you running for, Ellie?" asked Gloria Drayton, who was skipping rope outside the Norlands. "Because I wanted to," panted Ellen. Whiny afterglow stained the muslin curtains and filtered into the blue gloom of the room. They stood on either side of the table. Out of a pot of narcissus, still wrapped in tissue paper, shaped flowers gleamed with dim phosphorescence, giving off a damp earth smell enmeshed in indolent, prickly perfume. "It was nice of you to bring me these, Mr. Baldwin. I'll take them up to Gus at the hospital tomorrow." "For God's sake, don't call me that." "But I don't like the name of George." "I don't care. I like your name, Nellie." He stood looking at her, perfumed weights coiled about his arms. His hands dangled like empty gloves. Her eyes were black, dilating, her lips pouting toward him across the flowers. She jerked her hands up to cover her face. His arm was around her little thin shoulders. "But honest, Georgie, we've got to be careful. You mustn't come here so often. I don't want all the old hens in the house to start talking." "Don't worry about that. We mustn't worry about anything. I've been acting like I was crazy this last week. I've got to quit." "You don't think I've been acting naturally, do you?" "I swear to God, Nellie, I've never done anything like this before. I'm not that kind of a person." She showed her even teeth in a laugh. "Oh, you can never tell about men. But if it weren't something extraordinary and exceptional, you don't think I'd be running after you this way, do you?" "I've never been in love with anybody but you, Nellie." "That's a good one." "But it's true. I've never gone in for this sort of thing. I've worked too hard getting through law school and all that to have time for girls. Making up for lost time, I should say. Oh, Nellie, don't talk like that. But honestly, Georgie, I've got to cut this stuff out. What will we do when Gus comes out of the hospital and I'm neglecting the kid and everything? Christ, I don't care what happens. Oh, Nellie. He pulled her face round. They clung to each other, swaying, mouths fiercely mingling. Look out, we almost had the lamp over. God, you're wonderful, Nellie. Her head had dropped on his chest. He could feel the pungence of her tumbled hair all through him. It was dark. Snakes of light from the street lamp wound greenly about them. Her eyes looked up into his, frighteningly, solemnly black. Look, Nellie, let's go in the other room, he whispered in a tiny, trembling voice. Baby's in there. They stood apart with cold hands looking at each other. Come here and help me. I'll move the cradle in here. Careful not to wake her, or she'll bawl her head off. Her voice crackled huskily. The baby was asleep, her little rubbery face tight closed, minute pink fists clenched on the coverlet. She looks happy, he said with a forced titter. Keep quiet, can't you? Here, take your shoes off. There's been enough tramping of men's shoes up here. Georgie, I wouldn't do this, but I just can't help. He fumbled for her in the dark. You, darling. Clumsy, he brooded over her, breathing crazily deep. Flatfoot, you're stringing us. I ain't. Honest, I'd swear by me mother's grave it's the truth. Latitude 27 south by 12 west. You go to air and see. On that island we made in the second officer's boat when the Elliot P. Simpkins foundered, there was 4 males and 47 females, including women and children. Weren't it me that told the reporter guy all about it, and it came out in all the Sunday papers? But Flatfoot, how the hell did they ever get you away from there? They carried me off on a stretcher, or I'm a cockeyed liar. I'll be a son of a bitch if I weren't foundering, going down by the bows like the old Elliot P. Heads tossed back on thick necks let out volleys of laughter. Glasses were banged on the round ring-marked table. Thighs resounded with slaps. Elbows poked into ribs. And how many guys was in the boat? 6, including Mr. Dorkins, the second officer. 7 and 4 makes 11. Jeez, 4 and 3/11 broads per capita. Some island. When does the next ferry leave? Better have another drink on that. Hey, Charlie, fill him up. Emile pulled at Congo's elbow. Come outside a second. J'ai quelque chose à te dire. Congo's eyes were wet. He staggered a little as he followed Emile into the outer bar. Ole piet mistero. Look here, I've got to call on a lady friend. Oh, that's what's eating you, is it? I always said you was a wise guy, Emile. Look, here's my address on a piece of paper in case you forget it. 945 West 22nd. You can come and sleep there if you're not too pickled. And don't you bring any friends or women or anything. I'm right with the landlady, and I don't want to spoil it. Tu comprends? But I wanted you to come to a swell party. Fu faire pour una noce no me dio. I've got to work in the morning, but I've got 8 months' pay in my pocket. Anyway, come round tomorrow at 6. I'll wait for you. Tu m'emmerde tu sais avec tes meuniers. Congo aimed a jet of saliva at the spittoon in the corner of the bar and turned back frowning into the inside room. Hey there, sit down, Congo. Barney's going to sing The Bastard King of England. Emile jumped on a streetcar and rode uptown. At 18th Street, he got off and walked west to 8th Avenue. 2 doors from the corner was a small store. Over one window was confiserie. Over the other, delicatessen. In the middle of the glass door, white enamel letters read Emile Rigaud, High-Class Table Dainties. Emile went in. The bell jangled on the door. A dark, stout woman with black hairs over the corners of her mouth was drowsing behind the counter. Emile took off his hat. Bonsoir, Madame Rigaud. She looked up with a start, then showed 2 dimples in a profound smile. Tiens se kuma sakun oblese amie, she said in a booming Bordelais voice. Here is a week that I say to myself, Monsieur Lustek is forgetting his friends. I never have any time any more. Lots of work, lots of money, Hailing. When she laughed, her shoulders shook, and the big breasts under the tight blue bodice. Emile screwed up one eye. Might be worse, but I'm sick of waiting. It's so tiring. Nobody regards a waiter. You're a man of ambition, Monsieur Lestec. Que voulez-vous? He blushed and said timidly, My name's Emile. Madame Rougon rolled her eyes toward the ceilings. That's my dead husband's name. I'm used to that name, she sighed heavily. And how's business? Comme ci, comme ça. Ham's gone up again. It's the Chicago rings doing that. A corner in pork, that's the way to make money. Emile found Madame Rougon's bulgy black eyes probing his. I enjoyed your singing so last time. I thought of it often. Music does one good, don't it? Madame Rougon's dimples stretched and stretched as she smiled. My poor husband had no ear. That gave me a great deal of pain. Couldn't you sing me something this evening? If you want me to, Emile. But there is nobody to wait on customers. I'll run in when we hear the bell, if you will permit me. Very well, I learned a new American song. C'est chic vous savez. Madame Rougon locked the till with a key from the bunch that hung at her belt, and went through the glass door in the back of the shop. Emile followed with his hat in his hand. Give me your hat, Emile. Oh, don't trouble yourself. The room beyond was a little parlor with yellow-flowered wallpaper, old salmon-pink portieres, and under the gas bracket from which hung a bunch of crystals, a piano with photographs on it. The piano stool creaked when Madame Rougon sat down. She ran her fingers over the keys. Emile sat carefully on the very edge of the chair beside the piano with his hat on his knees and pushed his face forward, so that as she played she could see it out of the corner of her eye tilted up toward hers. Madame Rougon began to sing. Just a bird in a gilded cage, a beautiful sight to see. Do think c'est va appear, and free from all care. She's not so she seems to be. The bell on the door of the shop jangled loud. Permettez, cried Emile, running out. Half a pound of bologna sausage sliced, said a little girl with pigtails. Emile passed the knife across the palm of his hands and sliced the sausage carefully. He tiptoed back into the parlor and put the money on the edge of the piano. Madame Rougon was still singing. 'Tis sad when you think of a wasted life, for you cannot mate with age. Beauty was sold for an old man's gold, says a bird in a gilded cage. Bud stood on the corner of West Broadway and Franklin Street, eating peanuts out of a bag. It was noon, and his money was all gone. The elevator thundered overhead. Dust motes danced before his eyes in the girder-striped sunlight. Wondering which way to go, he spelled out the names of the streets for the third time. A black, shiny cab, drawn by two black, shiny, rumped horses, turned the corner sharp in front of him, with a rasp on the cobblestones of red, shiny wheels suddenly braked. There was a yellow leather trunk on the seat beside the driver. In the cab, a man in a brown derby talked loud to a woman with a gray feather boa around her neck and gray ostrich plumes in her hat. The man jerked a revolver up to his mouth. The horses reared and plunged in the middle of a shoving crowd, policemen elbowing through. They had the man out on the curbstone, vomiting blood, head hanging limp over his checked vest. The woman stood tall and white beside him, twisting her feather boa in her hands, the gray plumes in her hat nodding in the striped sunlight under the elevated. His wife was taking him to Europe, the Deutschland sailing at 12. I said goodbye to him forever. He was sailing on the Deutschland at 12. He said goodbye to me forever. Get out of the way there, a cop jabbed Bud in the stomach with his elbow. His knees trembled. He got to the edge of the crowd and walked away trembling. Mechanically, he shelled a peanut and put it in his mouth. Better save the rest till evening. He twisted the mouth of the bag and dropped it into his pocket. Under the arc light that spluttered pink and green-edged violet, the man in the check suit passed two girls. The full-lipped oval face of the girl nearest to him, her eyes were like a knife thrust. He walked a few paces, then turned and followed them, fingering his new satin necktie. He made sure the horseshoe diamond pin was firm in its place. He passed them again. Her face was turned away. Maybe she was? No, he couldn't tell. Good luck he had $50 on him. He sat on a bench and let them pass him. Wouldn't do to make a mistake and get arrested. They didn't notice him. He followed them down the path and out of the park. His heart was pounding. I'd give $1,000,000 for... Pray, pardon me, isn't this Miss Anderson? The girls walked fast, and the crowd crossing Columbus Circle, he lost sight of them. He hurried down Broadway, block after block. The full lips, the eyes like the thrust of a knife. He stared in girls' faces right and left. Where could she have gone? He hurried on down Broadway. Ellen was sitting beside her father on a bench at the Battery. She was looking at her new brown-buttoned shoes. A glint of sunlight caught on the toes and on each of the little round buttons when she swung her feet out from under the shadow of her dress. Think how it would be, Ed Thatcher was saying, to go abroad on one of those liners. Imagine crossing the great Atlantic in 7 days. But, Daddy, what do people do all that time on a boat? I don't know. I suppose they walk around the deck and play cards and read and all that sort of thing. Then they have dances. Dances on a boat. I should think it'd be awfully tippy, Ellen giggled. On the big modern liners they do. Daddy, why don't we go? Well, maybe someday if I can save up the money. Oh, Daddy, do hurry up and save a lot of money. Alice Vaughn's mother and father go to the White Mountains every summer, but next summer they're going abroad. Ed Thatcher looked out across the bay that stretched in blue sparkling reaches into the brown haze towards the Narrows. The Statue of Liberty stood up vague as a sleepwalker among the curling smoke of tugboats and the masts of schooners and the blunt, lumbering masses of brick barges and sand scows. Here and there the glary sun shone out white on a sail or on the superstructure of a steamer. Red ferry boats shuttled back and forth. Daddy, why aren't we rich? There are lots of people poorer than us, Ellie. You wouldn't like your daddy any better if he were rich, would you? Oh, yes, I would, Daddy. Thatcher laughed. Well, it might happen someday. How would you like the firm of Edward C. Thatcher and Company, certified accountants? Ellen jumped to her feet. Oh, look at that big boat. That's the boat I want to go on. There's the Harribig, croaked a Cockney voice beside them. Oh, is it really? Said Thatcher. Indeed it is, sir, a fine a ship as sails the sea, sir, explained eagerly a frayed, creaky-voiced man who sat on the bench beside them. A cap with a broken patent-leather visor was pulled down over the little peaked face that exuded a faded smell of whiskey. Yes, sir, the Harribig, sir. Looks like a good big boat, that does. One of the biggest afloat, sir. I sailed on her many the time, and on the Majestic and the Teutonic too, sir. Fine ships both, though a bit light-headed in the sea, as you might say. I've signed as steward on the Inman and the White Star lines these 30 years, and now in me old age they lied me off. Well, we all have hard luck sometimes. And some of us it all the time, sir. I'd be a happy man, sir, I could get back to the old country. This aren't any place for an old man. It's for the young and strong, this is. He drew a gout-twisted hand across the bay and pointed to the statue. Look at her. She's a-looking toward England, she is. Daddy, let's go away. I don't like this man, whispered Ellen tremulously in her father's ear. All right, we'll go, and we'll take a look at the sea lions. Good day. You couldn't find me the price a cup of coffee, could you now, sir? I'm fair foundered. Thatcher put a dime in the grimy, knobbed hand. But, Daddy, Mommy said never to let people speak to you in the street, and to call a policeman if they did, and run away as fast as you could on account of those horrible kidnappers. No danger of kidnapping me, Ellie. That's just for little girls. When I grow up, will I be able to talk to people on the street like that? No, dearie, you certainly will not. If I had been a boy, could I? I guess you could. In front of the aquarium, they stopped a minute to look down the bay. The liner with a tug puffing white smoke against either bow was abreast of them, towering above the ferry boats and harbor craft. Gulls wheeled and screamed. The sun shone creamily on the upper decks and on the big yellow-capped funnel. From the foremast, a string of little flags fluttered jauntily against the slate sky. "And there are lots of people coming over from abroad on that boat, aren't there, Daddy?" "Look, you can see. The decks are black with people." End of section 5. Section 6 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gpolum. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Dollars, Part 2. Walking across 53rd Street from the East River, Bud Corpening found himself standing beside a pile of coal on the sidewalk. On the other side of the pile of coal, a gray-haired woman in a flounced-laced shirtwaist with a big pink cameo poised on the curve of her high bosom was looking at his stubbly chin and at the wrists that hung raw below the frayed sleeves of his coat. Then he heard himself speak. "Don't s'pose I could take that load of coal and back for you, ma'am." Bud shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "That wretched coalman left it this morning and said he'd be back to bring it in. I suppose he's drunk, like the rest of them. I wonder if I can trust you in this house." "I'm from upstate, ma'am," stammered Bud. "From where?" "From Cooperstown." "I'm from Buffalo. This is certainly the city for everyone being from somewhere else. Well, you're probably a burglar's accomplice, but I can't help it. I've got to have that coal in. Come in, my man. I'll give you a shovel and a basket, and if you don't drop any in the passage or on the kitchen floor, 'cause the scrub woman's just left, naturally the coal had to come when the floor was clean, I'll give you $1. When he carried in the first load, she was hovering in the kitchen. His caving hunger-sniffed stomach made him totter lightheadedly, but he was happy to be working instead of dragging his feet endlessly among pavements, across streets, dodging drays and carts and streetcars. "How is it you haven't got a regular job, my man?" she asked as he came back breathless with the empty basket. "I reckon it's as I ain't caught on to city ways yet. I was born and raised on a farm." "And what did you want to come to this horrible city for?" "Couldn't stay on the farm no more. It's terrible what's going to become of this country if all the fine, strong young men leave the farms and come into the cities. Thought I could get work as a longshoreman, man, but they're laying men off down on the wharves. Maybe I can go to sea as a sailor, but nobody wants a green hand. I ain't et for 2 days now. How terrible. Why, you poor man, couldn't you have gone to some mission or something?" When Bud had brought the last load in, he found a plate of cold stew on the corner of the kitchen table, half a loaf of stale bread, and a glass of milk that was a little sour. He ate quickly, barely chewing, and put the last of the stale bread in his pocket. "Well, did you enjoy your little lunch?" "Thank you, ma'am." He nodded with his mouth full. "Well, you can go now, and thank you very much." She put a quarter into his hand. Bud blinked at the corner at the palm of his hand. "But, ma'am, you said you'd give me $1. "I never said any such thing. The idea. I'll call my husband if you don't get out of here immediately. In fact, I've got a great mind to notify the police as it is." Without a word, Bud pocketed the quarter and shuffled out. "Such ingratitude," he heard the woman snort as he closed the door behind him. A cramp was tying knots in his stomach. He turned east again and walked the long blocks to the river with his fists pressed tight in under his ribs. At any moment he expected to throw up. "If I lose it, it won't do me no good." When he got to the end of the street, he lay down on the gray rubbish slide beside the wharf. A smell of hops seeped gruelfully and sweet out of the humming brewery behind him. The light of the sunset flamed in the windows of factories on the Long Island side, flashed in the portholes of tugs, lay in swaths of curling yellow and orange over the swift brown-green water, glowed in the curved sails of a schooner that was slowly bucking up the tide into Hell Gate. Inside him, the pain was less. Something flamed and glowed like the sunset, seeping through his body. He sat up. "Thank God I ain't gonna lose it." On deck, it's damp and shivery in the dawn. The ship's rail is wet when you put your hand on it. The brown harbor water smells of wash basins, rustles gently against the steamer's sides. Sailors are taking the hatches off the hold. There's a rattle of chains and a clatter from the donkey engine where a tall man in blue overalls stands at a lever in the middle of a cloud of steam that wraps round your face like a wet towel. Muddy, is it really the 4th of July? Mother's hand grasped him firmly, trailing him down the companionway into the dining room. Stewards are piling up baggage at the foot of the stairs. Muddy, is it really the 4th of July? Yes, dearie, I'm afraid it is. A holiday is a dreadful time to arrive. Still, I guess they'll be all down to meet us. She has your blue serge on and a long trailing brown veil and the little brown animal with red eyes and teeth that are real teeth round your neck. A smell of mothballs comes from it, of unpacking trunks, of wardrobes littered with tissue paper. It's hot in the dining saloon. The engine sobs soothingly behind the bulkhead. His head nods over a cup of hot milk just colored with coffee. 3 bells. His head snaps up with a start. The dishes tinkle, and the coffee spills with the trembling of the ship. Then a thud and rattle of anchor chains, and gradually quiet. Muddy gets up to look through the porthole. Why, it's going to be a fine day after all. I think the sun will burn through the mist. Think of it, dear, home at last. This is where you were born, dearie. And it's the 4th of July. Worse luck. Now, Jimmy, you must promise me to stay on the promenade deck and be very careful. Mother has to finish packing. Promise me you won't get into any mischief. I promise. He catches his toe on the brass threshold of the smoking room door and sprawls on deck. Gets up, rubbing his bare knee, just in time to see the sun break through the chocolate clouds and swash a red stream of brightness over the putty-colored water. Billy, with the freckles on his ears, whose people are for Roosevelt instead of for Parker like Mother, is waving a silk flag the size of a handkerchief at the men on a yellow and white tugboat. "Didn't you see the sun rise?" he asked as if he owned it. "You bet I saw it from my porthole," says Jimmy, walking away after a lingering look at the silk flag. There's land close on the other side, nearest a green bank with trees and white, gray-roofed houses. "Well, young feller, how's it feel to be home?" asked the tweedy gentleman with droopy mustaches. "Is that way New York?" Jimmy points out over the still water, broadening in the sunlight. "Yes, sirree, Bobby. Beyond yonder bank of fog lies Manhattan." "Please, sir, what's that?" "That's New York. You see, New York is on Manhattan Island." "Is it really on an island?" "Well, what do you think of a boy who doesn't know that his own hometown is on an island?" The tweedy gentleman's gold teeth glitter as he laughs with his mouth wide open. Jimmy walks on round the deck, kicking his heels, all foamy inside. "New York's on an island." "You look right glad to get home, little boy," says the Southern lady. "Oh, I am. I could fall down and kiss the ground." "Well, that's a fine patriotic sentiment. I'm glad to hear you say it." Jimmy scalds all over. Kiss the ground, echoes in his head like a cat call. Round the deck. "That with the yellow flag's the quarantine boat." A stout man with rings on his fingers, he's a Jew, is talking to the tweedy man. "Ha, we're under way again. That was quick, what?" "We'll be in for breakfast. An American breakfast. A good old home breakfast." Muddy, coming down the deck, her brown veil floating. "Here's your overcoat, Jimmy. You've got to carry it." "Muddy, can I get out that flag?" "What flag?" "The silk American flag." "No, dear. It's all put away." "Please, I'd like to have that flag 'cause it's the 4th of July and everything." "Now, don't whine, Jimmy. When Mother says no, she means no." Sting of tears, he swallows a lump and looks up in her eyes. "Jimmy, it's put away in the shawl strap, and Mother's so tired of fussing with those wretched bags." "But Billy Jones has one." "Look, dearie, you're missing things. There's the Statue of Liberty." A tall green woman in a dressing gown, standing on an island, holding up her hand. "What's that in her hand?" "That's a light, dear. Liberty enlightening the world. And there's Governor's Island, the other side. That's where the trees are. And see, that's Brooklyn Bridge. That's a fine sight. And look at all the docks. That's the battery, and the masts and the ships, and there's the spire of Trinity Church and the Pulitzer Building. Mooing of steamboat whistles, ferries, red and waddly like ducks churning up white water. A whole train of cars on a barge pushed by a tug chugging it beside it that's let out cotton steam puffs all the same size. Jimmy's hands are cold, and he's chugging and chugging inside. Dear, you mustn't get too excited. Come on down and see if Mother left anything in the stateroom. Streak of water crusted with splinters, grocery boxes, orange peel, cabbage leaves, narrowing between the boat and the dock. A brass band shining in the sun, white caps, sweaty red faces playing Yankee Doodle. That's for the ambassador. You know, the tall man who never left his cabin? Don, the slanting gangplank, careful not to trip. Yankee Doodle went to town. Shiny black face, white enameled eyes, white enameled teeth. Yes, ma'am, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. We have the freedom of the port. Blue custom officer shows a bald head, bowing low. Tumty, boom, 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 cakes and sugar candy. Here's Aunt Emily and everybody. Dear, how sweet of you to come. My dear, I've been here since 6 o'clock. My, how he's grown. Light dresses, sparkle of brooches, faces poked into Jimmy's, smell of roses, and Uncle's cigar. Why, he's quite a little man. Come here, sir, let me look at you. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Herf. If you ever come down our way, Jimmy, I didn't see you kiss the ground, young man. Oh, he's killing. He's so old-fashioned. He's an old-fashioned child. The cab smells musty, goes rumbling and lurching up a wide avenue swirling with dust, through Brick Street sour-smelling, full of grimy, yelling children, and all the while the trunks creak and thump on top. Muddy, dear, you don't think that'll break through, do you? No, dear, she laughs, tilting her head to one side. She has pink cheeks, and her eyes sparkle under the brown veil. Oh, Muddy, he stands up and kisses her on the chin. What lots of people, Muddy. That's a count on the 4th of July. What's that man doing? He's been drinking, dear, I'm afraid. From a little stand draped with flags, a man with white whiskers and little red garters on his shirt sleeves, making a speech. That's a 4th of July orator. He's reading the Declaration of Independence. Why? Because it's the 4th of July. Krang! That's a cannon cracker. That wretched boy might have frightened a horse. The 4th of July, dear, is the day the Declaration of Independence was signed in 1776 in the War of the Revolution. My great-grandfather Harlan was killed in that war. A funny little train with a green engine clatters overhead. That's the Elevated. And look, this is 23rd Street and the Flatiron Building. The cab turns sharp into a square, glowering with sunlight, smelling of asphalt and crowds, and draws up before a tall door where colored men in brass buttons run forward. And here we are at the Fifth Avenue Hotel. Ice cream at Uncle Jeff's. Cold, sweet, peachy taste thick against the roof of the mouth. Funny, after you'd left the ship, you can still feel the motion. Blue chunks of dusk melting into the square-cut uptown streets. Rockets spurting bright in the blue dusk, colored balls falling, Bengal fire, Uncle Jeff tacking pinwheels on the tree outside the apartment house door, lighting them with his cigar. Roman candles you have to hold. Be sure and turn your face away, kiddo. Hot thud and splutter in your hands. Egg-shaped balls soaring, red, yellow, green, smell of powder and singed paper. Down the fizzing, glowing street a bell clangs nearer, clangs faster. Hooves of lashed horses striking sparks. A fire engine roars by, round the corner, red and smoking and brassy. Must be on Broadway. After it, the hook and ladder and the fire chief's high-pacing horses. Then the tinkle-tinkle of an ambulance. Somebody got his. The box is empty. Gritty powder and sawdust get under your nails when you feel along it. It's empty. No! There are still some little wooden fire engines on wheels. Really, truly, fire engines. We must set these off, Uncle Jeff. Oh, these are the best of all, Uncle Jeff. They have squibs in them and go sizzling off fast over the smooth asphalt of the street. pushed by sparkling, flume fiery tails, leaving smoke behind some real fire engines. Tucked into bed in a tall, unfriendly room, with hot eyes and aching legs, "Growing pains, darling," Muddy said when she tucked him in, leaning over him in a glimmering silk dress with drooping sleeves. "Muddy, what's that little black patch on your face?" "That," she laughed, and her necklace made a tiny tinkling, "is to make Mother look prettier." He lay there, hemmed by tall, nudging wardrobes and dressers. From outside came the sound of wheels and shouting, and once in a while a band of music in the distance. His legs ached as if they'd fall off, and when he closed his eyes he was speeding through flaring blackness on a red fire engine that shot fire and sparks and colored balls out of its sizzling tail. The July sun pricked out the holes in the worn shades on the office windows. Gus McNeil sat in the Morris chair with his crutches between his knees. His face was white and puffy from months in the hospital. Nellie, in a straw hat with red poppies, rocked herself to and fro in the swivel chair at the desk. "Better come and set by me, Nellie. That lawyer might not like it if he found he is at his desk." She wrinkled up her nose and got to her feet. "Gus, I declare you're scared to death." "You'd be scared, too, if you had what I had, with the railroad doctor poking me and a-looking at me like I was a jailbird, and the Jew doctor the lawyer got telling me I was totally incapacitated. Gory, I'm all in. I think he was lying, though. Gus, you do as I tell you. Keep your mouth shut and let the other guys do the talking." "Sure, I won't let a peep out of me." Nellie stood behind his chair and began stroking the crisp hair back from his forehead. "It'll be great to be home again, Nellie, with your cooking and all." He put an arm around her waist and drew her to him. "Just think, maybe I won't have to do any." "I don't think I'd like that so well. Gosh, if we don't get that money, I don't know how we'll make out." "Oh, Pop'll help us like he's been doing. Hope to the Lord I ain't going to be sick all me life." George Baldwin came in, slamming the glass door behind him. He stood looking at the man and his wife a second, with his hands in his pockets. Then he said quietly, smiling, "Well, it's done, people. As soon as the waiver of any further claims is signed, the railroad's attorneys will hand me a check for $12,500. That's what we finally compromised on." 12,000 ironmen, gasped Gus. 12,500. Say, wait a second. Hold me crutches while I go out and get run over again. Wait till I tell McGillicuddy about it. The old devil's be throwing himself in front of a market train. Well, Mr. Baldwin, sir, Gus propped himself onto his feet. You're a great man, ain't he, Nellie? To be sure he is. Baldwin tried to keep from looking her in the eye. Spurts of jangling agitation were going through him, making his legs feel weak and trembly. "I'll tell yez what's let's do," said Gus. "S'posen we all take a horse cab up to the old McGillicuddy's and have something to wet our whistles in the private bar. My treat. I need a bit of a drink to cheer me up. Come on, Nellie." "I wish I could," said Baldwin, "but I'm afraid I can't. I'm pretty busy these days. But just give me your signature before you go, and I'll have the check for you tomorrow. Signed here and here." McNeil had stumped over to the desk and was leaning over the papers. Baldwin felt that Nellie was trying to make a sign to him. He kept his eyes down. After they had left, he noticed her purse, a little leather purse with pansies burned on the back, on the corner of the desk. There was a tap on the glass door. He opened. "Why wouldn't you look at me?" she said breathlessly low. "How could I, with him here?" He held the purse out to her. She put her arms round his neck and kissed him hard on the mouth. "What are we going to do? Shall I come in the afternoon? Gus'll be liquoring up to get himself sick again now that he's out of the hospital." "No, I can't, Nellie. Business, business. I'm busy every minute." "Oh, yes, you are. All right, have it your own way." She slammed the door. Baldwin sat at his desk, biting his knuckles without seeing the pile of papers he was staring at. "I've got to cut it out," he said aloud and got to his feet. He paced back and forth across the narrow office, looking at the shelves of law books and the Gibson Girl calendar over the telephone and the dusty square of sunlight by the window. He looked at his watch. Lunchtime. He drew the palm of a hand over his forehead and went to the telephone. Rector 1237, Mr. Sanborn there? Say, Phil, suppose I come by for you for lunch. Do you want to go out right now? Sure. Say, Phil, I clinched it. I got the milkman his damages. I'm pleased as the dickens. I'll set you up to a regular lunch on the strength of it. So long. He came away from the telephone smiling, took his hat off its hook, fitted it carefully on his head in front of the little mirror over the hat rack, and hurried down the stairs. On the last flight, he met Mr. Emery, of Emery & Emery, who had their offices on the first floor. Well, Mr. Baldwin, how's things? Mr. Emery, of Emery & Emery, was a flat-faced man with gray hair and eyebrows and a protruding wedge-shaped jaw. Pretty well, sir, pretty well. They tell me you're doing mighty well. Something about the New York Central Railroad? Oh, Simsbury and I settled it out of court. Humph, said Mr. Emery, of Emery & Emery. As they were about to part in the street, Mr. Emery said suddenly, Would you care to dine with me and my wife sometime? Why, I'd be delighted. I'd like to see something of the younger fellows in the profession, you understand. Well, I'll drop you a line some evening next week. It would give us a chance to have a chat. Baldwin shook a blue-veined hand in a shiny starched cuff and went down Maiden Lane, hustling with a springy step through the noon crowd. On Pearl Street, he climbed a steep flight of black stairs that smelt of roasting coffee and knocked on the ground-glass door. Come in, shouted a bass voice. A swarthy man, lanky in his shirt-sleeves, strode forward to meet him. Hello, George. Thought you were never coming. I'm hungry as hell. Phil, I'm going to set you up to the best lunch you ever ate in your life. Well, I'm just waiting to be set. Phil Sanborn put on his coat, knocked the ashes out of his pipe on the corner of a drafting table, and shouted into a dark inner office. Going out to eat, Mr. Specker. All right, go ahead, replied the goatee, quavering from the inner office. How's the old man? Asked Baldwin as they went out the door. Old Specker? About on his last legs. But he's been that way for years, poor old soul. Honest, George, I'd feel mighty mean if anything happened to poor old Specker. He's the only honest man in the city of New York, and he's got a head on his shoulders, too. He's never made anything much by it, said Baldwin. He may yet. Man, you ought to see his plans for all steel buildings. He's got an idea. The skyscraper of the future will be built of steel and glass. We've been experimenting with vitreous tile recently. Christ almighty, some of his plans would knock your eye out. He's got a great saying about some Roman emperor who found Rome of brick and left it of marble. Well, he says he's found New York of brick and that he's going to leave it of steel and glass. I'll have to show you his project for a rebuilt city. It's some pipe dream. They settled on a cushioned bench in the corner of the restaurant that smelled of steak and the grill. Sanborn stretched his legs out under the table. Wow, this is luxury, he said. Phil, let's have a cocktail, said Baldwin from behind the bill of fare. I tell you, Phil, it's the first 5 years that's the hardest. You needn't worry, George. You're the hustling kind. I'm the old stick in the mud. I don't see why. You can always get a job as a draftsman. That's a fine future, I must say, to spend my life with the corner of a drafting table stuck in my belly. Christ almighty, man. Well, Specker and Sanborn may be a famous firm yet. People be going round in flying machines by that time, and you and me will be laid out with our toes to the daisies. Here's luck, anyway. Here's lead in your pencil, George. They drank down the martinis and started eating their oysters. I wonder if it's true that oysters turn to leather in your stomach when you drink alcohol with them. Search me. Say, by the way, Phil, how you getting on with that little stenographer you were taking out? Man, the food and drink and theaters I've wasted on that little girl. She's got me run to a standstill, honest she has. You're a sensible feller, George, to keep away from the women. Maybe, said Baldwin slowly, and spat an olive stone into his clenched fist. The first thing they heard was the quavering whistle that came from a little wagon at the curb opposite the entrance to the ferry. A small boy broke away from the group of immigrants that lingered in the ferry house and ran over to the little wagon. Sure, it's like a steam engine, and it's full of monkey nuts, he yelled, running back. Patrick, you stay here. And this here's the L station, South Ferry, went on Tim Holleran, who had come down to meet them. Up that-a-ways Battery Park and Bowling Green and Wall Street in the financial district. Come along, Patrick. Your Uncle Timothy's going to take you on the 9th Avenue L. There were only 3 people left at the ferry building, an old woman with a blue handkerchief on her head, and a young woman with a magenta shawl standing at either end of a big corded trunk studded with brass tacks, and an old man with a greenish stub of a beard and a face lined and twisted like the root of a dead oak. The old woman was whimpering with wet eyes. Dove andiamo, Madonna mia, Madonna mia. The young woman was unfolding a letter, blinking at the ornate writing. Suddenly, she went over to the old man. Non posso leggere, holding out the letter to him. He wrung his hands, letting his head roll back and forth, saying over and over again something she couldn't understand. She shrugged her shoulders and smiled and went back to the trunk. A Sicilian with sideburns was talking to the old woman. He grabbed the trunk by its cord and pulled it over to a spring wagon with a white horse that stood across the street. The 2 women followed the trunk. The Sicilian held out his hand to the young woman. The old woman, still muttering and whimpering, hoisted herself painfully onto the back of the wagon. When the Sicilian leaned over to read the letter, he nudged the young woman with his shoulder. She stiffened. "All right," he said. Then as he took the reins on the horse's back, he turned back toward the old woman and shouted, "Cinque le due. All right." End of section 6.
Section 7 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LesWilLang. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Tracks. Part 1. The rumpity bump, spaced out, slackened. Bumpers banged all down the train. The man dropped off the rods. He couldn't move for stiffness. It was pitch black. Very slowly he crawled out, hoisted himself to his knees, to his feet, until he leaned panting against the freight car. His body was not his own. His muscles were smashed wood. His bones were twisted rods. A lantern burst his eyes. "Get out of here quick, youse. Company detectives is beatin' through the yards." "Say, feller, is this New York?" "You're goddamn right it is. Just foller my lantern. You can get out along the waterfront." His feet could barely stumble through the long gleaming V's and crisscrossed lines of tracks. He tripped and fell over a bundle of signal rods. At last he was sitting on the edge of a wharf with his head in his hands. The water made a soothing noise against the piles, like the lapping of a dog. He took a newspaper out of his pocket and unwrapped a hunk of bread and a slice of gristly meat. He ate them dry, chewing and chewing before he could get any moisture in his mouth. Then he got unsteadily to his feet, brushed the crumbs off his knees, and looked about him. Southward, beyond the tracks, the murky sky was drenched with an orange glow. "The gay white way," he said in a croaking voice. "The gay white way." Through the rain-striped window, Jimmy Herf was watching the umbrellas bob in the slowly swirling traffic that flowed up Broadway. There was a knock at the door. "Come in," said Jimmy, and turned back to the window when he saw that the waiter wasn't Pat. The waiter switched on the light. Jimmy saw him reflected in the window pane, a lean, spiky-haired man holding aloft in one hand the dinner tray on which the silver covers were grouped like domes. Breathing hard, the waiter advanced into the room, dragging a folding stand after him with his free hand. He jerked open the stand and set the tray on it and laid a cloth on the round table. A greasy pantry smell came from him. Jimmy waited till he'd gone to turn round. Then he walked about the table, tipping up the silver covers, soup with little green things in it, roast lamb, mashed potatoes, mashed turnips, spinach. No dessert either. "Muddy." "Yes, dearie," the voice wailed frailly through the folding doors. "Dinner's ready, Mother dear." "You begin, darling boy. I'll be right in." "But I don't want to begin without you, Mother." He walked around the table, straightening knives and forks. He put a napkin over his arm. The head waiter at Delmonico's was arranging the table for Graustark and the blind king of Bohemia, and Prince Henry the Navigator, and, "Mother, who'd you want to be, Mary Queen of Scots or Lady Jane Grey?" "But they both had their heads chopped off, honey. I don't want to have my head chopped off." Mother had on her salmon-colored tea gown. When she opened the folding doors, a wilted smell of cologne and medicines seeped out of the bedroom, trailed after her long, lace-fringed sleeves. She had put a little too much powder on her face, but her hair, her lovely brown hair, was done beautifully. They sat down, opposite one another. She set a plate of soup in front of him, lifting it between the two long, blue-veined hands. He ate the soup that was watery and not hot enough. "Oh, I forgot the croutons, honey." "Muddy, why aren't you eating your soup?" "I don't seem to much like it this evening. I couldn't think what to order tonight. My head ached so. It doesn't matter." "Would you rather be Cleopatra? She had a wonderful appetite and ate everything that was put before her like a good little girl." "Even pearls. She put a pearl in a glass of vinegar and drank it down." Her voice trembled. She stretched out her hand to him across the table. He patted her hand manfully and smiled. "Only you and me, Jimmy boy. Honey, you'll always love your mother, won't you?" "What's the matter, Muddy dear?" "Oh, nothing. I feel strange this evening. I'm oh so tired of never really feeling well." "But after you've had your operation." "Oh yes, after I've had my operation. Dearie, there's a paper of fresh butter on the window ledge in the bathroom. I'll put some on these turnips if you fetch it for me. I'm afraid I'll have to complain about the food again. This lamb's not all it should be. I hope it won't make us sick." Jimmy ran through the folding doors and his mother's room into the little passage that smelled of mothballs and silky bits of clothing littered on a chair. The red rubber tubing of a douche swung in his face as he opened the bathroom door. The whiff of medicines made his ribs contract with misery. He pushed up the window at the end of the tub. The ledge was gritty and feathery specks of soot covered the plate turned up over the butter. He stood a moment, staring down the air shaft, breathing through his mouth to keep from smelling the coal gas that rose from the furnaces. Below him, a maid in a white cap leaned out of a window and talked to one of the furnace men who stood looking up at her with his bare, grimy arms crossed over his chest. Jimmy strained to hear what they were saying. To be dirty and handle coal all day, and have grease in your hair and up to your armpits. "Jimmy!" "Coming, Mother." Blushing, he slammed down the window and walked back to the sitting room, slowly so that the red would have time to fade out of his face. "Dreaming again, Jimmy. My little dreamer." He put the butter beside his mother's plate and sat down. "Hurry up and eat your lamb while it's hot. Why don't you try a little French mustard on it? It'll make it taste better." The mustard burnt his tongue, brought tears to his eyes. "Is it too hot?" Mother asked, laughing. "You must learn to like hot things. He always liked hot things." "Who, Mother?" "Someone I loved very much." They were silent. He could hear himself chewing. A few rattling sounds of cabs and trolley cars squirmed in brokenly through the closed windows. The steam pipes knocked and hissed. Down the air shaft, the furnace man with grease up to his armpits was spitting words out of his wabbly mouth up at the maid in the starched cap. Dirty words. "Mustard's the color of—" "A penny for your thoughts?" "I wasn't thinking of anything." We mustn't have secrets from each other, dear. Remember, you're the only comfort your mother has in the world. I wonder what it'd be like to be a seal, a little harbor seal. Very chilly, I should think. But you wouldn't feel it. Seals are protected by a layer of blubber so that they're always warm, even sitting on an iceberg. But it would be such fun to swim around in the sea whenever you wanted to. They travel thousands of miles without stopping. But Mother's traveled thousands of miles without stopping, and so have you. When? Going abroad and coming back? She was laughing at him with bright eyes. Oh, but that's in a boat. And when we used to go cruising on the Mary Stuart? Oh, tell me about that, Muddy. There was a knock. Come. The spiky-haired waiter put his head in the door. Can I clear, Mum? Yes, and bring me some fruit salad and see that the fruit is fresh cut. Things are wretched this evening. Puffing, the waiter was piling dishes on the tray. I'm sorry, Mum, he puffed. All right, I know it's not your fault, waiter. What'll you have, Jimmy? May I have a meringue glacé, Muddy? All right, if you'll be very good. Yay! Jimmy let out a yell. Darling, you mustn't shout like that at the table. But we don't mind when there are just the two of us. Hooray, meringue glacé! James, a gentleman always behaves the same way, whether he's in his own home or in the wilds of Africa. Gee, I wish we were in the wilds of Africa. I'd be terrified, dear. I'd shout like that and scare away all the lions and tigers. Yes, I would. The waiter came back with 2 plates on the tray. I'm sorry, Mum, but meringue glacé's all out. I brought the young gentleman chocolate ice cream instead. Oh, Mother. Never mind, dear, it would have been too rich anyway. You eat that and I'll let you run out after dinner and buy some candy. Oh, goody! But don't eat the ice cream too fast or you'll have collywobbles. I'm all through. You bolted it, you little wretch. Put on your rubbers, honey. But it's not raining at all. Do as Mother wants you, dear, and please don't be long. I put you on your honor to come right back. Mother's not a bit well tonight, and she gets so nervous when you're out in the street. There are such terrible dangers. He sat down to pull on his rubbers. While he was snapping them tight over his heels, she came to him with a $1 bill. She put her arm with its long, silky sleeve round his shoulder. Oh, my darling, she was crying. Mother, you mustn't. He squeezed her hard. He could feel the ribs of her corset against his arms. I'll be back in a minute, in the teensiest, weensiest minute. On the stairs, where a brass rod held the dull crimson carpet in place on each step, Jimmy pulled off his rubbers and stuffed them into the pockets of his raincoat. With his head in the air, he hurried through the web of prying glances of the bellhops on the bench beside the desk. Going for a walk? The youngest light-haired bellhop asked him. Jimmy nodded wisely, slipped past the staring buttons of the doorman, and got out onto Broadway full of clangor and footsteps and faces putting on shadow masks when they slid out of the splotches of light from stores and arc lamps. He walked fast uptown, past the Ansonia. In the doorway lounged a black-browed man with a cigar in his mouth, maybe a kidnapper. But nice people live in the Ansonia like where we live. Next, a telegraph office, dry goods, a dyer's and cleaner's, a Chinese laundry sending out a scorched, mysterious, steamy smell. He walks faster. The Chinks are terrible kidnappers. Footpads. A man with a can of coal oil brushes past him. A greasy sleeve brushes against his shoulder. Smells of sweat and coal oil. Suppose he's a firebug. The thought of firebug gives him gooseflesh. Fire. Heilers. There's a comfortable fudgy odor mixed with the smell of nickel and well-wiped marble outside the door, and the smell of cooking chocolate curls warmly from the gratings under the windows. black and orange crepe paper favors for Halloween. He is just going in when he thinks of the mirror place 2 blocks further up, those little silver steam engines and automobiles they give you with your change. I'll hurry. On roller skates it'd take less time. You could escape from bandits, thugs, hold-up men on roller skates, shooting over your shoulder with a long automatic. Bing, one of 'em down. That's the worst of 'em. Bing, there's another. The roller skates are magic roller skates. Whee! Up the brick walls of the houses, over the roofs, vaulting chimneys, up the Flatiron Building, scooting across the cables of Brooklyn Bridge. Mirror candies. This time he goes in without hesitating. He stands at the counter a while before anyone comes to wait on him. "Please, a pound of 60 cents a pound mixed chocolate creams," he rattled off. She is a blonde lady, a little cross-eyed, and looks at him spitefully without answering. "Please, I'm in a hurry if you don't mind." "All right, everybody in their turn," she snaps. He stands blinking at her with flaming cheeks. She pushes him a box all wrapped up with a check on it. "Pay at the desk." "I'm not going to cry." The lady at the desk is small and gray-haired. She takes his dollar through a little door, like the little doors little animals go in and out of at the small mammal house. The cash register makes a cheerful tinkle, glad to get the money. A quarter, a dime, a nickel, and a little cup. Is that 40 cents? But only a little cup instead of a steam engine or an automobile. He picks up the money and leaves the little cup and hurries out with the box under his arm. Mother'll say I've been too long. He walks home looking straight ahead of him, smarting from the meanness of the blonde lady. "Ha! Been out of buying candy," said the light-haired bellhop. "I'll give you some if you come up later," whispered Jimmy as he passed. The brass rods rang when he kicked them running up the stairs. Outside, the chocolate-colored door that had 503 on it in white enameled letters, he remembered his rubbers. He set the candy on the floor and pulled them on over his damp shoes. Lucky Muddy wasn't waiting for him with the door open. Maybe she'd seen him coming from the window. "Mother!" She wasn't in the sitting room. He was terrified. She'd gone out. She'd gone away. "Mother!" "Come here, dear," came her voice weakly from the bedroom. He pulled off his hat and raincoat and rushed in. "Mother, what's the matter?" "Nothing, honey. I've a headache, that's all. A terrible headache. Put some cologne on a handkerchief and put it on my head nicely. And don't, please, dear, get it in my eye the way you did last time." She lay on the bed in a sky-blue wadded wrapper. Her face was purplish pale. The silky salmon-colored tea gown hung limp over a chair. On the floor lay her corsets in a tangle of pink strings. Jimmy put the wet handkerchief carefully on her forehead. The cologne reeked strong, prickling his nostrils as he leaned over her. "That's so good," came her voice feebly. "Dear, call up Aunt Emily, Riverside 2466, and ask her if she can come round this evening. I want to talk to her. Oh, my head's bursting." His heart thumping terribly and tears blearing his eyes, he went to the telephone. Aunt Emily's voice came unexpectedly soon. "Aunt Emily, Mother's kinder sick. She wants you to come around." "She's coming right away, Mother dear," he shouted. "Isn't that fine? She's coming right around." He tiptoed back into his mother's room, picked up the corset and the tea gown, and hung them in the wardrobe. "Dearie," came her frail voice, "take the hairpins out of my hair. They hurt my head. Oh, honey boy, I feel as if my head would burst." He felt gently through her brown hair that was silkier than the tea gown and pulled out the hairpins. "Ow, don't. You're hurting me." "Mother, I didn't mean to." Aunt Emily, thin in a blue mackintosh thrown over her evening dress, hurried into the room, her thin mouth in a pucker of sympathy. She saw her sister lying twisted with pain on the bed, and the skinny, white-faced boy in short pants standing beside her with his hands full of hairpins. "What is it, Lil?" she asked quietly. "My dear, something terrible's the matter with me," came Lily Herf's voice in a gasping hiss. "James," said Aunt Emily harshly, "you must run off to bed. Mother needs perfect quiet. Good night, Muddy dear," he said. Aunt Emily patted him on the back. "Don't worry, James, I'll attend to everything." She went to the telephone and began calling a number in a low, precise voice. The box of candy was on the parlor table. Jimmy felt guilty when he put it under his arm. As he passed the bookcase, he snatched out a volume of the American Encyclopedia and tucked it under the other arm. His aunt did not notice when he went out the door. The dungeon gates opened. Outside there was an Arab stallion and 2 trusty retainers waiting to speed him across the border to freedom. 3 doors down was his room. It was stuffed with silent, chunky darkness. The light switched on obediently, lighting up the cabin of the schooner Mary Stuart. "All right, Captain, weigh anchor and set your course for the Windward Isles. And don't let me be disturbed before dawn. I have important papers to peruse." He tore off his clothes and knelt beside the bed in his pajamas. "Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take." Then he opened the box of candy and set the pillows together at the end of the bed under the light. His teeth broke through the chocolates into a squashy, sweet filling. Let's see. A, the first of vowels, the first letter in all written alphabets except the Amharic, or Abyssinian, of which is the 13th, and the Runic, of which is the 10th. Darn, that's a hairy one. A, Aachen, C, Aix-la-Chapelle. Aardvark. Gee, he's funny looking. Orycteropus canpensis, a plantigrade animal of the class Mammalia, order Edentata, peculiar to Africa. ABD. Abd Elahim, an Egyptian prince, son of Mehmet Ali and a white slave woman. His cheeks burned as he read, "The Queen of the White Slaves." Abdomen, Latin, of undetermined etymology. The lower part of the body included between the level of the diaphragm and that of the pelvis. Abelard. The relation of master and pupil was not long preserved. A warmer sentiment than esteem filled their hearts, and the unlimited opportunities of intercourse which were afforded them by the canon who confided in Abelard's age, he was now almost 40, and in his public character, were fatal to the peace of both. The condition of Heloise was on the point of betraying their intimacy. Fulbert now abandoned himself to a transport of savage vindictiveness, burst into Abelard's chamber with a band of ruffians and gratified his revenge by inflicting on him an atrocious mutilation. Abelites. Denounced sexual intercourse as service of Satan. Abimelech I, son of Gideon by a Shushemite concubine, who made himself king after murdering all of his 70 brethren except Jotham, and was killed while besieging the tower of Thebes. Abortion. No. His hands were icy, and he felt a little sick from stuffing down so many chocolates. Abracadabra. Abiadas. He got up to drink a glass of water before Abyssinia, with engravings of desert mountains and the burning of Magdala by the British. His eyes smarted. He was stiff and sleepy. He looked at his Ingersoll. 11 o'clock. Terror gripped him suddenly. If Mother was dead. He pressed his face into the pillow. She stood over him in her white ball gown that had lace crisply on it and a train sweeping behind on satin rustling ruffles, and her hand, softly fragrant, gently stroked his cheek. A rush of sobs choked him. He tossed on the bed with his face shoved hard into the knotty pillow. For a long time he couldn't stop crying. He woke up to find the light burning dizzily and the room stuffy and hot. The book was on the floor and the candy squashed under him, oozing stickily from its box. The watch had stopped at 1:45. He opened the window, put the chocolates in the bureau drawer, and was about to snap off the light when he remembered. Shivering with terror, he put on his bathrobe and slippers and tiptoed down the darkened hall. He listened outside the door. People were talking low. He knocked faintly and turned the knob. A hand pulled the door open hard, and Jimmy was blinking in the face of a tall, clean-shaven man with gold eyeglasses. The folding doors were closed. In front of them stood a starched nurse. "James, dear, go back to bed and don't worry," said Aunt Emily in a tired whisper. "Mother's very ill and must be absolutely quiet, but there's no more danger." "Not for the present, at least, Mrs. Merrivale," said the doctor, breathing on his eyeglasses. "The little dear," came the nurse's voice, low and purry and reassuring. "He's been sitting up worrying all night and never bothered us once." "I'll go back and tuck you into bed," said Aunt Emily. "My James always likes that. May I see Mother, just a peek, so's I'll know she's all right?" Jimmy looked up timidly at the big face with the eyeglasses. The doctor nodded. "Well, I must go. I shall drop by at 4 or 5 to see how things go. Good night, Mrs. Merrivale. Good night, Miss Billings. Good night, son." "This way." The trained nurse put her hand on Jimmy's shoulder. He wriggled out from under and walked behind her. There was a light on the corner of Mother's room, shaded by a towel pinned round it. From the bed came the rasp of breathing he did not recognize. Her crumpled face was towards him, the closed eyelids violet, the mouth screwed to one side. For half a minute he stared at her. "All right, I'll go back to bed now," he whispered to the nurse. His blood pounded deafeningly. Without looking at his aunt or at the nurse, he walked stiffly to the outer door. His aunt said something. He ran down the corridor to his own room, slammed the door and bolted it. He stood stiff and cold in the center of the room, with his fists clenched. "I hate them! I hate them!" he shouted aloud. Then, gulping a dry sob, he turned out the light and slipped into bed between the shivery cold sheets. "With all the business you have, madam," Emile was saying in a sing-song voice, "I think you should need someone to help you with the store." "I know that. I'm killing myself with work. I know that," sighed Madame Rigaud from her stool at the cash desk. Emile was silent for a long time, staring at the cross-section of a Westphalia ham that lay on a marble slab beside his elbow. Then he said timidly, "A woman like you, a beautiful woman like you, Madame Rigaud, is never without friends." "Ah, I have lived too much in my time. I have no more confidence. Men are a set of brutes, and women, oh, I don't get on with women a bit." "History and literature," began Emile. The bell on the top of the door jangled. A man and a woman stamped into the shop. She had yellow hair and a hat like a flower bed. "Now, Billy, don't be extravagant," she was saying. "But, Nora, we got have something to eat, and I'll be all jake by Saturday." "Nothin'll be jake till you stop playin' the ponies." "Aw, go long, would yer? Let's have some liverwurst. My, that cold breast of turkey looks good." "Piggy wiggy," cooed the yellow-haired girl. "Lay off me, will ye? I'm doing this." "Yes, sir, the breast of turkey is very good. We have old chickens, too, still hot." "Emile, mon ami, j'ai moi onze de ces petites poulets dans la cuisine." Madame Rigaud spoke like an oracle without moving from her stool by the cash desk. The man was fanning himself with a thick-brimmed straw hat that had a checked band. "Warm tonight," said Madame Rigaud. "It sure is. Nora, we ought to have gone down to the island instead of bumming around this town. Billy, you know why we couldn't go perfectly well. Don't rub it in. Ain't I telling ye I'll be all Jake by Saturday? History and literature continued a meal when the customers had gone off with the chicken, leaving Madame Rigaud a silver $50 to lock up in the till. History and literature will teach us that there are friendships, that there sometimes comes love that is worthy of confidence. History and literature! Madame Rigaud growled with internal laughter. A lot of good that'll do us. But don't you ever feel lonely in a big foreign city like this? Everything is so hard. Women look in your pocket, not in your heart. I can't stand it anymore. Madame Rigaud's broad shoulders and her big breasts shook with laughter. Her corsets creaked when she lifted herself, still laughing, off the stool. Emile, you're a good-looking fellow and steady, and you'll get on in the world. But I'll never put myself in a man's power again. I've suffered too much. Not if you came to me with $5,000. You're a very cruel woman. Madame Rigaud laughed again. Come along now, you can help me close up. Sunday waged silent and sunny over downtown. Baldwin sat at his desk in his shirt sleeves, reading a calf-bound law book. Now and then he wrote down a note on a scratch pad in a wide, regular hand. The phone rang loud in the hot stillness. He finished the paragraph he was reading and strode over to answer it. Yes, I'm here alone. Come on over if you want to. He put down the receiver. God damn it, he muttered through clenched teeth. Nellie came in without knocking, found him pacing back and forth in front of the window. Hello, Nellie, he said without looking up. She stood still, staring at him. Look here, Georgie, this can't go on. Why can't it? I'm sick of always pretending and deceiving. Nobody's found out anything, have they? Oh, of course not. She went up to him and straightened his necktie. He kissed her gently on the mouth. She wore a frilled muslin dress of a reddish lilac color and had a blue sunshade in her hand. How's things, Georgie? Wonderful. Do you know, you people have brought me luck. I've got several good cases on hand now, and I've made some very valuable connections. Little luck it's brought me. I haven't dared go to confession yet. The priest'll be thinking I've turned heathen. How's Gus? Oh, full of his plans. Might think he'd earned the money. He's getting that cocky about it. Look, Nellie, how would it be if you left Gus and came and lived with me? You could get a divorce and we could get married. Everything would be all right then. Like fun it would. You don't mean it anyhow. But it's been worth it, Nellie. Honestly, it has. He put his arms round her and kissed her hard, still lips. She pushed him away. Anyways, I ain't coming here again. Oh, I was so happy coming up the stairs thinking about seeing you. You're paid and the business is all finished. He noticed that the little curls round her forehead were loose. A wisp of hair hung over one eyebrow. Nellie, we mustn't part bitterly like this. Why not, will ye tell me? Because we've both loved one another. I'm not going to cry. She patted her nose with a little rolled-up handkerchief. Georgie, I'm going to hate ye. Goodbye. The door snapped sharply to behind her. Baldwin sat at his desk and chewed the end of a pencil. A faint pungence of her hair lingered in his nostrils. His throat was stiff and lumpy. He coughed. The pencil fell out of his mouth. He wiped the saliva off with his handkerchief and settled himself in his chair. From bleary, the crowded paragraphs of the law book became clear. He tore the written sheet off the scratch pad and clipped it to the top of a pile of documents. On the new sheet, he began, Decision of the Supreme Court of the State of New York. Suddenly, he sat up straight in his chair and started biting the end of his pencil again. From outside came the endless, sultry whistle of a peanut wagon. Oh, well, that's that, he said aloud. He went on writing in a wide, regular hand, Case of Patterson versus the State of New York. Decision of the Supreme. Bud sat by a window in the Seamen's Union, reading slowly and carefully through a newspaper. Next him were two men, freshly shaved, raw steak cheeks cramped into white collars and blue serge store suits, were ponderously playing chess. One of them smoked a pipe that made a little clucking noise when he drew on it. Outside, the rain beat incessantly on a wide, glimmering square. "Banzai, live 1,000 years!" cried the little gray man of the 4th platoon of Japanese sappers as they advanced to repair the bridge over the Yalu River. Special correspondent of the New York Herald. "Checkmate," said the man with the pipe. "Damn it all, let's go have a drink. This is no night to be sitting here sober." "I promised the old woman." "None of that crap, Jess. I know your kind of promises." A big crimson hand, thickly furred with yellow hairs, brushed the chessmen into their box. "Tell the old woman you had to have a nip to keep the weather out." "That's no lie, neither." Bud watched their shadows hunched into the rain past the window. "What'd you name?" Bud turned sharp from the window, startled by a shrill, squeaky voice in his ear. He was looking into the first blue eyes of a yellow man who had a face like a toad, large mouth, protruding eyes, and thick, close-cropped black hair. Bud's jaw set. "My name's Smith. What about it?" The little man hung out a square, callous-palmed hand. "Plis to meet yez. Me Matty." Bud took the hand in spite of himself. It squeezed until he winced. "Matty what?" he asked. "Me just Matty, Laplander Matty. Come have drink." "I'm flat," said Bud. "Ain't got a red cent." "On me. Me too much money. Take some." Matty shoved a hand into either pocket of his baggy checked suit and punched Bud in the chest with 2 fistfuls of greenbacks. "Aw, keep your money. I'll take a drink with yez, though." By the time they got to the saloon on the corner of Pearl Street, Bud's elbow and knees were soaked, and a trickle of cold rain was running down his neck. When they went up to the bar, Laplander Matty put down a $5 bill. "Me treat everybody. Very happy yet tonight." Bud was tackling the free lunch. "Hadn't et in a dog's age," he explained when he went back to the bar to take his drink. The whiskey burnt his throat all the way down, dried wet clothes, and made him feel the way he used to feel when he was a kid and got off to go to a baseball game Saturday afternoon. "Put it there, Lap," he shouted, slapping the little man's broad back. "You and me's friends from now on. Hey, landlubber, tomorrow me and you ship together. What say?" "Sure we will." "Now we go up Bowery Street, look at broads. Me pay." "Ain't a Bowery broad would go wid yer, ye little yap," shouted a tall, drunken man with drooping black mustaches who had lurched in between them as they swayed in the swinging doors. "They won't they?" said the Lap, hauling off. One of his hammer-shaped fists shot in a sudden uppercut under the man's jaw. The man rose off his feet and soared obliquely in through the swinging doors that closed on him. A shout went up from inside the saloon. "I'll be a son of a bitch, Lappy! I'll be a son of a bitch!" roared Bud and slapped him on the back again. Arm in arm, they careened up Pearl Street under the drenching rain. Bars yawned bright to them at the corners of rain-seething streets. Yellow light off mirrors and brass rails and gilt frames round pictures of pink naked women was looped and slopped into whiskey glasses, guzzled fiery with tipped-back head, oozed bright through the blood, popped bubbly out of ears and eyes, dripped spluttering off fingertips. The rain-dark houses heaved on either side. Street lamps swayed like lanterns carried in a parade, until Bud was back in a full room of nudging faces with a woman on his knees. Laplander Matty stood with his arms round 2 girls' necks, yanked his shirt open to show a naked man and a naked woman tattooed in red and green on his chest, hugging stiffly coiled in a sea serpent, and when he puffed out his chest and wiggled the skin with his fingers, The tattooed man and woman wiggled, and all the nudging faces laughed. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Tracks, Part 2. Phineas P. Blackhead pushed up the wide office window. He stood looking out over the harbor of Slade and mica in the uneven roar of traffic, voices, racket of building that soared from the downtown streets, bellying up and curling like smoke in the stiff wind, shoving down the Hudson out of the northwest. "Hey, Schmidt, bring me my field glasses," he called over his shoulder. "Look." He was focusing the glasses on a thick-waisted white steamer with a sooty yellow stack that was abreast of Governor's Island. "Isn't that the Ananda coming in now?" Schmidt was a fat man who had shrunk. The skin hung in loose, haggard wrinkles on his face. He took one look through the glasses. "Sure it is." He pushed down the window. The roar receded, hollowly like the sound of a seashell. "Jiminy, they were quick about it. They'll be docked in half an hour. You beat it along and get a hold of Inspector Mulligan. He's all fixed. Don't take your eyes off him. Matanzas is out on the warpath trying to get an injunction against us. If every spoonful of manganese isn't off by tomorrow night, I'll cut your commission in half. Do you get that?" Schmidt's loose jowls shook when he laughed. "No danger, sir. You ought to know me by this time." "Of course I do. You're a good feller, Schmidt. I was just joking." Phineas P. Blackhead was a lanky man with silver hair and a red hawk face. He slipped back into the mahogany armchair at his desk and rang an electric bell. "All right, Charlie, show him in," he growled at the tow-headed office boy who appeared in the door. He rose stiffly from his desk and held out a hand. "How do you do, Mr. Storrow?" "How do you do, Mr. Gold?" "Make yourself comfortable. That's it. Now look here, about this strike. The attitude of the railroad and docking interests that I represent is one of frankness and honesty. You know that. I have confidence, I can say I have the completest confidence, that we can settle this matter amicably and agreeably. Of course you must meet me halfway. We have, I know, the same interest at heart, the interest of this great city, of this great seaport." Mr. Gold moved his hat to the back of his head and cleared his throat with a loud barking noise. "Gentlemen, one of two roads lies before us." In the sunlight on the window ledge, a fly sat scrubbing his wings under his hinder legs. He cleaned himself all over, twisting and untwisting his forelegs, like a person soaping his hands, stroking the top of his lobed head carefully, brushing his hair. Jimmy's hand hovered over the fly and slapped down. The fly buzzed tingingly in his palm. He groped for it with 2 fingers, held it slowly, squeezing it into a mashed gray jelly between finger and thumb. He wiped it off under the window ledge. A hot, sick feeling went through him. Poor old fly, after washing himself so carefully, too. He stood a long time looking down the air shaft through the dusty pane, where the sun gave a tiny glitter to the dust. Now and then a man in shirt sleeves crossed the court below with a tray of dishes. Orders shouted and the clatter of dishwashing came up faintly from the kitchens. He stared through the tiny glitter of the dust on the window pane. "Mother's had a stroke, and next week I'll go back to school. Say, Herfy, have you learned to fight yet?" "Herfy and the kid are going to fight for the flyweight championship before lights, but I don't want to." "Kids want to. Here he comes. Make a ring there, you ginks." "I don't want to, please." "You damn well got to. We'll beat hell out of both of ye if you don't. Say, Freddie, that's a nickel fine from you for swearing. Geez, I forgot." "There you go again. Paste him in the slats. Go ahead, Herfy. I'm betting on you." "That's it, sock him." The kid's white screwed-up face bouncing in front of him like a balloon. His fist gets Jimmy in the mouth. A salty taste of blood from the cut lip. Jimmy strikes out, gets him down on the bed, pokes his knee in his belly. They pull him off and throw him back against the wall. "Go it, kid. Go it, Herfy." There's a smell of blood in his nose and lungs. His breath rasps. A foot shoots out and trips him up. That's enough. Herfy's licked. Girl boy, girl boy. But hell, Freddie, he had the kid down. Shut up. Don't make such a racket. Old Hoppy'll be coming up. Just a little friendly bout, wasn't it, Herfy? Get out of my room, all of you, all of you. Jimmy screeches, tear-blinded, striking out with both arms. Cry, baby, cry, baby. He slams the door behind them, pushes the desk against it, and crawls trembling into bed. He turns over on his face and lies squirming with shame, biting the pillow. Jimmy stared through the tiny glitter of the dust on the window pane. Darling, your poor mother was very unhappy when she finally put you on the train and went back to her big empty rooms at the hotel. Dear, I am very lonely without you. Do you know what I did? I got out all your toy soldiers, the ones that used to be in the taking of Port Arthur, and set them all out in battalions on the library shelf. Wasn't that silly? Never mind, dear. Christmas will soon come round, and I'll have my boy again. A crumpled face on a pillow. Mother's had a stroke, and next week I'll go back to school. Dark grained skin growing flabby under her eyes, gray creeping up her brown hair. Mother never laughs. The stroke. He turned back suddenly into the room, threw himself on the bed with a thin leather book in his hand. The surf thundered loud on the barrier reef. He didn't need to read. Jack was swimming fast through the calm blue waters of the lagoon, stood in the sun on the yellow beach, shaking the briny drops off him, opened his nostrils wide to the smell of breadfruit roasting beside his solitary campfire. Birds of bright plumage shrieked and tittered from the tall ferny tops of the coconut palms. The room was drowsy hot. Jimmy fell asleep. There was a strawberry lemon smell, a smell of pineapples on the deck, and Mother was there in a white suit and a dark man in a yachting cap, and the sunlight rippled on the milky tall sails. Mother's soft laugh rises into a shriek, "Ooh-wee!" A fly the size of a ferry boat walks towards them across the water, reaching out jagged crab claws. "Yump, yummity, yump! You can do it in 2 yumps!" The dark man yells in his ear. "But please, I don't want to. I don't want to," Jimmy whines. The dark man's beating him. "Yump, yump, yump!" "Yes, one moment. Who is it?" Aunt Emily was at the door. "Why do you keep your door locked, Jimmy? I never allow James to lock his door." "I like it better that way, Aunt Emily." Imagine a boy asleep this time of the afternoon. "I was reading The Coral Island and I fell asleep." Jimmy was blushing. "All right, come along. Miss Billings said not to stop by Mother's room. She's asleep." They were in the narrow elevator that smelled of castor oil. The colored boy grinned at Jimmy. "What did the doctor say, Aunt Emily?" "Everything's going as well as could be expected, but you mustn't worry about that. This evening you must have a real good time with your little cousins. You don't see enough children of your own age, Jimmy." They were walking towards the river, leaning into a gritty wind that swirled up the street cast out of iron under a dark silver-shot sky. "I guess you'll be glad to get back to school, James." "Yes, Aunt Emily. A boy's school days are the happiest time in his life. You must be sure to write your mother once a week at least, James. You are all she has now. Miss Billings and I will keep you informed." "Yes, Aunt Emily." "And James, I want you to know my James better. He's the same age you are, only perhaps a little more developed and all that, and you ought to be good friends. I wish Lily had sent you to Hotchkiss, too." There were pillars of pink marble in the lower hall of Aunt Emily's apartment house, and the elevator boy wore a chocolate livery with brass buttons, and the elevator was square and decorated with mirrors. Aunt Emily stopped before a wide red mahogany door on the 7th floor and fumbled in her purse for her key. At the end of the hall was a leaded window, through which you could see the Hudson and steamboats and tall trees of smoke rising against the yellow sunset from the yards along the river. When Aunt Emily got the door open, they heard the piano. That's Maisie doing her practicing. In the room where the piano was, the rug was thick and mossy. The wallpaper was yellow, with silvery shiny roses between the cream woodwork, and the gold frames of oil paintings of woods and people in a gondola and a fat cardinal drinking. Maisie tossed the pigtails off her shoulders as she jumped off the piano stool. She had a round creamy face and a slight pug nose. The metronome went on ticking. "Hello, James," she said after she had tilted her mouth up to her mother's to be kissed. I'm awfully sorry poor Aunt Lily's so sick. Aren't you going to kiss your cousin, James? Said Aunt Emily. Jimmy shambled up to Maisie and pushed his face against hers. That's a funny kind of kiss, said Maisie. While you two children can keep each other company till dinner, Aunt Emily rustled through the blue velvet curtains into the next room. We won't be able to go on calling you James. After she had stopped the metronome, Maisie stood staring with serious brown eyes at her cousin. There can't be two Jameses, can there? Mother calls me Jimmy. Jimmy's a kinder common name, but I guess it'll have to do until we can think of a better one. How many jacks can you pick up? What are jacks? Gracious, don't you know what jackstones are? Wait till James comes back. Won't he laugh? I know Jack roses. Mother used to like them better than any other kind. American beauties are the only roses I like, announced Maisie, flopping into a Morris chair. Jimmy stood on one leg, kicking his heel with the toes of the other foot. Where's James? He'll be home soon. He's having his riding lesson. The twilight became leaden silent between them. From the train yards came the scream of a locomotive whistle and the clank of couplings on shunted freight cars. Jimmy ran to the window. Say, Maisie, do you like engines? He asked. I think they're horrid. Daddy says we're going to move on account of the noise and smoke. Through the gloom, Jimmy could make out the beveled smooth bulk of a big locomotive. The smoke rolled out of the stack in huge bronze and lilac coils. Down the track, a red light snapped green. The bell started to ring slowly, lazily. Force drafts snorting loud, the crane clankingly moved, gathered speed, slid into dusk swinging a red light. Gee, I wish we lived here, said Jimmy. I got 272 pictures of locomotives. I'll show 'em to you sometime if you like. I collect 'em. What a funny thing to collect. Look, Jimmy, you pull the shade down, and I'll light the light. When Maisie pulled the switch, they saw James Maribel standing in the door. He had light, wiry hair and a freckled face with a pug nose just like Maisie's. He had on riding breeches and black leather gaiters and was flicking a long peeled stick about. Hello, Jimmy, he said. Welcome to our city. Say, James, cried Maisie, Jimmy doesn't know what jackstones are. Aunt Emily appeared through the blue velvet curtains. She wore a high-necked green silk blouse with lace on it. Her white hair rose in a smooth curve from her forehead. It's time you children were washing up, she said. Dinner's in 5 minutes. James, take your cousin back to your room and hurry up. Take off those riding clothes. Everybody was already seated when Jimmy followed his cousin into the dining room. Knives and forks tinkled discreetly in the light of 6 candles in red and silver shades. At the end of the table sat Aunt Emily, next to her a red-necked man with no back to his head, and at the other end Uncle Jeff, with a pearl pin in his checkered necktie, filled a broad armchair. The colored maid hovered about the fringe of light, passing toasted crackers. Jimmy ate his soup stiffly, afraid of making noise. Uncle Jeff was talking in a booming voice between spoonfuls of soup. No, I tell you, Wilkinson, New York is no longer what it used to be when Emily and I first moved up here about the time the Ark landed. City's overrun with kikes and low Irish. That's what's the matter with it. In 10 years, a Christian won't be able to make a living. I tell you, the Catholics and the Jews are going to run us out of our own country. That's what they're going to do. It's the new Jerusalem, put in Aunt Emily, laughing. It's no laughing matter. When a man's worked hard all his life to build up a business and that sort of thing, he don't want to be run out by a lot of damn foreigners, does he, Wilkinson? Jeff, you're getting all excited. You know it gives you indigestion. I'll keep cool, Mother. The trouble with the people of this country is this, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Wilkinson frowned ponderously. The people of this country are too tolerant. There's no other country in the world where they'd allow it. After all, we built up this country, and then we allow a lot of foreigners, the scum of Europe, the offscourings of Polish ghettos, to come and run it for us. The fact of the matter is that an honest man won't soil his hands with politics, and he's given no inducement to take public office. That's true. A live man nowadays wants more money, needs more money than he can make honestly in public life. Naturally, the best men turn to other channels. And then add to the ignorance of these dirty kikes and shanty Irish that we make voters before they can even talk English, began Uncle Jeff. The maid set a high-piled dish of fried chicken, edged by corn fritters, before Aunt Emily. Talk lapsed while everyone was helped. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, Jeff," said Aunt Emily. "We're to go up to Scarsdale Sunday." "Oh, Mother, I hate going out Sundays." "He's a perfect baby about staying home. But Sunday's the only day I get at home." Well, it was this way. I was having tea with the Harlan girls at Mallard's, and who should sit down at the next table but Mrs. Burkhart. Is that Mrs. John B. Burkhart? Isn't he one of the vice presidents of the National City Bank? John's a fine feller, and a coming man downtown. Well, as I was saying, dear, Mrs. Burkhart said we just had to come up and spend Sunday with them, and I just couldn't refuse. My father, continued Mr. Wilkinson, used to be old Johannes Burkhart's physician. The old man was a cranky old bird. He made his pile in the fur trade way back in Colonel Laster's day. He had the gout and used to swear something terrible. I remember seeing him once, a red-faced old man with long white hair and a silk skull cap over his bald spot. He had a parrot named Tobias, and people along the street never knew whether it was Tobias or Judge Burkhart cussing. "Oh, well, times have changed," said Aunt Emily. Jimmy sat in his chair with pins and needles in his legs. "Mother's had a stroke, and next week I'll go back to school. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday." He and Skinny coming back from playing with the hop toads down by the pond in their blue suits because it was Sunday afternoon. Smoke bushes were in bloom behind the barn. A lot of fellows teasing little Harris, calling him Inky because he was supposed to be a Jew. His voice rose in a sing-song whine. "Cut it, fellers. Can't you, fellers? I got my best suit on, fellers." "Oi, oi, Meester Solomon Levy with his best Yiddisher garments all marked down," piped jeering voices. "Did you buy it in a 5 and 10, Icky?" "I bet he got it at a fire sale." "If he got it at a fire sale, we ought to turn the hose on him. Let's turn the hose on Solomon Levy." "Oh, stop it, fellers." "Shut up. Don't yell so loud." "They're just kiddin'. They won't hurt him," whispered Skinny. Icky was carried, kicking and bawling down towards the pond, his white tear-wet face upside down. "He's not a Jew at all," said Skinny. "But I'll tell you who is a Jew. That big bully Fat Swanson." "How'd you know?" "His roommate told me." "Gee whiz, they're going to do it." They ran in all directions. Little Harris, with his hair full of mud, was crawling up the bank, water running out of his coat sleeves. There was hot chocolate sauce with the ice cream. An Irishman and a Scotsman were walking down the street, and the Irishman said to the Scotsman, "Sandy, let's have a drink." A prolonged ringing at the front doorbell was making them inattentive to Uncle Jeff's story. The colored maid flurried back into the dining room and began whispering in Aunt Emily's ear. "And the Scotsman said, Mike." "Why, what's the matter?" "It's Mr. Joe, sir." "The hell it is." "Well, maybe he's all right," said Aunt Emily hastily. "A bit wispy, ma'am." "Sarah, why in the dickens did you let him in?" "I didn't let him in. He just came." Uncle Jeff pushed his plate away and slapped down his napkin. "Oh, hell, I'll go talk to him." "Try and make him go," Aunt Emily had begun. She stopped with her mouth partly open. A head was stuck through the curtains that hung in the wide doorway to the living room. It had a bird-like face with a thin drooping nose, topped by a mass of straight black hair, like an Indian's. One of the red-rimmed eyes winked quietly. "Hello, everybody. How's every little thing? Mind if I butt in?" His voice perked hoarsely as a tall, skinny body followed the head through the curtains. Aunt Emily's mouth arranged itself in a frosty smile. "Why, Emily, you must, excuse me. I felt an evening around the family hearth would be beneficial. You understand, the refining influence of the home." He stood jiggling his head behind Uncle Jeff's chair. "Well, Jefferson, old boy, how's the market?" He brought a hand down on Uncle Jeff's shoulder. "Oh, all right. Want to sit down?" he growled. "They tell me, if you'll take a tip from an old-timer, a retired broker and broker every day, ha ha. But they tell me that Edinburgh Rapid Transit's worth trying a sniffer of." "Don't look at me cross-eyed like that, Emily. I'm going right away. Why, how do you do, Mr. Wilkinson? Kids are looking well. Well, I'll be if it isn't little Herf's little boy. Jimmy, you don't remember your cousin, Joe Harlan, do you? Nobody remembers Joe Harlan, except you, Emily, and you wish you could forget him. Ha. How's your mother, Jimmy? A little better, thank you. Jimmy forced the words out through a tight throat. Well, when you go home, give her my love. She'll understand. Lily and I have always been good friends, even if I am the family skeleton. They don't like me. They wish I'd go away. I'll tell you what, boy. Lily's the best of the lot. Isn't she, Emily? Isn't she the best of the lot of us? And Emily cleared her throat. Sure she is. The best looking, the cleverest, the realest. Jimmy, your mother's an empress. Always been too fine for all this. By gory, I'd like to drink her health. Joe, you might moderate your voice a little. Aunt Emily clicked out the words like a typewriter. Oh, you all think I'm drunk. Remember this, Jimmy. He leaned across the table, stroked Jimmy's face with his greeny whiskey breath. These things aren't always a man's fault. Circumstances. He upset a glass, staggering to his feet. If Emily insists on looking at me cross-eyed, I'm going out. But remember, give Lily Herf Joe Harlan's love, even if he has gone to the damnation bow-bows. He lurched out through the curtains again. Jeff, I know he'll upset the Savras vase. See that he gets out all right and get him a cab. James and Macy burst into shrill giggles from behind their napkins. Uncle Jeff was purple. I'll be damned to hell if I put him in a cab. He's not my cousin. He ought to be locked up. And next time you see him, you can tell him this from me, Emily. If he ever comes here in that disgusting condition again, I'll throw him out. Jefferson, dear, it's no use getting angry. There's no harm done. He's gone. No harm done? Think of our children. Suppose there had been a stranger here instead of Wilkinson. What would he have thought of our home? Don't worry about that, croaked Mr. Wilkinson. Accidents will happen in the best regulated families. Poor Joe's such a sweet boy when he's himself, said Aunt Emily. And think that it looked for a while years ago as if Harlan held the whole curb market in the palm of his hand. The papers called him the king of the curb, don't you remember? That was before the Lottie Smithers affair. Well, suppose you children go and play in the other room while we have our coffee, chirped Aunt Emily. Yes, they ought to have gone long ago. Can you play 500, Jimmy? Asked Maisie. No, I can't. What do you think of that, James? He can't play jacks, and he can't play 500. Well, they're both girls' games, said James loftily. I wouldn't play 'em either, except on account of you. Oh, wouldn't you, Mr. Smarty? Let's play animal grabs. But there aren't enough of us for that. It's no fun without a crowd. And last time you got the giggles so bad, Mother made us stop. Mother made us stop because you kicked little Billy Schmutz in the funny bone and made him cry. Suppose we go down and look at the trains, put in Jimmy. We're not allowed to go downstairs after dark, said Maisie severely. I'll tell you what, let's play stock exchange. I got $1 million in bonds to sell, and Maisie can be the bulls, and Jimmy can be the bears. All right, what do we do? Oh, just run around and yell, mostly. I'm selling short. All right, Mr. Broker, I'll buy 'em all at 5 cents each. No, you can't say that. You say 96.5 or something like that. I'll give you $5 million for them, cried Maisie, waving the blotter of the writing desk. But you fool, they're only worth $1 million, shouted Jimmy. Maisie stood still in her tracks. Jimmy, what did you say then? Jimmy felt shame flame up through him. He looked at his stubby shoes. I said, you fool. Haven't you ever been to Sunday school? Don't you know that God says in the Bible that if you call anybody thou fool, you'll be in danger of hellfire? Jimmy didn't dare raise his eyes. Well, I'm not going to play any more, said Maisie, drawing herself up. Jimmy somehow found himself out in the hall. He grabbed his hat and ran out the door and down the 6th flight of white stone stairs, past the brass buttons and chocolate livery of the elevator boy, out through the hall that had pink marble pillars into 72nd Street. It was dark and blowy, full of ponderous advancing shadows and chasing footsteps. At last he was climbing the familiar crimson stairs of the hotel. He hurried past his mother's door. They asked him why he had come home so soon. He burst into his own room, shot the bolt, double-locked the door, and stood leaning against it, panting. "Well, are you married yet?" was the first thing Congo asked when Emile opened the door to him. Emile was in his undershirt. The shoebox-shaped room was stuffy, lit and heated by a gas crown with a tin cap on it. "Where are you in from this time?" "Bizerta and Tranjab. I'm an able seaman." "That's a rotten job going to sea. I've saved $200. I'm working at Delmonico's." They sat down side by side on the unmade bed. Congo produced a package of gold-tipped Egyptian deities. 4 months' pay, he slapped his thigh. "Seen me Schweitzer?" Emile shook his head. "I'll have to find a little son of a gun. In those goddamn Scandinavian ports, they come out in boats, big fat blonde women in bum boats." They were silent. The gas hummed. Congo let his breath out in a whistle. "Oui, c'est Chica Delmonico." "Why haven't you married her?" "She likes to have me hang around. I'd run the store better than she does." "You're too easy. Got to use rough stuff with women to get anything out of them. Make her jealous. She's got me going. Want to see some postcards?" Congo pulled a package wrapped in newspaper out of his pocket. "Look, these are Naples. Everybody here wants to come to New York. That's an Arab dancing girl. Nam de un vache, they got slippery belly buttons." "Say, I know what I'll do," cried Emile, suddenly dropping the cards on the bed. "I'll make her jealous." "Who?" "Ernestine, Madame Regard." "Sure, walk up and down 8th Avenue with a girl a couple times, and I bet she'll fall like a ton of bricks." The alarm clock went off on the chair beside the bed. Emile jumped up to stop it and began splashing water on his face in the wash basin. "Merdi, I got to go to work. I'll go over to Hell's Kitchen and see if I can find May." "Don't be a fool and spend all your money," said Emile, who stood at the cracked mirror with his face screwed up, fastening the buttons in the front of a clean-boiled shirt. "It's a sure thing, I'm telling you," said the man again and again, bringing his face close to Ed Thatcher's face and rapping the desk with his flat hand. "Maybe it's a Vellerb, but I've seen so many of 'em go under. Honest, I don't see how I can risk it. Man, I've hocked a Mrs. Silver tea set, and my diamond ring, and the baby's mug. It's a sure thing. I wouldn't let you in on it, 'cept you and me been pretty good friends, and I owe you money and everything. You'll make 25% on your money by tomorrow noon. Then if you want to hold, you can go on a gamble. But if you sell 3/4 and hold the rest 2 or 3 days on a chance, you're safe as the Rock of Gibraltar." "I know, Viller. It certainly sounds good. Hell, man, you don't want to be in this damn office all your life, do you? Think of your little girl." "I am. That's the trouble. But Ed Gimmons and Schwandike have started buying already at 3 cents when the market closed this evening. Klein got wise, and will be right there with bells on first thing in the morning. The market'll go crazy on it. Unless the fellers doing the dirty work changes their minds. I know that stuff through and through, Weiler. Sounds like a top-notch proposition, but I've examined the books of too many bankrupts." Weiler got to his feet and threw his cigar into the cuspidor. "Well, do as you like, damn it all. I guess you must like commuting from Hackensack and working 12 hours a day. I believe in working my way up, that's all. What's the use of a few thousand salted away when you're old and can't get any satisfaction? Man, I'm going in with both feet." "Go to it, Weiler. You tell him," muttered Thatcher as the other man stamped out, slamming the office door. The big office, with its series of yellow desks and hooded typewriters, was dark except for the tent of light in which Thatcher sat, at a desk piled with ledgers. The 3 windows at the end were not curtained. Through them he could see the steep bulk of buildings, scaled with lights, and a plank-shaped bit of inky sky. He was copying a memoranda on a long sheet of legal cap. Fantan Import and Export Company. Statement of assets and liabilities up to and including February 29. Branches, New York, Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Straits Settlements. Balance carried over, $345,789.84. Real estate, $500,087.12. Profit and loss, $399,765.90. A bunch of goddamn crooks, growled Thatcher out loud. Not an item on the whole thing that ain't faked. I don't believe they got any branches in Hong Kong or anywhere. He leaned back in his chair and stared out of the window. The buildings were going dark. He could just make out a star in the patch of sky. Ought to go out and eat. Bum for the digestion to eat irregularly like I do. Suppose I've taken a plunge on Violet's red-hot tip. Alan, how do you like these American Beauty roses? They have stems 8 feet long, and I want you to look over the itinerary of the trip abroad I've mapped out to finish your education. Yes, it will be a shame to leave our fine new apartment looking over Central Park and downtown. The Fiduciary Accounting Institute, Edward C. Thatcher, President. Blobs of steam were drifting up across the patch of sky, hiding the star. Take a plunge, take a plunge. They're all crooks and gamblers anyway. Take a plunge and come up with your hands full, pockets full, bank account full, vaults full of money. If I only dare to take the risk. Fool to waste your time fuming about it. Get back to the Fantan import. Steam, faintly ruddy with light, reflected from the streets, swarmed swiftly up across the patch of sky, twisting, scattering. Goods on hand in U.S. bonded warehouses, $325,666. Take a plunge and come up with $325,666. Dollars swarming up like steam, twisting, scattering against the skies. Millionaire Thatcher leaned out of the window of the bright, patchouli-scented room to look at the dark, jutting city streaming with laughter, voices, tinkling and lights. Behind him, orchestras played among the azaleas, private wires, click, 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 dollars from Singapore, Valparaiso, Mutkin, Hong Kong, Chicago. Susie leaned over him in a dress made of orchids, breathed in his ear. Ed Thatcher got to his feet with clenched fists, sniveling. You poor fool. What's the use now? She's gone. I better go eat or Ellen will scold me. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gpolum. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Steamroller. Dusk gently smooths crisp angled streets. Dark presses tight the steaming asphalt city, crushes the fretwork of windows and lettered signs and chimneys and water tanks and ventilators and fire escapes and moldings and patterns and corrugations and eyes and hands and neckties into blue chunks, into black, enormous blocks. Under the rolling, heavier pressure, windows blurt light. Night crushes bright milk out of arc lights, squeezes the sullen blocks until they drip red, yellow, green into streets resounding with feet. All the asphalt oozes light. Light spurts from lettering on roofs, mills dizzily among wheels, stains rolling tons of sky. A steamroller was clattering back and forth over the freshly tarred metaling of the road at the cemetery gate. A smell of scorched grease and steam and hot paint came from it. Jimmy Herf picked his way along the edge of the road. The stones were sharp against his feet through the worn soles of his shoes. He brushed past swarthy-necked workmen and walked on over the new road with a whiff of garlic and sweat from them in his nostrils. After 100 yards, he stopped over the gray suburban road, laced tight on both sides with telegraph poles and wires, over the gray paper-box houses and the gray jagged lots of monument makers. The sky was the color of a robin's egg. Little worms of May were writhing in his blood. He yanked off his black necktie and put it in his pocket. A tune was grinding crazily through his head. I'm so tired of violets. Take them all away. There's one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars. For one star differeth from another star in glory. So also is the resurrection of the dead. He walked on fast, splashing through puddles full of sky, trying to shake the droning, well-oiled words out of his ears, to get the feeling of black crepe off his fingers, to forget the smell of lilies. I'm so tired of violets. Take them all away. He walked faster. The road climbed a hill. There was a bright runnel of water in the ditch, flowing through patches of grass and dandelions. There were fewer houses. On the sides of barns, peeling letters spelled out Lydia Pinkham's vegetable compound, Budweiser, Red Hen, Barking Dog. And Muddy had had a stroke, and now she was buried. He couldn't think how she used to look. She was dead, that was all. From a fence post came the moist whistling of a song sparrow. The minute rusty bird flew ahead, perched on a telegraph wire, and sang. And flew ahead to the rim of an abandoned boiler, and sang. And flew ahead and sang. The sky was getting a darker blue, filling with flaked mother-of-pearl clouds. For a last moment he felt the rustle of silk beside him, felt a hand in a trailing lace-frilled sleeve close gently over his hand. Lying in his crib with his feet pulled up cold under the menace of the shaggy, crouching shadows, and the shadows scuttled, melting into corners, when she leaned over him with curls round her forehead, in silk-puffed sleeves, with a tiny black patch at the corner of the mouth that kissed his mouth. He walked faster. The blood flowed full and hot in his veins. The flake clouds were melting into rose-colored foam. He could hear his steps on the worn macadam. At a crossroad, the sun glinted on the sticky pointed buds of a beech sapling. Opposite, a sign read, Yonkers. In the middle of the road teetered a dented tomato can. Kicking it hard in front of him, he walked on. One glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars. He walked on. "Hello, Emile!" Emile nodded without turning his head. The girl ran after him and grabbed his coat sleeve. "That's the way you treat your old friends, is it? Now that you're keeping company with that delicatessen queen." Emile yanked his hand away. "I'm in a hurry, that's all. How'd you like it if I went and told her how you and me framed it up to stand in front of the window on 8th Avenue, hugging and kissing just to make her falls for yous? That was Congo's idea. Well, didn't it wake? Sure. Well, ain't there something do me? May, you're a very nice little girl. Next week my night off is Wednesday. I'll come by and take you to a show. How's hustling? Where's Sanel? I'm trying out for a dancing job up the campus. That's where you meet guys with Jack. No more of these sailor boys and short-front stiffs. I'm getting respectable. May, have you heard from Congo? Got a postal card from some goddamn place I couldn't read the name of. Ain't it funny, when you write for money and all you get is a postal card, that the kid gets me for the asking any night. And he's the only one. Savez, frog's legs? Goodbye, May." He suddenly pushed the straw bonnet trimmed with forget-me-nots back on her head and kissed her. "Hey, quit that, frog's legs. 8th Avenue ain't no place to kiss a girl," she whined, pushing a yellow curl back under her hat. "I could get you run in, and I've half a mind to." Emile walked off. A fire engine, a hose wagon, and a hook and ladder passed him, shattering the street with clattering roar. 3 blocks down, smoke and an occasional gasp of flame came from the roof of a house. A crowd was jammed up against the police lines. Beyond backs and serried hats, Emile caught a glimpse of a fireman on the roof of the next house, and of 3 silently glittering streams of water playing into the upper windows. Must be right opposite the delicatessen. He was making his way through the jam on the sidewalk when the crowd suddenly opened. 2 policemen were dragging out a Negro, whose arms snapped back and forth like broken cables. A 3rd cop came behind, cracking the Negro first on one side of the head, then on the other with his billy. It's a shine that set the fire. They caught the firebug. That's the incendiary. God, he's a mean-looking smoke. The crowd closed in. Emile was standing beside Madame Ragout in front of the door of her store. Chérie, comme se fait une méchante. J'ai horriblement bleu de feu. Emile was standing a little behind her. He let one arm crawl slowly round her waist and patted her arm with his other hand. Everything all right. Look, no more fire, only smoke. But you are insured, ain't you? Oh, yes, for 15,000. He squeezed her hand and then took his arms away. Viens, ma petite, on va entrer. Once inside the shop, he took both her plump hands. Ernestine, when we get married? Next month. I no wait that long. Impossible. Why not next Wednesday? Then I can help you make inventory of stock. I think maybe we can sell this place and move uptown, make bigger money. She patted him on the cheek. T'es ambitieux, she said, through her hollow inside laugh that made her shoulders and her big bust shake. They had to change at Manhattan Transfer. The thumb of Ellen's new kid glove had split, and she kept rubbing it nervously with her forefinger. John wore a belted raincoat and a pinkish-gray felt hat. When he turned to her and smiled, she couldn't help pulling her eyes away and staring out at the long rain that shimmered over the tracks. Here we are, Elaine, dear. Oh, Prince's daughter. You see, we get the train that comes from the Penn Station. It's funny, this waiting in the wilds of New Jersey this way. They got into the parlor car. John made a little clucking sound in his mouth at the raindrops that made dark dimes on his pale hat. Well, we're off, little girl. Behold, thou art fair, my love, thou art fair. Thou hast dove's eyes within thy locks. Ellen's new tailored suit was tight at the elbows. She wanted to feel very gay and listen to his purring whisper in her ears, but something had set her face in a tight frown. She could only look out at the brown marshes and the million black windows of factories and puddly streets of towns, and a rusty steamboat and a canal and barns and bold Durham signs and round-faced spearmint gnomes, all barred and crisscrossed with bright flaws of rain. The jeweled stripes on the window ran straight down when the train stopped and got more and more oblique as it speeded up. The wheels rumbled in her head, saying, Manhattan Transfer, Manhattan Transfer. Anyway, it was a long time before Atlantic City. By the time we get to Atlantic City, oh, it rained 40 days. I'll be feeling gay. And it rained 40 nights. I've got to be feeling gay. Elaine Thatcher Oglethorpe. That's a very fine name, isn't it, darling? Oh, stay me with flagons. Comfort me with apples, for I am so sick of love. It was so comfortable in the empty parlor car in the green velvet chair with John leaning towards her, reciting nonsense with the brown marshlands slipping by behind the rain-striped window, and a smell like clams seeping into the car. She looked into his face and laughed. A blush ran all over his face to the roots of his red blonde hair. He put his hand in its yellow glove over her hand in its white glove. You're my wife now, Elaine. You're my husband now, John. And laughing, they looked at each other in the coziness of the empty parlor car. White letters, Atlantic City, spelled doom over the rain-pitted water. Rain lashed down the glaring boardwalk and crashed in gusts against the window like water thrown out of a bucket. Beyond the rain she could hear the intermittent rumble of the surf along the beach between the illuminated piers. She lay on her back, staring at the ceiling. Beside her in the big bed John lay asleep, breathing quietly like a child with a pillow doubled up under his head. She was icy cold. She slid out of bed very carefully not to wake him, and stood looking out the window down the very long V of lights of the boardwalk. She pushed up a window. The rain lashed in her face, spitefully stinging her flesh, wetting her nightdress. She pushed her forehead against the frame. Oh, I want to die. I want to die. All the tight coldness of her body was clenching in her stomach. Oh, I'm going to be sick. She went into the bathroom and closed the door. When she had vomited, she felt better. Then she climbed into bed again, careful not to touch John. If she touched him, she would die. She lay on her back with her hands tight against her sides and her feet together. The parlor car rumbled cozily in her head. She fell asleep. Wind rattling the window frames wakened her. John was far away, the other side of the big bed. With the wind and the rain streaming in the window, it was as if the room and the big bed and everything were moving, running forward like an airship over the sea. Oh, it rained 40 days. Through a crack in the cold stiffness, the little tune trickled warm as blood, and it rained 40 nights. Gingerly, she drew a hand over her husband's hair. He screwed his face up in his sleep, and "Why, don't," in a little boy's voice that made her giggle. She lay giggling on the far edge of the bed, giggling desperately as she used to with girls at school. And the rain lashed through the window, and the song grew louder until it was a brass band in her ears. Oh, it rained 40 days, and it rained 40 nights, and it didn't stop until Christmas. And the only man who had survived the flood was Longlegged Jack of the Isthmus. Jimmy Herv sits opposite Uncle Jeff. Each has before him on a blue plate a chop, a baked potato, a little mound of peas, and a sprig of parsley. "Well, look about you, Jimmy," says Uncle Jeff. Right top story light brims the walnut-paneled dining room, glints twistedly on silver knives and forks, gold teeth, watch chains, scarf pins, is swallowed up in the darkness of broadcloth and tweed, shines roundly on polished plates and bald heads and covers of dishes. "Well, what do you think of it?" asks Uncle Jeff, burying his thumbs in the pockets of his fuzzy buff vest. "It's a fine club, all right," says Jimmy. "The wealthiest and the most successful men in the country eat lunch up here. Look at the round table in the corner. That's the Gausenheimer's table." Just to the left, Uncle Jeff leans forward, lowering his voice. The man with the powerful jaw is J. Wilder Laporte. Jimmy cuts into his mutton chop without answering. "Well, Jimmy, you probably know why I brought you down here. I want to talk to you. Now that your poor mother has been taken, Emily and I are your guardians in the eyes of the law and the executors of poor Lily's will. I want to explain to you just how things stand." Jimmy puts down his knife and fork and sits staring at his uncle, clutching the arms of his chair with cold hands, watching the jowl move blue and heavy above the ruby stick pin in the wide satin cravat. "You are 16 now, aren't you, Jimmy?" "Yes, sir." "Well, it's this way. When your mother's estate is all settled, you'll find yourself in the possession of approximately $5,500. Luckily, you're a bright fellow and will be ready for college early. Now, properly husbanded, that sum ought to see you through Columbia, since you insist on going to Columbia. I myself, and I'm sure your Aunt Emily feels the same way about it, would much rather see you go to Yale or Princeton. You are a very lucky fellow in my estimation. At your age, I was sweeping out an office in Fredericksburg and earning $15 a month. Now, what I want to say was this. I have not noticed that you felt sufficient responsibility about money matters, or sufficient enthusiasm about earning your living, making good in a man's world. Look around you. Thrift and enthusiasm have made these men what they are. It's put me in the position to offer you the comfortable home, the cultured surroundings that I do offer you. I realize that your education has been a little peculiar, that poor Lily did not have quite the same ideas that we have on many subjects, but the really formative period of your life is beginning. Now's the time to take a brace and lay the foundations of your future career. What I advise is that you follow James' example and work your way up through the firm. From now on, both of you are sons of mine. It will mean hard work, but it will eventually offer a very substantial opening. And don't forget this. If a man's a success in New York, he's a success." Jimmy sits watching his uncle's broad, serious mouth forming words without tasting the juicy mutton of the chop he is eating. "Well, what are you going to make of yourself?" Uncle Jeff leans toward him across the table with bulging gray eyes. Jimmy chokes on a piece of bread, blushes, at last stammers weakly. Whatever you say, Uncle Jeff. Does that mean you'll go to work for a month this summer in my office? Get a taste for how it feels to make a living? Like a man in a man's world? Get an idea of how the business is run? Jimmy nods his head. Well, I think you've come to a very sensible decision, booms Uncle Jeff, leaning back in his chair so that the light strikes across the wave of his steel gray hair. By the way, what will you have for dessert? Years from now, Jimmy, when you're a successful man with a business of your own, we'll remember this talk. It's the beginning of your career. The hat-check girl smiles from under the disdainful pile of her billowy blonde hair when she hands Jimmy his hat that looks squashed flat and soiled and limp among the big-bellied derbies and the fedoras and the majestic Panamas hanging on the pegs. His stomach turns a somersault with the drop of the elevator. He steps out into the crowded marble hall. For a moment, not knowing which way to go, he stands back against the wall with his hands in his pockets, watching people elbow their way through the perpetually revolving doors. Soft-cheeked girls chewing gum, hatchet-faced girls with bangs, cream-faced boys his own age, young toughs with their hats on one side, sweaty-faced messengers, crisscross glances, sauntering hips, red jowls masticating cigars, sallow, concave faces, flat bodies of young men and women, paunch bodies of elderly men, all elbowing, shoving, shuffling, fed in two endless tapes through the revolving doors, out into Broadway, in, off-Broadway. Jimmy fed in a tape in and out the revolving doors, noon and night and morning, the revolving doors grinding out his ears like sausage meat. All of a sudden, his muscles stiffen. Uncle Jeff in his office can go plumb to hell. The words are so loud inside him, he glances to one side and the other to see if anyone heard him say them. They can all go plumb to hell. He squares his shoulders and shoves his way to the revolving doors. His heel comes down on a foot. For Christ's sake, look where you're stepping. He's out into the street. A swirling wind down Broadway blows grit in his mouth and eyes. He walks down towards the Battery with the wind in his back. In Trinity Churchyard, stenographers and office boys are eating sandwiches among the tombs. Outlandish people cluster outside steamship lines. Tow-haired Norwegians, broad-faced Swedes, Polacks, swarthy stumps of men that smell of garlic from the Mediterranean, mountainous Slavs, 3 Chinamen, a bunch of Lascars. On the little triangle in front of the custom house, Jim Herf turns and stares up the deep gash of Broadway, facing the wind squarely. Uncle Jeff and his office can go plumb to hell. Bud sat on the edge of his cot and stretched out his arms and yawned. From all around, through a smell of sweat and sour breath and wet clothes, came snores, the sound of men stirring in their sleep, creaking of bed springs. Far away through the murk burned a single electric light. Bud closed his eyes and let his head fall over on his shoulder. Oh, God, I want to go to sleep. Sweet Jesus, I want to go to sleep. He pressed his knees together against his clasped hands to keep them from trembling. Our Father, which art in heaven, I want to go to sleep. What's the matter, partner? Can't you sleep? Came a quiet whisper from the next cot. Hell no. Me neither. Bud looked at the big head of curly hair held up on an elbow, turned towards him. This is a hell of a lousy stinking flop, went on the voice evenly. I'll tell the world. 40 cents, too. They can take their hotel plaza and... Been long in the city? 10 years come August. Great snakes. A voice rasped down the line of cots. Cut the comedy, you guys. What do you think this is, a Jewish picnic? Bud lowered his voice. Funny, it's years I've been thinking and wanting to come to the city. I was born and raised on a farm upstate. Why don't you go back? I can't go back. Bud was cold. He wanted to stop trembling. He pulled the blanket up to his chin and rolled over, facing the man who was talking. Every spring I says to myself, I'll hit the road again. Go out and plant myself among the weeds and the grass and the cows coming home milking time, but I don't. I just kinder hangs on. What do you do all this time in the city? I don't know. I used to set in Union Square most of the time. Then I set in Madison Square. I've been up in Hoboken and Jersey and Flatbush, and now I'm a Bowery bum. God, I swear I'm going to get out of here tomorrow. I get scared here. Too many bulls and detectives in this town. You could make a living in handouts, but take it from me, kid. You go back to the farm and the old folks while the going's good. Bud jumped out of bed and yanked roughly at the man's shoulder. Come over here to the light. I want to show you something. Bud's own voice crinkled queerly in his ears. He strode along the snoring lane of cots. The bum, a shambling man with curly weather-bleached hair and beard and eyes as if hammered into his head, climbed fully dressed out from the blankets and followed him. Under the light, Bud unbuttoned the front of his union suit and pulled it off his knotty, muscled, gaunt arms and shoulders. Look at my back. Christ Jesus, whispered the man, running a grimy hand with long yellow nails over the mass of white and red deep-gouged scars. I ain't never seen nothing like it. That's what the old man done to me. For 12 years he licked me when he had a mind to. Used to strip me and take a piece of light chain to my back. They said he was my dad, but I know he ain't. I run away when I was 13. That was when he catched me and he began to lick me. I'm 25 now. They went back, without speaking, to their cots and lay down. Bud lay staring at the ceiling with the blanket up to his eyes. When he looked down towards the door at the end of the room, he saw standing there a man in a derby hat with a cigar in his mouth. He crushed his lower lip between his teeth to keep from crying out. When he looked again, the man was gone. Say, are you awake yet? He whispered. The bum grunted. I was going to tell you. I mashed his head in with the grubbing hoe. Mashed it in like when you kick a rotten pumpkin. I told him to lay it off of me, and he wouldn't. He was a hard, God-fearing man, and he wanted you to be scared of him. We was grubbing the sunbitch out the old pasture to plant prototers there. I let him lay till night with his head mashed in like a rotten pumpkin. A bit of scrub along the fence hid him from the road. Then I buried him, went up to the house, and made me a pot of coffee. He ain't never let me drink no coffee. Before light, I got up and walked down the road. I was telling myself in a big city it'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find you. I knowed where the old man kept his money. He had a roll as big as your head, but I was scared to take more than $10. You awake yet? The bum grunted. When I was a kid, I kept company with old man Sackett's girl. Her and me used to keep company in the old ice house down in Sackett's Woods, and we used to talk about how we'd come to New York City and get rich, and now I'm here. I can't get work, and I can't get over being scared. There's detectives follow me all around, men in derby hats with badges under their coats. Last night, I wanted to go out with a hooker, and she saw it in my eyes and throwed me out. She could see it in my eyes. He was sitting on the edge of the cot, leaning over, talking into the other man's face in a hissing whisper. The bum suddenly grabbed him by the wrists. Look here, kid. You're going bluey if you keep up like this. Got any Mazuma? Bud nodded. You better give it to me to keep. I'm an old-timer, and I'll get you out of this. You put on your clothes and take a walk round the block into a hash joint and eat up strong. How much you got? Change from $1. You give me $25 and eat all the stuff you can get off in the rest. Bud pulled on his trousers and handed the man $25. Then you come back here, and you'll sleep good, and tomorrow me and you will go upstate and get that roll of bills. Did you say it was as big as your head? Then we'll beat it, where they can't catch us. We'll split 50-50. Are you on? Bud shook his hand with a wooden jerk. Then, with the laces flickering round his shoes, he shuffled to the door and down the spit-marked stairs. The rain had stopped. A cool wind had smelled of woods and grass was ruffling the puddles in the clean-washed streets. In the lunchroom in Chatham Square, 3 men sat asleep with their hats over their eyes. The man behind the counter was reading a pink sporting sheet. Bud waited long for his order. He felt cool, unthinking, happy. When it came, he ate the brown corned beef hash, deliberately enjoying every mouthful, mashing the crisp bits of potato against his teeth with his tongue. between sips of heavily sugared coffee. After polishing the plate with a crust of bread, he took a toothpick and went out. Picking his teeth, he walked through the grimy, dark entrance to the Brooklyn Bridge. A man in a derby hat was smoking a cigar in the middle of the broad tunnel. Bud brushed past him, walking with a tough swagger. I don't care about him. Let him follow me. The arching footwalk was empty except for a single policeman who stood yawning, looking up at the sky. It was like walking among the stars. Below, in either direction, streets tapered into dotted lines of lights between square black windowed buildings. The river glimmered underneath like the Milky Way above. Silently, smoothly, the bunch of lights of a tug slipped through the moist darkness. A car whirred across a bridge, making the girders rattle and the spiderwork of cables thrum like a shaken banjo. When he got to the tangle of girders on the elevated railroads of the Brooklyn side, he turned back along the southern driveway. Don't matter where I go. Can't go nowhere now. An edge of the blue night had started to glow behind him, the way iron starts to glow in a forge. Beyond black chimneys and lines of roofs, faint rosy contours of the downtown buildings were brightening. All the darkness was growing pearly, warming. They're all of them, detectives chasing me, all of them. Men in derbies, bums on the Bowery, old women in kitchens, barkeeps, streetcar conductors, bulls, hookers, sailors, longshoremen, stiffs in employment agencies. He thought I'd tell him where the old man's roll was, the lousy bum. One on him. One on all them goddamn detectives. The river was smooth, sleek as a blue steel gun barrel. Don't matter where I go. Can't go nowhere now. The shadows between the wharves and the buildings were powdery, like washing blue. Masts fringed the river. Smoke, purple chocolate colored flesh, pink climbed into light. Can't go nowhere now. In a swallowtail suit with a gold watch chain and a red seal ring, riding to his wedding beside Maria Sackett, riding in a carriage to City Hall with 4 white horses, to be made an alderman by the mayor, and the light grows behind them, brighter, brighter, riding in satins and silks to his wedding, riding in pink plush in a white carriage with Maria Sackett by his side, through rows of men waving cigars, bowing, doffing brown derbies. Alderman Bud riding in a carriage full of diamonds with his $1 million bride. Bud is sitting on the rail of the bridge. The sun has risen behind Brooklyn. The windows of Manhattan have caught fire. He jerks himself forward, slips, dangles by a hand with the sun in his eyes. The yell strangles in his throat as he drops. Captain McAvoy of the tugboat Prudence stood in the pilot house with one hand on the wheel. In the other he held a piece of biscuit he had just dipped into a cup of coffee that stood on the shelf beside the binnacle. He was a well-set man with bushy eyebrows and a bushy black mustache waxed at the tips. He was about to put the piece of coffee-soaked biscuit into his mouth when something black dropped and hit the water with a thudding splash a few yards off the bow. At the same moment, a man leaning out the engine room door shouted, "A guy just jumped off'n the bridge!" "God damn it to hell," said Captain McAvoy, dropping his piece of biscuit and spinning the wheel. The strong ebb tide whisked the boat round like a straw. 3 bells jangled in the engine room. A negro ran forward to the bow with a boat hook. "Give a hand there, Red," shouted Captain McAvoy. After a tussle, they landed a long black limp thing on the deck. 1 bell. 2 bells. Captain McAvoy, frowning and haggard, spun the tug's nose into the current again. "Any life in him, Red?" he asked hoarsely. The negro's face was green. His teeth were chattering. "Naw, sir," said the red-haired man slowly. "His neck's broke clear off." Captain McAvoy sucked a good half of his mustache into his mouth. "God damn it to hell," he groaned. "A pretty thing to happen on a man's wedding day." End of section 9.
Section 10 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Great Lady on a White Horse. Morning clatters with the first L train down Allen Street. Daylight rattles through the windows, shaking the old brick houses, splatters the girders of the L structure with bright confetti. The cats are leaving the garbage cans. The chintzes are going back into the walls, leaving sweaty limbs, leaving the grime-tender necks of little children asleep. Men and women stir under blankets and bedquilts on mattresses in the corners of rooms. Clots of kids begin to untangle, to scream and kick. At the corner of Riverton, the old man with the hempen beard who sleeps where nobody knows is putting out his pickle stand. Tubs of gherkins, pimentos, melon rind, piccalilli give out twining vines and cold tendrils of dank, peppery fragrance that grow like a marsh garden out of the musky bed smells and the rancid clangor of the cobbled, awakening street. The old man with the hempen beard who sleeps where nobody knows sits in the midst of it like Jonah under his gourd. Jimmy Herf walked up 4 creaky flights and knocked at a white door finger-marked above the knob where the name Sunderland appeared in Old English characters on a card neatly held in place by brass thumbtacks. He waited a long while beside a milk bottle, 2 cream bottles, and a copy of the Sunday Times. There was a rustle behind the door and the creak of a step, then no more sound. He pushed a white button in the door jamb, and he said, "Margie, I've got a crush on you so bad." And she said, "Come in out of the rain, you're all wet." Voices coming down the stairs, a man's feet in button shoes, a girl's feet in sandals, pink silk legs, the girl in a fluffy dress and a spring-made hat. The young man had white edging on his vest and a green, blue, and purple striped necktie. "But you're not that kind of a girl." "How do you know what kind of a girl I am?" The voices trailed out down the stairs. Jimmy Herf gave the bell another jab. "Who is it?" came a lisping female voice through a crack in the door. "I want to see Miss Prynne, please." Glimpse of a blue kimono held up to the chin of a fluffy face. "Oh, I don't know if she's up yet. She said she would be. Look, will you please wait a second to let me make my getaway," she tittered behind the door, "and then come in. Excuse us, but Mrs. Sunderland thought you were the rent collector. They sometimes come on Sunday just to fool you." A smile coyly bridged the crack in the door. "Shall I bring in the milk?" "Oh, do, and sit down in the hall and I'll call Ruth." The hall was very dark, smelled of sleep and toothpaste and massage cream. Across one corner a cot still bore the imprint of a body on its rumpled sheets. Straw hats, silk evening wraps, and a couple of men's dress coats hung in a jostling tangle from the staghorns of the hat rack. Jimmy picked up a corset cover off a rocking chair and sat down. Women's voices, a subdued rustling of people dressing, Sunday newspaper noises seeped out through the partitions of the different rooms. The bathroom door opened. A stream of sunlight, reflected out of a pier glass, cut the murky hall in half. Out of it came a head of hair like copper wire, blue dark eyes in a brittle white egg-shaped face. Then the hair was brown down the hall, above a slim back in a tangerine-colored slip, nonchalant pink heels standing up out of the bath slippers at every step. "Ow, ow, Jimmy." Ruth was yodeling at him from behind her door. "But you mustn't look at me or at my room." A head in curl papers stuck out like a turtle's. "Hello, Ruth. You can come in if you promise not to look. I'm a sight, and my room's a pigeon. I've just got to do my hair, then I'll be ready." The little gray room was stuffed with clothes and photographs of stage people. Jimmy stood with his back to the door, some sort of silky stuff that dangled from the hook, tickling his ears. "Well, how's the cub reporter?" "I'm on Hell's Kitchen. It's swell. Got a job yet, Ruth?" A couple of things may materialize during the week, but they won't. Oh, Jimmy, I'm getting desperate." She shook her hair loose of the crimpers and combed out the new mousy brown waves. She had a pale, startled face with a big mouth and blue underlids. "This morning I knew I ought to be up and ready, but I just couldn't. It's so discouraging to get up when you haven't got a job. Sometimes I think I'll go to bed and just stay there till the end of the world." Poor old Ruth. She threw a powder puff at him that covered his necktie and the lapels of his blue serge suit with powder. "Don't you poor old me, you little rat. That's a nice thing to do after all the trouble I took to make myself look respectable. Darn your hide, Ruth, and the smell of the carbona not off me yet." Ruth threw back her head with a shrieking laugh. "Oh, you're so comical, Jimmy. Try the whisk broom." Blushing, he blew down his chin at his tie. "Who's the funny-looking girl opened the hall door?" "Shush, you can hear everything through the partition." "That's Cassie," she whispered, giggling. "Cassandra Wilkins. Used to be with the Morgan dancers. But we oughtn't to laugh at her. She's very nice. I'm very fond of her." She let out a whoop of laughter. "You nut, Jimmy." She got to her feet and punched him in the muscle of the arm. "You always make me act like I was crazy. God did that. No, but look, I'm awfully hungry. I walked up. What time is it?" "It's after 1. "Oh, Jimmy, I don't know what to do about time." "Like this hat?" "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I went to see Al Harrison yesterday. It was simply dreadful. If I hadn't got to the phone in time and threatened to call the police. Look at that funny woman opposite. She's got a face exactly like a llama. It's on account of her I have to keep my shades drawn all the time." "Why?" "Oh, you're much too young to know. You'd be shocked, Jimmy." Ruth was leaning close to the mirror, running a stick of rouge between her lips. "So many things shock me. I don't see that it matters much. But come along, let's get out of here. The sun's shining outside, and people are coming out of church and going home to overeat and read at their Sunday papers among the rubber plants." "Oh, Jimmy, you're a shriek. Just 1 minute. Look out, you're hooked onto my best shimmy." A girl with short black hair in a yellow jumper was folding the sheets off the cot in the hall. For a second, under the amber-colored powder and the rouge, Jimmy did not recognize the face he had seen through the crack in the door. "Hello, Cassie. This is—" "Beg pardon, Miss Wilkins. This is Mr. Herf. You tell him about the lady across the air shaft. You know, Sappho the monk." Cassandra Wilkins lisped and pouted. "Isn't she dreadful, Mr. Herf? She says the dreadfulest things. She merely does it to annoy." "Oh, Mr. Herf, I'm so pleased to meet you at last. Ruth does nothing but talk about you. Oh, I'm afraid I was indiscreet to say that. I'm dreadfully indiscreet." The door across the hall opened, and Jimmy found himself looking in the white face of a crooked-nosed man whose red hair rode in 2 unequal mounds on either side of a straight part. He wore a green satin bathrobe and red morocco slippers. "What how, Cassandra?" he said in a careful Oxford drawl. "What prophecies today?" "Nothing except a wire from Mrs. Fitzsimmons Green. She wants me to go see her at Scarsdale tomorrow to talk about the Greenery Theater. Excuse me, this is Mr. Herf, Mr. Oglethorpe." The red-haired man raised one eyebrow and lowered the other and put a limp hand in Jimmy's. Herf, let me see. It's not a Georgia Herf. In Atlanta, there's an old family of Herfs. No, I don't think so. Too bad. Once upon a time, Josiah Herf and I were boon companions. Today he is the president of the First National Bank and leading citizen of Scranton, Pennsylvania, and I, a mere mountebank, a thing of rags and patches. When he shrugged his shoulders, the bathrobe fell away, exposing a flat, smooth, hairless chest. You see, Mr. Oglethorpe and I are going to do the Song of Songs. He reads it, and I interpret it in dancing. You must come up and see us rehearse sometime. Thy navel is like a round goblet which wanteth not liquor. Thy belly is like a heap of wheat set about with lilies. Oh, don't begin now, she tittered and pressed her legs together. Jojo, close that door, came a quiet, deep girl's voice from inside the room. Oh, poor dear Elaine. She wants to sleep. So glad to have met you, Mr. Herf. Jojo. Yes, my dear. Through the leaden drowse that cramped him, the girl's voice set Jimmy tingling. He stood beside Cassie constrainedly without speaking in the dingy, dark hall. A smell of coffee and singeing toast seeped in from somewhere. Ruth came up behind them. All right, Jimmy, I'm ready. I wonder if I've forgotten anything. I don't care whether you have or not. I'm starving. Jimmy took hold of her shoulders and pushed her gently towards the door. It's 2:00. Well, goodbye, Cassie dear. I'll call you up at about 6. All right, Wothy. So pleased to have met you, Mr. Herf. The door closed on Cassie's tittering lisp. Wow, Ruth, that place gives me the infernal jim-jams. Now, Jimmy, don't get peevish because you need food. But tell me, Ruth, what the hell is Mr. Oglethorpe? He beats anything I ever saw. Oh, did the ogle come out of his lair? Ruth let out a whoop of laughter. They came out into grimy sunlight. Did he tell you he was of the main branch, don't you know, of the Oglethorpes of Georgia? Is that lovely girl with copper hair his wife? Elaine Oglethorpe has reddish hair. She's not so darn lovely either. She's just a kid, and she's upstage as the deuce already, all because she made a kind of hit in Peach Blossoms. You know, one of these tiny, exquisite bits everybody makes such a fuss over. She can act all right. It's a shame she's got that for a husband. Ogle's done everything in the world for her. If it hadn't been for him, she'd still be in the chorus. Beauty and the Beast. You'd better look out if he sets his lamps on you, Jimmy. Why? Strange fish, Jimmy, strange fish. An elevated train shattered the barred sunlight overhead. He could see Ruth's mouth forming words. Look, he shouted above the diminishing clatter. Let's go have brunch at the campus and then go for a walk on the Palisades. You nut, Jimmy. What's brunch? You'll eat breakfast and I'll eat lunch. It'll be a scream. Whooping with laughter, she put her arm in his. Her silver net bag knocked against his elbow as they walked. And what about Cassie, the mysterious Cassandra? You mustn't laugh at her. She's a peach. If only she wouldn't keep that horrid little white poodle. She keeps it in her room, and it never gets any exercise, and it smells something terrible. She has that little room next to mine. Then she's got a steady, Ruth giggled. He's worse than the poodle. They're engaged, and he borrows all her money away from her. For heaven's sake, don't tell anybody. I don't know anybody to tell. Then there's Mrs. Sunderland. Oh, yes, I got a glimpse of her going into the bathroom, an old lady in a wadded dressing gown with a pink boudoir cap on. Jimmy, you shock me. She keeps losing her false teeth, began Ruth. An L train drowned out the rest. The restaurant door closing behind them choked off the roar of wheels on rails. An orchestra was playing when it's apple blossom time in Normandy. The place was full of smoke-writhing slants of sunlight, paper festoons, signs announcing, lobsters arrive daily, eat clams now, try our delicious French-style steamed mussels, recommended by the Department of Agriculture. They sat down under a red-lettered placard, beefsteak parties upstairs, and Ruth made a pass at him with a breadstick. Jimmy, do you think it'd be immoral to eat scallops for breakfast? But first I've got to have coffee. I'm going to eat a small steak and onions. Not if you're intending to spend the afternoon with me, Mr. Herf. Oh, all right. Ruth, I lay my onions at your feet. That doesn't mean I'm going to let you kiss me. What? On the Palisades? Ruth's giggle broke into a whoop of laughter. Jimmy blushed crimson. "I never asked you, ma'am," he said. Sunlight dripped in her face through the little holes in the brim of her straw hat. She was walking with brisk steps, too short on account of her narrow skirt. Through the thin China silk the sunlight tingled like a hand stroking her back. In the heavy heat streets, stores, people in Sunday clothes, straw hats, sunshades, surface cars, taxis, broke and crinkled brightly about her, grazing her with sharp cutting glints, as if she were walking through piles of metal shavings. She was groping continually through a tangle of gritty, saw-edged, brittle noise. At Lincoln Square, a girl rode slowly through the traffic on a white horse. Chestnut hair hung down in even, fakey waves over the horse's chalky rump and over the gilt-edged saddlecloth, where in green letters, pointed with crimson, read Danderine. She had on a Dolly Varden hat with a crimson plume, one hand in a white gauntlet, nonchalantly jiggled at the reins. In the other wobbled a gold-knobbed riding crop. Ellen watched her pass. Then she followed a smudge of green through a cross street to the park. A smell of trampled, sun-singed grass came from boys playing baseball. All the shady benches were full of people. When she crossed the curving automobile road, her sharp French heels sank into the asphalt. 2 sailors were sprawling on a bench in the sun. One of them popped his lips as she passed. She could feel their sea-greedy eyes cling stickily to her neck, her thighs, her ankles. She tried to keep her hips from swaying so much as she walked. The leaves were shriveled on the saplings along the path. South and east, sunny-faced buildings hemmed in the park. To the west they were violet with shadow. Everything was itching, sweaty, dusty, constrained by policemen and Sunday clothes. Why hadn't she taken the L? She was looking in the black eyes of a young man in a straw hat who was drawing up a red Stutz roadster to the curb. His eyes twinkled in hers. He jerked back his head, smiling an upside-down smile, pursing his lips so that they seemed to brush her cheek. He pulled the lever of the brake and opened the door with the other hand. She snapped her eyes away and walked on with her chin up. 2 pigeons with metal green necks and feet of coral waddled out of her way. An old man was coaxing a squirrel to fish for peanuts in a paper bag. All in green on a white stallion rode the lady of the lost battalion, green, Danderine, Godiva in the haughty mantle of her hair. General Sherman in gold interrupted her. She stopped a second to look at the plaza that gleamed white as mother of pearl. Yes, this is Elaine Oglethorpe's apartment. She climbed up onto a Washington Square bus. Sunday afternoon, 5th Avenue filed by rosily, dustily, jerkily. On the shady side there was an occasional man in a top hat and frock coat. Sunshades, summer dresses, straw hats were bright in the sun that glinted in squares on the upper windows of houses, lay in bright slivers on the hard paint of limousines and taxicabs. It smelled of gasoline and asphalt, of spearmint and talcum powder and perfume from the couples that jiggled closer and closer together on the seats of the bus. In an occasional store window, paintings, maroon draperies, varnished antique chairs behind plate glass. The St. Regis sherries. The man beside her wore spats and linen gloves, a floor walker probably. As they passed St. Patrick's, she caught a whiff of incense through the tall doors open into gloom. Delmonico's. In front of her, the young man's arm was stealing round the narrow gray flannel back of the girl beside him. Jezel Joe had rotten luck. He had to marry her. He's only 19. I suppose you would think it was hard luck. Myrtle, I didn't mean us. I bet you did. And anyways, have you ever seen the girl? I bet it ain't his. What? The kid. Billy, how dreadfully you do talk. 42nd Street. Union League Club. It was a most amusing gathering, most amusing. Everybody was there. For once the speeches were delightful, made me think of old times, croaked a cultivated voice behind her ear. The Waldorf. Ain't them flags swell, Billy? That funny one is 'cause the Siamese ambassador is staying there. I read about it in the paper this morning. When thou and I, my love, shall come to part, then shall I press an ineffable last kiss upon your lips and go, heart, start, who art, bliss, this, miss, when you and I, my love. 8th Street. She got down from the bus and went into the basement of the Brevoort. George sat waiting with his back to the door, snapping and unsnapping the lock of his briefcase. Well, Elaine, it's about time you turned up. There aren't many people I'd sit waiting 3/4 of an hour for. George, you mustn't scold me. I've been having the time of my life. I haven't had such a good time in years. I've had the whole day all to myself, and I walked all the way down from 105th Street to 59th through the park. It was full of the most comical people. You must be tired. His lean face, where the bright eyes were caught in a web of fine wrinkles, kept pressing forward into hers like the prow of a steamship. I suppose you've been at the office all day, George? Yes, I've been digging out some cases. I can't rely on anyone else to do even routine work thoroughly, so I have to do it myself. Do you know, I had it all decided you'd say that. What? About waiting 3/4 of an hour. Oh, you know altogether too much, Elaine. Have some pastries with your tea. Oh, but I don't know anything about anything. That's the trouble. I think I'll take a lemon, please. Glasses clinked about them. Through blue cigarette smoke, faces, hats, beards wagged, repeated greenish in the mirrors. But my dear, it's always the same old complex. It may be true of men, but it says nothing in regard to women, droned a woman's voice from the next table. Your feminism rises into an insuperable barrier, trailed a man's husky, meticulous tones. What if I am an egoist? God knows I've suffered for it. Fire that purifies, Charlie. George was speaking, trying to catch her eye. How's the famous Jojo? Oh, let's not talk about him. The less said about him, the better, eh? Now, George, I won't have you sneer at Jojo. For better or worse, he is my husband, till divorce do us part. No, I won't have you laugh. You're too crude and simple to understand him anyway. Jojo's a very complicated, rather tragic person. For God's sake, don't let's talk about husbands and wives. The important thing, little Elaine, is that you and I are sitting here together without anyone to bother us. Look, when we are going to see each other again, really, see each other, really. We're not going to be too real about this, are we, George? She laughed softly into her cup. Oh, but I have so many things to say to you. I want to ask you so many things. She looked at him laughing, balancing a small cherry tartlet that had one bite out of it between a pink, square-tipped finger and thumb. Is that the way you act when you've got some miserable sinner on the witness box? I thought it was more like, where were you on the night of February 31st? But I'm dead serious. That's what you can't understand, or won't. A young man stood at the table, swaying a little, looking down at them. Hello, Stan. Where the dickens did you come from? Baldwin looked up at him without smiling. Look, Mr. Baldwin, I know it's awful rude, but may I sit down at your table a second? There's somebody looking for me who I just can't meet. Oh, God, that mirror. Still, they'd never look for me if they saw you. Miss Oglethorpe, this is Stanwood Emery, the son of the senior partner in our firm. Oh, it's so wonderful to meet you, Miss Oglethorpe. I saw you last night, but you didn't see me. Did you go to the show? I almost jumped over the foots. I thought you were so wonderful. He had a ruddy brown skin, anxious eyes rather near the bridge of a sharp, fragilely cut nose, a big mouth, never still, wavy brown hair that stood straight up. Ellen looked from one to the other, inwardly giggling. They were all three stiffening in their chairs. I saw the Dandelion lady this afternoon, she said. She impressed me enormously. Just my idea of a great lady on a white horse. with rings on her finger and bells on her toes, and she shall make mischief wherever she goes. Stan rattled it off quickly under his breath. Music, isn't it? Put in Ellen, laughing. I always say mischief. Well, how's college? Asked Baldwin in a dry, uncordial voice. I guess it's still there, said Stan, blushing. I wish they'd burn it down before I got back. He got to his feet. You must excuse me, Mr. Baldwin. My intrusion was infernally rude. As he turned, leaning towards Ellen, she smelled his grainy whiskey breath. Please forgive it, Miss Oglethorpe. She found herself holding out her hand. A dry, skinny hand squeezed it hard. He strode out with swinging steps, bumping into a waiter as he went. I can't make out that infernal young puppy, burst out Baldwin. Poor old Emery's heartbroken about it. He's darn clever and has a lot of personality and all that sort of thing, but all he does is drink and raise Cain. I guess all he needs is to go to work and get a sense of values. Too much money's what's the matter with most of those college boys. Oh, but Elaine, thank God we're alone again. I have worked continuously all my life ever since I was 14. The time has come when I want to lay aside all that for a while. I want to live and travel and think and be happy. I can't stand the pace of downtown the way I used to. I want to learn to play, to ease off the tension. That's where you come in. But I don't want to be the nigger on anybody's safety valve. She laughed and let the lashes fall over her eyes. Let's go out to the country somewhere this evening. I've been stifling in the office all day. I hate Sunday anyway. But my rehearsal. You could be sick. I'll phone for a car. Golly, there's Jojo. Hello, Jojo. She waved her gloves above her head. John Oglethorpe, his face powdered, his mouth arranged in a careful smile above his stand-up collar, advanced between the crowded tables, holding out his hand, tightly squeezed into buff gloves with black stripes. How do you do, my dear? This is indeed a surprise and a pleasure. You know each other, don't you? This is Mr. Baldwin. Forgive me if I intrude, upon a tete-a-tete. Nothing of the sort. Sit down, and we'll all have a highball. I was just dying to see you, really, Jojo. By the way, if you haven't anything else to do this evening, you might slip in down front for a few minutes. I want to know what you think about my reading of the part. Certainly, my dear. Nothing could give me more pleasure. His whole body tense, George Baldwin leaned back with his hand clasped behind the back of his chair. Waiter, he broke his words off sharp like metal breaking. 3 Scotch highballs at once, please. Oglethorpe rested his chin on the silver ball of his cane. Confidence, Mr. Baldwin, he began. Confidence between husband and wife is a very beautiful thing. Space and time have no effect on it. Were one of us to go to China for 1,000 years, it would not change our affection one tittle. You see, George, what's the matter with Jojo is that he read too much Shakespeare in his youth. But I've got to go, or Merton will be bawling me out again. Talk about industrial slavery. Jojo, tell him about equity. Baldwin got to his feet. There was a slight flush on his cheekbones. Won't you let me take you up to the theater? He said through clenched teeth. I never let anyone take me anywhere. And Jojo, you must stay sober to see me act. Fifth Avenue was pink and white under pink and white clouds in a fluttering wind that was fresh after the cloying talk and choke of tobacco smoke and cocktails. She waved the taxi starter off merrily and smiled at him. Then she found a pair of anxious eyes looking into hers, seriously, out of a high-arched brown face. I waited round to see you come out. Can't I take you somewhere? I've got my Ford round the corner. Please. But I'm just going up to the theater. I've got a rehearsal. All right. Do let me take you there. She began putting a glove on thoughtfully. All right, but it's an awful imposition on you. That's fine. It's right round here. It was awfully rude of me to butt in that way, wasn't it? But that's another story. Anyway, I've met you. The Ford's name is Dingo, but that's another story too. Still, it's nice to meet somebody humanly young. There's nobody humanly young round New York. His face was scarlet when he leaned to crank the car. Oh, I'm too damn young. The motor sputtered, started with a roar. He jumped around and cut off the gas with a long hand. We'll probably get arrested. My muffler's loose and liable to drop off. At 34th Street, they passed a girl riding slowly through the traffic on a white horse. Chestnut hair hung down in even, fakey waves over the horse's chalky rump, and over the gilt-edged saddlecloth were in green letters pointed with crimson red danderine. "Rings on her fingers," chatted Stan, pressing his buzzer, "and bells on her toes, and she shall cure dandruff wherever it grows." End of section 10. Section 11 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Longlegged Jack of the Isthmus. Part 1. Noon on Union Square. Selling out. Must vacate. We have made a terrible mistake. Kneeling on the dusty asphalt, little boys, shine shoes, low shoes, tans, button shoes, Oxfords. The sun shines like a dandelion on the toe of each new shined shoe. Right this way, buddy. Mr., Miss, Ma'am. At the back of the store, our new line of fancy tweeds, highest value, lowest price. Gents, misses, ladies, cut rate. We have made a terrible mistake. Must vacate. Noon sunlight spirals dimly into the chop suey joint. Muted music spirals Hindustan. He eats fuyong. She eats chow mein. They dance with their mouths full. Slim blue jumper squeezed to black slick suit. Peroxide curls against black slick hair. Down 14th Street, glory, glory comes the army, striding lasses, glory, glory four abreast, the rotund shining navy blue Salvation Army band. Highest value, lowest price, must vacate. We have made a terrible mistake, must vacate. From Liverpool, British steamer Raleigh, Captain Kettlewell, 933 bales, 881 boxes, 10 baskets, 8 packages, fabrics, 57 boxes, 89 bales, 18 baskets cotton thread, 156 bales felt, 4 bales asbestos, 100 sacks spools. Joe Harland stopped typing and looked up at the ceiling. The tips of his fingers were sore. The office smelled stalely of paste and manifests and men in shirt sleeves. Through the open window he could see a piece of the dun wall of an air shaft and a man with a green eye shade staring vacantly out of a window. The tow-headed office boy set a note on the corner of his desk. "Mr. Pollock will see you at 5:10. A hard lump caught in his throat. He's going to fire me." His fingers started tapping again. From Glasgow, Dutch steamer Delft, Captain Tromp, 200 bales, 123 boxes, 14 kegs. Joe Harland roamed about the battery till he found an empty seat on a bench. Then he let himself flop into it. The sun was drowning in tumultuous saffron steam behind Jersey. Well, that's over. He sat a long while staring at the sunset like at a picture in a dentist's waiting room. Great whirls of smoke from a passing tug curled up black and scarlet against it. He sat staring at the sunset, waiting. "That's $18.50 I had before, less $6 for the room, $1.84 for laundry. and $4.50 I owe Charlie makes $7.84, $11.84, $12.34 from $18.50 leaves me $6.16. 3 days to find another job if I go without drinks. Oh God, won't my luck ever turn? Used to have good enough luck in the old days. His knees were trembling. There was a sick burning in the pit of his stomach. A fine mess you've made of your life, Joseph Harland. 45 and no friends and not a cent to bless yourself with. The sail of a catboat was a crimson triangle when it luffed a few feet from the concrete walk. A young man and a young girl ducked together as the slender booms swung across. They both were bronzed with the sun and had yellow weather-bleached hair. Joe Harland gnawed his lip to keep back the tears as the catboat shrank into the ruddy murk of the bay. By God, I need a drink. Ain't it a crime? Ain't it a crime? The man in the seat to the left of him began to say over and over again. Joe Harland turned his head. The man had a red puckered face and silver hair. He held the dramatic section of the paper taut between two grimy flippers. Them young actresses all dressed naked like that? Why can't they let you alone? Don't you like to see their pictures in the papers? Why can't they let you alone, I say? If you ain't got no work and you ain't got no money, what's the good of 'em, I say? Well, lots of people like to see their pictures in the paper. Used to myself in the old days. Used to be work in the old days. You ain't got no job now, he growled savagely. Joe Harland shook his head. Well, what the hell? They ought to leave you alone, oughtn't they? Won't be no jobs till snow shoveling begins. What'll you do till then? The old man didn't answer. He bent over the paper, again screwing up his eyes and muttering, all dressed naked. It's a crime, I'm tellin' yez. Joe Harland got to his feet and walked away. It was almost dark. His knees were stiff from sitting still so long. As he walked wearily, he could feel his pot belly cramped by his tight belt. Poor old warhorse, you need a couple of drinks to think about things. A mottled, beery smell came out through swinging doors. Inside, the barkeep's face was like a russet apple on a snug mahogany shelf. Give me a shot of rye. The whiskey stung his throat, hot and fragrant. Makes a man of me, that does. Without drinking the chaser, he walked over to the free lunch and ate a ham sandwich and an olive. Let's have another rye, Charlie. That's the stuff to make a man of you. I've been laying off it too much. That's what's the matter with me. You wouldn't think it to look at me now, would you, friend? But they used to call me the Wizard of Wall Street, which is only another illustration of the peculiar predominance of luck in human affairs. Yes, sir, with pleasure. Well, here's health and long life, and to hell with the jinx. Ha, makes a man of you. Well, I suppose there's not one of you gentlemen here who hasn't at some time or other taken a plunger, and how many of you hasn't come back sadder and wiser. Another illustration of the peculiar predominance of luck in human affairs. But not so with me. Gentlemen, for 10 years I played the market. For 10 years I didn't have a ticker ribbon out of my hand day or night, and in 10 years I only took a cropper 3 times, till the last time. Gentlemen, I'm going to tell you a secret. I'm going to tell you a very important secret. Charlie, give these good friends of mine another round, my treat, and have a nip yourself. My, that tickles her in the right place. Gentlemen, just another illustration of the peculiar predominance of luck in human affairs. Gentlemen, the secret of my luck. This is exact, I assure you. You can verify it yourselves in newspaper articles, magazines, speeches, lectures delivered in those days. a man, and a dirty blackguard he turned out to be. Eventually, even wrote a detective story about me called The Secret of Success, which you can find in the New York Public Library if you care to look the matter up. The secret of my success was, and when you hear it, you'll laugh among yourselves and say, Joe Harlan's drunk, Joe Harlan's an old fool. Yes, you will. For 10 years, I'm telling you, I traded on margins. I bought outright. I covered on stocks I'd never even heard the name of, and every time I cleaned up. I piled up money. I had 4 banks in the palm of my hand. I began eating my way into sugar and gutta percha, but in that I was before my time. But you're getting nervous to know my secret. You think you could use it. Well, you couldn't. It was a blue silk crocheted necktie that my mother made for me when I was a little boy. Don't you laugh, goddamn you. No, I'm not starting anything. Just another illustration of the peculiar predominance of luck. The day I chipped in with another fellow to spread $1,000 over some Louisville and Nashville on margin, I wore that necktie. Soared 25 points in 25 minutes. That was the beginning. Then gradually I began to notice that the times I didn't wear that necktie were the times I lost money. It got so old and ragged I tried carrying it in my pocket. Didn't do any good. I had to wear it, do you understand? The rest is the old story, gentlemen. There was a girl, God damn her, and I loved her. I wanted to show her that there was nothing in the world I wouldn't do for her, so I gave it to her. I pretended it was a joke and laughed it off. Ha ha ha. She said, why, it's no good. It's all worn out. And she threw it in the fire. Only another illustration. Friend, you wouldn't set me up to another drink, would you? I find myself unexpectedly out of funds this afternoon. I thank you, sir. Ah, that puts ginger in you again. In the crammed subway car, the messenger boy was pressed up against the back of a tall blonde woman who smelled of Mary Garden. Elbows, packages, shoulders, buttocks jiggled closer with every lurch of the screeching express. His sweaty Western Union cap was knocked onto the side of his head. If I could have had a dame like that, it'd be worth having de train stalled, de lights go out, de train wrecked. I could have her if I had de noive in de jack. As the train slowed up, she fell against him. He closed his eyes, didn't breathe. His nose was mashed against her neck. The train stopped. He was carrying in a rush of people out the door. Dizzy, he staggered up into the air and the blinking blocks of lights. Upper Broadway was full of people. Sailors lounged in 2s and 3s at the corner of 96th. He ate a ham and a leberwurst sandwich in a delicatessen store. The woman behind the counter had butter-colored hair like the girl in the subway, but she was fatter and older. Still chewing the crust of the last sandwich, he went up in the elevator to the Japanese garden. He sat thinking a while with the flicker of the screen in his eyes. Geez, they'll think it funny to see a messenger boy up here in this suit. I better get the hell out of here. I'll go deliver my telegrams. He tightened his belt as he walked down the stairs. Then he slouched up Broadway to 105th Street and east towards Columbus Avenue, noting doors, fire escapes, windows, cornices carefully as he went. This is the joint. The only lights were on the second floor. He rang the second floor bell. The door catch clicked. He ran up the stairs. A woman with weedy hair and a face red from leaning over the stove poked her head out. Telegram for Santiono. No such name here. Sorry, ma'am. I must have rung the wrong bell. Door slammed in his nose. His sallow, sagging face tightened up all of a sudden. He ran lightly on tiptoe up the stairs to the top landing, then up the little ladder to a trap door. The bolt ground as he slid it back. He caught in his breath. Once on the cinder-gritty roof, he let the trap door back softly into place. Chimneys stood up in alert ranks all about him, black against the glare from the streets. Crouching, he stepped gingerly to the rear edge of the house, let himself down from the gutter to the fire escape. His foot grazed a flower pot as he landed. Everything dark. Crawled through a window into a stuffy woman-smelling room, slid a hand under the pillow of an unmade bed, along a bureau, spilled some face powder, in tiny jerks pulled open the drawer, a watch, ran a pin into his finger, a brooch, something that crinkled in the back corner, bills, a roll of bills. Get away, no chances tonight. Down the fire escape to the next floor, no light, another window open. Taken candy from a baby. Same room, smelling of dogs and incense, some kind of dope. He could see himself faintly fumbling in the glass of the bureau, put his hand into a pot of cold cream, wiped it off on his pants. Hell, something fluffy soft shot with a yell from under his feet. He stood trembling in the middle of the narrow room. The little dog was yapping loud in a corner. The room swung into light. A girl stood in the open door, pointing a revolver at him. There was a man behind her. "What are you doing?" "Why, it's a Western Union boy." The light was a coppery tangle about her hair, picked out her body under the red silk kimono. The young man was wiry and brown in his unbuttoned shirt. "Well, what are you doing in that room?" "Please, ma'am, it was hunger brought me to it. Hunger and my poor old mudder starvin'." "Isn't that wonderful, Stan? He's a burglar." She brandished the revolver. "Come on, out in the hall." "Yes, miss, anythin' you say, miss, but don't give me up to de bulls." "Tinkle de old mudder starvin' her heart out." "All right, but if you took anything you must give it back." "Honest, I didn't have a chance." Dan flopped into a chair, laughing and laughing. "Ellie, you take the cake. Wouldn't have thought you could do it." "Well, didn't I play this scene in stock all last summer?" "Give up your gun." "No, miss, I wouldn't carry no gun." "Well, I don't believe you, but I guess I'll let you go." "God bless you, miss. But you must make some money as a messenger boy." "I was fired last week, miss. It's only hunger made me take to it." Stan got to his feet. "Let's give him $1 and tell him to get the hell out of here." When he was outside the door, she held out the dollar bill to him. "Judge, you're white," he said, choking. He grabbed the hand with the bill in it and kissed it. Leaning over her hand, kissing it wetly, he caught a glimpse of her body under the arm in the drooping red silk sleeve. As he walked, still trembling, down the stairs, he looked back and saw the man and the girl standing side by side with their arms around each other, watching him. His eyes were full of tears. He stuffed the dollar bill into his pocket. "Kid, if you keep on being a softy about women, you're going to find yourself in that little summer hotel up the river. Pretty soft, though." Whistling under his breath, he walked to the L and took an uptown train. Now and then he put his hand over his back pocket to feel the roll of bills. He ran up to the 3rd floor of an apartment house that smelled of fried fish and coal gas, and rang 3 times at a grimy glass door. After a pause, he knocked softly. "'Zat you, Moiky?" came faintly the whine of a woman's voice. "No, it's Nicky Schatz." A sharp-faced woman with henna hair opened the door. She had on a fur coat over frilly lace underclothes. "How's the boy?" "Jes, swell dame caught me when I was tidying up a little job, and what yer think she done?" He followed the woman, talking excitedly, into a dining room with peeling walls. On the table were used glasses and a bottle of Green River whiskey. "She gave me $1 and told me to be a good little boy." "The hell she did." "Here's a watch." "It's an Ingersoll. I don't call that a watch." "Well, set your lamps on this." He pulled out the roll of bills. "Ain't that a wad of lettuce?" "Gott in Himmel, days tausends." "Let me see." She grabbed the bills out of his hand, her eyes popping. "Hey, you're cuckoo, kid." She threw the roll on the floor and wrung her hands with a swaying Jewish gesture. Oi, oi, it's stage money, it's stage money, you simple saphead, you goddamn... Giggling, they sat side by side on the edge of the bed. Through the stuffy smell of this room, full of little silky bits of clothing falling off chairs, a fading freshness came from a bunch of yellow roses on the bureau. Their arms tightened round each other's shoulders. Suddenly he wrenched himself away and leaned over to kiss her mouth. "Some burglar," he said breathlessly. "Stan, Ellie, I thought it might be Jojo." She managed to force a whisper through a tight throat. "It'll be just like him to come sneaking around. Ellie, I don't understand how you can live with him among all these people. You're so lovely. I just don't see you in all this. It was easy enough before I met you, and honestly, Jojo's all right. He's just a peculiar, very unhappy person. But you're out of another world, old kid. You ought to live on top of the Woolworth building in an apartment made of cut glass and cherry blossoms. Stan, your back's brown all the way down. That's swimming. So soon. I guess most of it's left over from last summer. You're the fortunate youth, all right. I never learned how to swim properly. I'll teach you. Look, next Sunday bright and early, we'll hop into Dingo and go down to Long Beach. Way down at the end there's never anybody. You don't even have to wear a bathing suit. I like the way you're so lean and hard, Stan. Jojo's white and flabby, almost like a woman. For Christ's sake, don't talk about him now." Stan stood with his legs apart, buttoning his shirt. "Look, Ellie, let's beat it out and have a drink. God, I'd hate to run into somebody now and have to talk lies to 'em. I bet I'd crown 'em with a chair. We've got time. Nobody ever comes home here before 12. I'm just here myself because I've got a sick headache. Ellie, do you like your sick headache?" "I'm crazy about it, Stan. I guess that Western Union burglar knew that. Gosh, burglary, adultery, sneaking down fire escapes, cat treading along gutters. Judas, it's a great life." Ellen gripped his hand hard as they came down the stairs, stepping together. In front of the letterboxes in the shabby hallway, he grabbed her suddenly by the shoulders and pressed her head back and kissed her. Hardly breathing, they floated down the street toward Broadway. He had his hand under her arm. She squeezed it tight against her ribs with her elbow. Aloof, as if looking through thick glass into an aquarium, she watched faces, fruit in store windows, cans of vegetables, jars of olives, red-hot poker plants in a florist's, newspapers, electric signs drifting by. When they passed cross streets, a puff of air came in her face off the river. Suddenly jet-bright glances of eyes under straw hats, attitudes of chins, thin lips, pouting lips, Cupid's bows, hungry shadow under cheekbones, faces of girls and young men, nuzzled, fluttering against her like moths as she walked with her stride even to his through the tingling yellow night. Somewhere they sat down at a table. An orchestra throbbed. "No, Stan, I can't drink anything. You go ahead." "But Ellie, aren't you feeling swell like I am?" "Sweller. I just couldn't stand feeling any better. I couldn't keep my mind on a glass long enough to drink it." She winced under the brightness of his eyes. Stan was bubbling drunk. "I wish earth had thy body as fruit to eat," he kept repeating. Ellen was all the time twisting about bits of rubbery cold Welsh rabbit with her fork. She had started to drop with a lurching drop like a roller coaster's into shuddering pits of misery. In a square place in the middle of the floor, 4 couples were dancing the tango. She got to her feet. "Stan, I'm going home. I've got to get up early and rehearse all day. Call me up at 12 at the theater." He nodded and poured himself another highball. She stood behind his chair a second, looking down at his long head of close, ruffled hair. He was spouting verses softly to himself. "Saw the white, implacable Aphrodite. Damn fine. saw the hair unbound and the feet unsandaled. Jiminy, shine as fire of sunset on western waters, saw the reluctant, goddamn fine sapphics. Once out on Broadway again, she felt very merry. She stood in the middle of the street waiting for the uptown car. An occasional taxi whizzed by her. From the river on the warm wind came the long moan of a steamboat whistle. In the pit, inside her, thousands of gnomes were building tall, brittle, glittering towers. The car swooped ringing along the rails, stopped. As she climbed in, she remembered swooningly the smell of Stan's body sweating in her arms. She let herself drop into a seat, biting her lips to keep from crying out. God, it's terrible to be in love. Opposite, two men with chinless, bluefish faces were talking hilariously, slapping fat knees. I'll tell your Jim it's Irene Castle that makes the hit with me. To see her dance the one-step just makes me hear angels hummin'. Nah, she's too skinny. But she's made the biggest hit ever made on Broadway. Ellen got off the car and walked east along the desolate, empty pavements of 105th Street. A fetor of mattresses and sleep seeped out from the blocks of narrow-windowed houses. Along the gutters, garbage cans stank sourly. In the shadow of a doorway, a man and girl swayed tightly, clamped in each other's arms. Saying good night, Ellen smiled happily. Greatest hit on Broadway. The words were an elevator carrying her up dizzily, up into some stately height where electric light signs crackled scarlet and gold and green, where were bright roof gardens that smelled of orchids, and the slow throb of a tango dance in a gold-green dress with Stan, while hand-clapping of millions beat in gusts like a hailstorm about them. Greatest hit on Broadway. She was walking up the scaling white stairs. Before the door marked Sunderland, a feeling of sick disgust suddenly choked her. She stood a long time, her heart pounding with the key poised before the lock. Then with a jerk, she pushed the key in the lock and opened the door. Strange fish, Jimmy, strange fish. Herf and Ruth Prynne sat giggling over plates of pâté in the innermost corner of a clattery, low-ceilinged restaurant. All the ham actors in the world seem to eat here. All the ham actors in the world live up at Mrs. Sunderland's. What's the latest news from the Balkans? Balkans is right. Beyond Ruth's black straw hat with red poppies round the crown, Jimmy looked at the packed tables where faces decomposed into a gray-green blur. Two sallow, hawk-faced waiters elbowed their way through the seesawing chatter of talk. Ruth was looking at him with dilated, laughing eyes while she bit at a stalk of celery. "Whee! I feel so drunk," she was spluttering. "It went straight to my head. Isn't it terrible?" Well, what were these shocking goings-on at 105th Street? Oh, you missed it. It was a shriek. Everybody was out in the hall. Mrs. Sunderland with her hair in curl papers, and Cassie was crying, and Tony Hunter was standing in his door in pink pajamas. Who's he? Just a juvenile. But Jimmy, I must have told you about Tony Hunter. Peculiar poisons, Jimmy, peculiar poisons. Jimmy felt himself blushing. He bent over his plate. "Oh, is that what's his trouble?" he said stiffly. "Now you're shocked, Jimmy. Admit that you're shocked." "No, I'm not. Go ahead, spill the dirt." "Oh, Jimmy, you're such a shriek." Well, Cassie was sobbing, and the little dog was barking, and the invisible Costello was yelling police and fainting into the arms of an unknown man in a dress suit. And Jojo was brandishing a revolver, a little nickel one, may have been a water pistol for all I know. The only person who looked in their right senses was Elaine Oglethorpe. You know, the Titan-haired vision that so impressed your infant mind. Honestly, Ruth, my infant mind wasn't as impressed as all that. Well, at last the Ogle got tired of his big scene and cried out in ringing tones, "Disarm me, or I shall kill this woman." And Tony Hunter grabbed the pistol and took it into his room. Then Elaine Oglethorpe made a little bow as if she were taking a curtain call, said, "Well, good night, everybody," and ducked into her room, cool as a cucumber. Can you picture it? Ruth suddenly lowered her voice. "But everybody in the restaurant is listening to us, and really I think it's very disgusting. But the worst is yet to come." After the Ogle had banged on the door a couple of times and not gotten any answer, he went up to Tony and, rolling his eyes like Forbes Robertson in Hamlet, put his arm round him and said, "Tony, can a broken man crave asylum in your room for the night? Honestly, I was just so shocked. Is Oglethorpe that way too?" Ruth nodded several times. "Then why did she marry him?" "Well, that girl'd marry a trolley car if she thought she could get anything by it." "Ruth, honestly, I think you've got the whole thing sized up wrong." "Jimmy, you're too innocent to live. But let me finish the tragic tale. After those two had disappeared and locked the door behind them, the most awful powwow you've ever imagined went on in the hall. Of course, Cassie had been having hysterics all along just to add to the excitement. When I came back from getting her some sweet spirits of ammonia in the bathroom, I found the court in session. It was a shriek. Miss Costello wanted the Oglethorpes thrown out at dawn and said she'd leave if they didn't, and Mrs. Sunderland kept moaning that in 30 years of theatrical experience she'd never seen a scene like that. And the man in the dress suit, who was Benjamin Arden, you know, he played a character part in Honeysuckle Jim, said he thought people like Tony Hunter ought to be in jail. When I went to bed, it was still going on. Do you wonder that I slept late after all that and kept you waiting, poor child, an hour in the Times drugstore?" End of section 11. Section 12 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Longlegged Jack of the Isthmus. Part 2. Joe Harland stood in his hall bedroom with his hands in his pockets, staring at the picture of the stag at bay that hung crooked in the middle of the verdigris wall that hemmed in the shaky iron bed. His claw-cold fingers moved restlessly in the bottoms of his trousers pockets. He was talking aloud in a low, even voice. "Oh, it's all luck, you know, but that's the last time I tried the Merivales. Emily had given it to me if it hadn't been for that damned old tightwad. Got a soft spot in her heart, Emily has. But none of 'em seem to realize that these things aren't always a man's own fault. It's luck, that's all it is, and Lord knows they used to eat out of my hand in the old days." His rising voice grated on his ears. He pressed his lips together. "You're getting batty, old man." He stepped back and forth in the narrow space between the bed and the wall. 3 steps, 3 steps. He went to the washstand and drank out of the pitcher. The water tasted of rank wood and slop pails. He spat the last mouthful back. "I need a good tenderloin steak, not water." He pounded his clenched fists together. "I got to do something. I got to do something." He put on his overcoat to hide the rip in the seat of his trousers. The frayed sleeves tickled his wrists. The dark stairs creaked. He was so weak he kept grabbing the rail for fear of falling. The old woman pounced out of a door on him in the lower hall. The rat had squirmed sideways on her head as if trying to escape from under the thin gray pompadour. "Meester Harland, how about you pay me 3 weeks' rent?" "I'm just on my way out to cash a check now, Mrs. Budovitz. You've been so kind about this little matter, and perhaps it will interest you to know that I have the promise, no, I may say the certainty, of a very good position beginning Monday. I've ate 3 weeks. I not wait any more. But, my dear lady, I assure you, upon my honor as a gentleman, Mrs. Budkovitz began to jerk her shoulders about. Her voice rose thin and wailing like the sound of a peanut wagon. You pay me dat $15 or I rent the room to somebody else. I'll pay you this very evening. What time? 6 o'clock. All right. Plus you give me key. But I can't do that. Suppose I was late. That's why I want the key. I'm through with waiting. All right, take the key. I hope you understand that after this insulting behavior, it will be impossible for me to remain longer under your roof. Mrs. Budkovitz laughed hoarsely. All right, when you pay me $15, you can take away your grip. He put the 2 keys tied together with string into her gray hand and slammed the door and strode down the street. At the corner of 3rd Avenue, he stopped and stood shivering in the hot afternoon sunlight, sweat running down behind his ears. He was too weak to swear. Jagged oblongs of harsh sound broke one after another over his head as an elevated passed over. Trucks grated by along the avenue, raising a dust that smelled of gasoline and trampled horse dung. The dead air stank of stores and lunchrooms. He began walking slowly uptown towards 14th Street. At a corner, a crinkly, warm smell of cigars stopped him like a hand on his shoulder. He stood a while looking in the little shop, watching the slim, stained fingers of the cigar roller shuffle the brittle outside leaves of tobacco. Remembering Romeo and Juliet Arguelles Morales, he sniffed deeply. The slick tearing of tinfoil, the careful slipping off of the band, the tiny ivory penknife for the end that slit delicately as flesh, the smell of the wax match, the long inhaling of bitter, crinkled, deep, sweet smoke. And now, sir, about this little matter of the new Northern Pacific bond issue. He clenched his fists in the clammy pockets of his raincoat. Take my key, would she, the old harridan? I'll show her, damn it. Joe Harland may be down and out, but he's got his pride yet. He walked west along 14th and without stopping to think and lose his nerve went down into a small basement stationery store, strode through unsteadily to the back, and stood swaying in the doorway of a little office where sat at a roll-top desk a blue-eyed, bald-headed fat man. "Hello, Felsius," croaked Harland. The fat man got to his feet, bewildered. "God, it ain't Mr. Harland, is it?" Joe Harland himself, Felsius, or somewhat the worse for wear. A titter died in his throat. "Well, all be. Sit right down, Mr. Harland. Thank you, Felsius. Felsius, I'm down and out. It must be 5 years since I've seen you, Mr. Harland. A rotten 5 years it's been for me. I suppose it's all luck. My luck won't ever change on this earth again. Remember when I'd come in from romping with the bulls and raise hell round the office? A pretty good bonus I gave the office force that Christmas. Indeed it was, Mr. Harland. Must be a dull life storekeeping after the street. More to my taste, Mr. Harland. Nobody to boss me here. And how's the wife and kids? Fine, fine. The oldest boy's just out of high school. That the one you named for me?" Felsius nodded. His fingers, fat as sausages, were tapping uneasily on the edge of the desk. "I remember I thought I'd do something for that kid someday. It's a funny world." Harland laughed feebly. He felt a shuddery blackness stealing up behind his head. He clenched his hands round his knee and contracted the muscles of his arms. "You see, Felsius, it's this way. I find myself for the moment in a rather embarrassing situation financially. You know how those things are." Felsius was staring straight ahead of him into the desk. Beads of sweat were starting out of his bald head. We all have our spell of bad luck, don't we? I want to float a very small loan for a few days, just a few dollars, say 25 until certain combinations. Mr. Harland, I can't do it. Felsius got to his feet. I'm sorry, but principles is principles. I've never borrowed or lent a cent in my life. I'm sure you understand that. All right, don't say any more. Harland got meekly to his feet. Let me have a quarter. I'm not so young as I was, and I haven't eaten for 2 days, he mumbled, looking down at his cracked shoes. He put out his hand to steady himself by the desk. Felsius moved back against the wall as if to ward off a blow. He held out a 50-cent piece on thick, trembling fingers. Harland took it, turned without a word, and stumbled out through the shop. Felsius pulled a violet-bordered handkerchief out of his pocket, mopped his brow, and turned to his letters again. We take the liberty of calling the trade's attention to 4 new superfine mullein products that we feel the greatest confidence in recommending to our customers as a fresh and absolutely unparalleled departure in the paper manufacturer's art. They came out of the movie blinking into bright pools of electric glare. Cassie watched him stand with his feet apart and eyes absorbed, lighting a cigar. McAvoy was a stocky man with a beefy neck. He wore a single-button coat, a checked vest, and a dog's head pin in his brocade necktie. That was a rotten show, or I'm a Dutchman, he was growling. But I love the II.IV pictures, Morris, those Swiss peasants dancing. I felt I was right there. Damn hot in there. I'd like a drink. Now, Morris, you promised, she whined. Oh, I just meant soda water. Don't get nervous. Oh, that'd be lovely. I just love a soda. Then we'll go for a walk in the park. She let the lashes fall over her eyes. All right, Morris, she whispered without looking at him. She put her hand a little tremulously through his arm. If only I wasn't so goddamn broke. I don't care, Morris. I do, by God. At Columbus Circle, they went into a drugstore. Girls in green, violet, pink summer dresses. Young men in straw hats were 3 deep along the soda fountain. She stood back and admiringly watched him shove his way through. A man was leaning across the table behind her, talking to a girl. Their faces were hidden by their hat brims. You just tie that bull outside, I said to him. Then I resigned. You mean you were fired? No, honest, I resigned before he had a chance. He's a stinker, do you know it? I won't take no more of his lip. When I was walking out of the office, he called after me. Young man, let me tell you something. You won't never make good till you learn who's boss around this town, till you learn that it ain't you. Morris was holding out a vanilla ice cream soda to her. Dreamin' again, Cassie. Anybody'd think you was a snowbird. Smiling bright-eyed, she took the soda. He was drinking Coca-Cola. Thank you, she said. She sucked with pouting lips at a spoonful of ice cream. Oh, Morris, it's delicious. The path between round splashes of arc lights ducked into darkness. Through slant lights and nudging shadows came a smell of dusty leaves and trampled grass, and occasionally a rift of cool fragrance from damp earth under shrubberies. Oh, I love it in the park, chanted Cassie. She stifled a belch. Do you know, Morris, I oughtn't to have eaten that ice cream. It always gives me gas. Morris said nothing. He put his arm round her and held her tight to him so that his thigh rubbed against hers as they walked. Well, Pierpont Morgan is dead. I wish he'd left me a couple million. Oh, Morris, wouldn't it be wonderful? Where'd we live? On Central Park South. They stood looking back at the glow of electric signs that came from Columbus Circle. To the left, they could see curtained lights in the windows of a white-faced apartment house. He looked stealthily to the right and left and then kissed her. She twisted her mouth out from under his. Don't, somebody might see us, she whispered breathless. Inside, something like a dynamo was whirring, whirring. Morris, I've been saving it up to tell you. I think Goldweiser's going to give me a specialty bit in his next show. He's stage manager of the Second Woad Company, and he's got a lot of pull up at the office. He saw me dance yesterday. What did he say? He said he'd fix it up for me to see the big boss Monday. Oh, but Morris, it's not the sort of thing I want to do. It's so vulgar and horrid. I want to do such beautiful things. I feel I've got it in me. Something without a name fluttering inside, a bird of beautiful plumage in a horrid iron cage. That's the trouble with you. You'll never make good. You're too upstage. She looked at him with streaming eyes that glistened in the white powdery light of an arc lamp. Oh, don't cry, for God's sake. I didn't mean anything. I'm not upstage with you, Morris, am I? She sniffed and wiped her eyes. You are, kinda. That's what makes me sore. I like my little girl to pet me and love me up a little. Hell, Cassie, life ain't all beer and sauerkraut. As they walked tightly pressed one to another, they felt rock under their feet. They were on a little hill of granite outcrop with shrubbery all round. The lights from the buildings that hemmed in the end of the park shone in their faces. They stood apart, holding each other's hands. Take that red-haired girl up at 105th Street. I bet she wouldn't be upstage when she was alone with a feller. She's a dreadful woman. She don't care what kind of a wep she has. Oh, I think you're Howard. She began to cry again. He pulled her to him roughly, pressed her to him hard with his spread hands on her back. She felt her legs tremble and go weak. She was falling through colored shafts of faintness. His mouth wouldn't let her catch her breath. Look out, he whispered, pulling himself away from her. They walked on unsteadily down the path through the shrubbery. I guess it ain't. What, Morris? A cop. God, it's hell not having anywhere to go. Can't we go to your room? But, Morris, they'll all see us. Who cares? They all do it in that house. Oh, I hate you when you talk that way. Real love is all pure and lovely. Morris, you don't love me. Quit picking on me, can't you, Cassie, for a minute? God damn, it's hell to be broke. They sat down on a bench in the light. Behind them, automobiles slithered with a constant hissing scuttle in two streams along the roadway. She put her hand on his knee, and he covered it with his big, stubby hand. Morris, I feel that we are going to be very happy from now on. I feel it. You're going to get a fine job. I'm sure you are. I ain't so sure. I'm not so young as I was, Cassie. I ain't got any time to lose. Why, you're terribly young. You're only 35, Morris. And I think that something wonderful is going to happen. I'm going to get a chance to dance. Why, you ought to make more than that red-haired girl, Elaine Oglethorpe. She doesn't make so much, but I'm different from her. I don't care about money. I want to live for my dancing. I want money. Once you got money, you can do what you like. But Morris, don't you believe that you can do anything if you just want to hard enough? I believe that. He edged his free arm round her waist. Gradually, she let her head fall on his shoulder. Oh, I don't care, she whispered with dry lips. Behind them, limousines, roadsters, touring cars, sedans slithered along the roadway with snaky glint of lights running in two smooth, continuous streams. The brown serge smelled of mothballs as she folded it. She stooped to lay it in the trunk. A layer of tissue paper below rustled when she smoothed the wrinkles with her hand. The first violet morning light outside the window was making the electric light bulb grow red like a sleepless eye. Ellen straightened herself suddenly and stood stiff with her arms at her sides, her face flushed pink. It's just too low, she said. She spread a towel over the dresses and piled brushes, a hand mirror, slippers, chemises, boxes of powder in pell-mell on top of them. Then she slammed down the lid of the trunk, locked it, and put the key in her flat alligator skin purse. She stood looking dazedly about the room, sucking a broken fingernail. Yellow sunlight was obliquely drenching the chimney pots and cornices of the houses across the street. She found herself staring at the white ETO at the end of her trunk. "It's all too terribly, disgustingly low," she said again. Then she grabbed a nail file off the bureau and scratched out the O. "Wee," she whispered, and snapped her fingers. After she had put on a little bucket-shaped black hat and a veil so that people wouldn't see she'd been crying, she piled a lot of books: Youth's Encounter, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, The Golden Ass, Imaginary Conversations, Aphrodite, Chanson de Bilitis, and the Oxford Book of French Verse in a silk shawl, and tied them together. There was a faint tapping at the door. "Who's that?" she whispered. "It's just me," came a tearful voice. Ellen unlocked the door. "Why, Cassie, what's the matter?" Cassie rubbed her wet face in the hollow of Ellen's neck. "Oh, Cassie, you're gumming my veil. What on earth's the matter? I've been up all night thinking how unhappy you must be." "But, Cassie, I've never been happier in my life. Aren't men dreadful?" "No, they are much nicer than women anyway." "Elaine, I've got to tell you something. I know you don't care anything about me, but I'm going to tell you all the same." "Of course I care about you, Cassie. Don't be silly. But I'm busy now. Why don't you go back to bed and tell me later?" "I've got to tell you now." Ellen sat down on her trunk resignedly. "Elaine, I've broken it off with Morris. Isn't it terrible?" Cassie wiped her eyes on the sleeve of her lavender dressing gown and sat down beside Ellen on the trunk. "Look, dear," said Ellen gently, "suppose you wait just a second. I'm going to telephone for a taxi. I want to make a getaway before Jojo's up. I'm sick of big scenes." The hall smelled stuffily of sleep and massage cream. Ellen talked very low into the receiver. The gruff man's voice at the garage growled pleasantly in her ears. "Sure, right away, miss." She tiptoed springily back into the room and closed the door. "I thought he loved me. Honestly, I did, Elaine. Oh, men are so dreadful. Morris was angry because I wouldn't live with him. I think it would be wicked. I'd work my fingers to the bone for him. He knows that. Haven't I been doing it 2 years? He said he couldn't go on unless he had me wheelie. You know what he meant. And I said our love was so beautiful it could go on for years and years. I could love him for a lifetime without even kissing him. Don't you think love should be pure? And then he made fun of my dancing and said I was Chalif's mistress and just kidding him along, and we quarreled dreadfully, and he called me dreadful names and went away and said he'd never come back. Don't worry about that, Cassie. He'll come back all right." "No, but you are so material, Elaine. I mean spiritually. Our union is broken forever. Can't you see there was this beautiful, divine, spiritual thing between us, and it's broken?" She began to sob again with her face pressed into Ellen's shoulder. "But Cassie, I don't see what fun you get out of it all." "Oh, you don't understand. You're too young. I was like you at first, except that I wasn't married and didn't run around with men. But now I want spiritual beauty. I want to get it through my dancing and my life. I want beauty everywhere, and I thought Morris wanted it. But Morris evidently did. Oh, Elaine, you're horrid, and I love you so much." Ellen got to her feet. "I'm going to run downstairs so that the taxi man won't ring the bell. But you can't go like this. You just watch me." Ellen gathered up the bundle of books in one hand and in the other carried the black leather dressing case. "Look, Cassie, will you be a dear and show him the trunk when he comes up to get it? And one other thing, when Stan Emery calls up, tell him to call me at the Brevoort or at the Lafayette. Thank goodness I didn't deposit my money last week. And Cassie, if you find any little odds and ends of mine around, you just keep 'em. Goodbye." She lifted her veil and kissed Cassie quickly on the cheeks. "Oh, how can you be so brave as to go away all alone like this? You'll let Ruth and me come down to see you, won't you? We're so fond of you. Oh, Elaine, you're going to have a wonderful career, I know you are. And promise not to tell Jojo where I am. He'll find out soon enough anyway. I'll call him up in a week. She found the taxi driver in the hall looking at the names above the push buttons. He went up to fetch her trunk. She settled herself happily on the dusty buff seat of the taxi, taking deep breaths of the river-smelling morning air. The taxi driver smiled roundly at her when he had let the trunk slide off his back onto the dashboard. Pretty heavy, miss. It's a shame you had to carry it all alone. Oh, I can carry heavier than that. I want to go to the Hotel Brevoort, 5th Avenue, at about 8th Street. When he leaned to crank the car, the man pushed his hat back on his head, letting ruddy, curly hair out over his eyes. All right, I'll take you anywhere you like, he said, as he hopped into his seat in the jiggling car. When they turned down into the very empty sunlight of Broadway, a feeling of happiness began to sizzle and soar like rockets inside her. The air beat fresh, thrilling in her face. The taxi driver talked back at her through the open window. I thought yous was catching a train to go away somewhere, miss. Well, I am going away somewhere. It'd be a foine day to be going away somewhere. I'm going away from my husband. The words popped out of her mouth before she could stop them. Did he throw you out? No, I can't say he did that, she said, laughing. My wife turned me out 3 weeks ago. How was that? Locked the door when I came home one night and wouldn't let me in. She'd had the lock changed when I was out working. That's a funny thing to do. She says I get slopped too often. I ain't going back to her, and I ain't going to support her no more. She can put me in jail if she likes. I'm true. I'm getting an apartment on 22nd Avenue with another feller, and we're going to get a piano and live quiet and lay off in the scoits. Matrimony isn't much, is it? You said it. What leads up to it's all right, but getting married is like the morning after. 5th Avenue was white and empty and swept by a sparkling wind. The trees in Madison Square were unexpectedly bright green like ferns in a dun room. At the Brevoort, a sleepy French night porter carried her baggage. In the low, white-painted room, the sunlight drowsed on a faded crimson armchair. Ellen ran about the room like a small child, kicking her heels and clapping her hands. With pursed lips and tilted head, she arranged her toilet things on the bureau. Then she hung her yellow nightgown on a chair and undressed, caught sight of herself in the mirror, stood naked looking at herself with her hands on her tiny, firm, apple-shaped breasts. She pulled on her nightgown and went to the phone. Please send up a pot of chocolate and rolls to 108, as soon as you can, please. Then she got into bed. She lay laughing with her legs stretched wide in the cool, slippery sheets. Hairpins were sticking into her head. She sat up and pulled them all out and shook the heavy coil of hair down about her shoulders. She drew her knees up to her chin and sat thinking. From the street she could hear the occasional rumble of a truck. In the kitchens below her room a sound of clattering had begun. From all around came a growing rumble of traffic beginning. She felt hungry and alone. The bed was a raft on which she was marooned alone, always alone, afloat on a growling ocean. A shudder went down her spine. She drew her knees up closer to her chin. End of part 12.
Section 13 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. 9 Days Wonder, Part 1. The sun's moved to Jersey. The sun's behind Hoboken. Covers are clicking on typewriters. Roll-top desks are closing. Elevators go up empty, come down jammed. It's ebb tide in the downtown district, flood in Flatbush, Woodlawn, Dykeman Street, Sheepshead Bay, New Lots Avenue, Canarsie. Pink sheets, green sheets, gray sheets, Full market reports. Finals on Havre de Gras. Prince squirms among the shop-worn, office-worn sagging faces, sore fingers, aching insteps, strong-arm men crammed into subway expresses, senators 8, giants 2. Diva recovers pearls, $800,000 robbery. It's ebb tide on Wall Street, flood tide in the Bronx. The sun's gone down in Jersey. God almighty, shouted Phil Sanborn, and pounded with his fist on the desk. I don't think so. A man's morals aren't anybody's business. It's his work that counts. Well? Well, I think Sanford White has done more for the city of New York than any other man living. Nobody knew there was such a thing as architecture before he came, and to have this thaw shoot him down in cold blood and then get away with it, by gad, if the people of this town had the spirit of guinea pigs, they'd— Phil, you're getting all excited over nothing. The other man took his cigar out of his mouth and leaned back in his swivel chair and yawned. Oh, hell, I want a vacation. Golly, it would be good to get out of these old Maine woods again. What with Jew lawyers and Irish judges? Spluttered Phil. I'll pull the chain, old man. A fine specimen of a public-spirited citizen you are, Hartley. Hartley laughed and rubbed the palm of his hand over his bald head. Oh, that stuff's all right in winter, but I can't go it in summer. Hell, all I live for is 3 weeks vacation anyway. What do I care if the architects in New York get bumped off, as long as it don't raise the price of commutation to New Rochelle? Let's go eat. As they went down in the elevator, Phil went on talking. The only other man I ever knew who was really a born-in-the-bone architect was old Specker, the fellow I worked for when I first came north. A fine old Dane he was, too. Poor devil, died of cancer 2 years ago. Man, he was an architect. I got a set of plans and specifications home for what he called a communal building, 75 stories, high step-back in terraces, with a sort of hanging garden on every floor, hotels, theaters, Turkish baths, swimming pools, department stores, heating plant, refrigerating and market space, all in the same building. Did he eat coke? No, sirree, he didn't. They were walking east along 34th Street, sparse of people in the sultry midday. Gad, burst out Phil Sanborn suddenly. The girls in this town get prettier every year. Like these new fashions, do you? Sure, all I wish is that I was getting younger every year instead of older. Yes, about all us old fellows can do is watch 'em go past. That's fortunate for us, or we'd have our wives out after us with bloodhounds. Man, when I think of those might-have-beens. As they crossed Fifth Avenue, Phil caught sight of a girl in a taxicab. From under the black brim of a little hat, with a red cockade in it, 2 gray eyes flashed green-black into his. He swallowed his breath. The traffic roars dwindled into distance. She shan't take her eyes away. 2 steps and open the door and sit beside her slenderness, perched like a bird on the seat. Driver, drive to beat hell. Her lips were pouting towards him. Her eyes fluttered gray-caught birds. Hey, look out! A pouncing iron rebel crashes down on him from behind. Fifth Avenue spins in red, blue, purple spirals. Oh, Christ! That's all right. Let me be. I'll get up myself in a minute. Move along there. Get back there. Braying voices, blue pillars of policemen. His back, his legs are all warm, gummy with blood. Fifth Avenue throbs with loudening pain. A little bell jingle-jangling nearer. As they lift him into the ambulance, Fifth Avenue shrieks to throttling agony and bursts. He cranes his neck to see her, weakly like a terrapin on his back. Didn't my eyes snap steel traps on her? He finds himself whimpering. She might have stayed to see if I was killed. The jingle-jangling bell dwindles fainter, fainter into the night. The burglar alarm across the street had rung on steadily. Jimmy's sleep had been strung on it in hard knobs, like beads on a string. Knocking woke him. He sat up in bed with a lurch and found Stan Emery, his face gray with dust, his hands in the pockets of a red leather coat, standing at the foot of the bed. He was laughing, swaying back and forth on the balls of his feet. "Gosh, what time is it?" Jimmy sat up in bed, digging his knuckles into his eyes. He yawned and looked about with bitter dislike at the wallpaper, the dead green of Poland water bottles, at the split green shade that let in a long trickle of sunlight, at the marble fireplace, blocked up by an enameled tin plate painted with scaly roses, at the frayed blue bathrobe on the foot of the bed, at the mashed cigarette butts in the mauve glass ashtray. Stan's face was red and brown and laughing under the chalky mask of dust. 11:30, he was saying. "Let's see, that's 6 hours and a half. I guess that'll do. But Stan, what the hell are you doing here? You haven't got a little nip of liquor anywhere, have you, Herf? Dingo and I are extraordinarily thirsty. We came all the way from Boston and only stopped once for gas and water. I haven't been to bed for 2 days. I want to see if I can last out the week. Christ, I wish I could last out the week in bed. What you need's a job on a newspaper to keep you busy, Herfy. What's going to happen to you, Stan?" Jimmy twisted himself around so he was sitting on the edge of the bed. "Is that you're going to wake up one morning and find yourself on the marble slab at the morgue?" The bathroom smelled of other people's toothpaste and of chloride disinfectant. The bath mat was wet, and Jimmy folded it into a small square before he stepped gingerly out of his slippers. The cold water set the blood jolting through him. He ducked his head under and jumped out and stood shaking himself like a dog, the water streaming into his eyes and ears. Then he put on his bathrobe and lathered his face. "Flow, river, flow, down to the sea." He hummed off-key as he scraped his chin with the safety razor. "Mr. Grover, I'm afraid I'm going to have to give up the job after next week. Yes, I'm going abroad. I'm going to do foreign correspondent work for the AP, to Mexico for the UP, to Jericho more likely, Halifax correspondent of the Mud Turtle Gazette. It was Christmas in the harem, and the eunuchs all were there. From the banks of the Seine to the banks of the Saskatchewan." He doused his face with Listerine, bundled his toilet things into his wet towel, and smarting ran back up a flight of green-carpeted cabbagey stairs and down the hall to his bedroom. Halfway, he passed the landlady, dumping in a mob cap, who stopped her carpet sweeper to give an icy look at his skinny bare legs under the blue bathrobe. "Good morning, Mrs. McGinnis. It's going to be powerful hot today, Mr. Herf." "I guess it is all right." Stan was lying on the bed reading La Revolte des Anges. "Darn it, I wish I knew some languages the way you do, Herfy." "Oh, I don't know any French anymore. I forgot 'em so much quicker than I learn 'em. By the way, I'm fired from college." "How's that?" "Dean told me he thought it advisable I shouldn't come back next year. Felt that there were other fields of activity where my activities could be more actively active. You know the crap." "That's a darn shame." "No, it isn't. I'm tickled to death. I asked him why he hadn't fired me before if he felt that way. Father'll be sore as a crab, but I got enough cash on me not to go home for a week. I don't give a damn anyway. Honest, haven't you got any liquor?" "Now, Stan, how's a poor wage slave like myself going to have a cellar on $30 a week? This is a pretty lousy room. You ought to have been born a capitalist like me." "Room's not so bad. What drives me crazy is that paranoid alarm across the street that rings all night." "That's a burglar alarm, isn't it?" "There can't be any burglars because the place is vacant. The wires must get crossed or something. I don't know when it stopped, but it certainly drove me wild when I went to bed this morning. Now, James Herf, you don't mean to infer that you come home sober every night?" "A man'd have to be deaf not to hear that damn thing, drunk or sober." "Well, in my capacity of bloated bondholder, I want you to come out and eat lunch. Do you realize you've been playing around with your toilet for exactly 1 hour by the clock?" They went down the stairs that smelled of shaving soap, and then of brass polish, and then of bacon, and then of singed hair, and then of garbage and coal gas. "You're damn lucky, Herfy, never to have gone to college." Didn't I graduate from Columbia, you big cheese? That's more than you could do. The sunlight swooped tingling in Jimmy's face when he opened the door. That doesn't count. God, I like sun, cried Jimmy. I wish it'd been real Columbia. Do you mean Hail Columbia? No, I mean Bogota and the Orinoco and all that sort of thing. I knew a darn good fellow went down to Bogota. Had to drink himself to death to escape dying from elephantiasis. I'd be willing to risk elephantiasis and bubonic plague and spotted fever to get out of this hole. City of orgies, walks, and joys. Orgies nuttin', as we said, 130 Street. Do you realize that I've lived all my life in this goddamn town, except 4 years when I was little, and that I was born here, and that I'm likely to die here? I've a great mind to join the Navy and see the world. How do you like Dingo in her new coat of paint? Pretty nifty. Looks like a regular Mercedes under the dust. I wanted to paint her red like a fire engine, but the garbage man finally persuaded me to paint her blue like a cop. Do you mind going to Moquin's and having an absinthe cocktail? Absinthe for breakfast? Good Lord. They drove west along 23rd Street, that shone with sheets of reflected light off windows, oblong glints off delivery wagons, figure-8-shaped flash of nickel fittings. How's Ruth, Jimmy? She's all right. She hasn't got a job yet. Look, there's a Daimler. Jimmy grunted vaguely. As they turned up 6th Avenue, a policeman stopped him. You're cut out, he yelled. I'm on my way to the garage to get it fixed. Muffler's coming off. Better had. Get a ticket another time. Gee, you get away with murder, Stan. In everything, said Jimmy. I never can get away with a thing, even if I am 3 years older than you. It's a gift. The restaurant smelled merrily of fried potatoes and cocktails, and cigars and cocktails. It was hot and full of talking and sweaty faces. But Stan, don't roll your eyes romantically when you ask about Ruth and me. We're just very good friends. Honestly, I didn't mean anything, but I'm sorry to hear it all the same. I think it's terrible. Ruth doesn't care about anything but her acting. She's so crazy to succeed, she cuts out everything else. Why the hell does everybody want to succeed? I'd like to meet somebody who wanted to fail. That's the only sublime thing. It's all right if you have a comfortable income. That's all bunk. Golly, this is some cocktail. Herfy, I think you're the only sensible person in this town. You have no ambitions. How do you know I haven't? But what can you do with success when you get it? You can't eat it or drink it. Of course, I understand that people who haven't enough money to feed their faces and all that should scurry around and get it. But success? The trouble with me is I can't decide what I want most, so my motion is circular, helpless and confoundedly discouraging. Oh, but God decided that for you. You know all the time, but you won't admit it to yourself. I imagine what I want most is to get out of this town, preferably first setting off a bomb under the Times building. Well, why don't you do it? It's just one foot after another. But you have to know which direction to step. That's the last thing that's of any importance. Then there's money. Why, money's the easiest thing in the world to get. For the eldest son of Emery and Emery. Now, Herb, that's not fair to cast my father's inequities in my face. You know I hate that stuff as much as you do. I'm not blaming you, Stan. You're a damn lucky kid, that's all. Of course, I'm lucky, too. A hell of a lot luckier than most. My mother's leftover money supported me until I was 22, and I still have a few hundred stowed away for that famous rainy day. And my uncle, curse his soul, gets me new jobs when I get fired. Bah, bah, black sheep. I guess I'm really afraid of my uncles and aunts. You ought to see my cousin James Merivale. Has done everything he was told to do all his life and flourished like a green bay tree. The perfect wise virgin. I guess you's one of them there foolish virgins. Stan, you're feeling your liquor. You're beginning to talk nigger talk. Bah, bah. Stan put down his napkin and leaned back, laughing in his throat. The smell of absinthe Sickly tingling grew up like the magician's rosebush out of Jimmy's glass. He sipped it, wrinkling his nose. As a moralist, I protest, he said. Whee, it's amazing. What I need is a whiskey and soda to settle these cocktails. I'll watch you. I'm a working man. I must be able to tell between the news that's fit and the news that's not fit. God, I don't want to start talking about that. It's all so criminally silly. I'll say that this cocktail sure does knock you for a loop. You needn't think you're going to do anything else but drink this afternoon. There's somebody I want to introduce you to. And I was going to sit down righteously and write an article. What's that? Oh, a doodaddle called Confessions of a Cub Reporter. Look, is this Thursday? Yar. Then I know where she'll be. I'm going to light out of it all, said Jimmy somberly, and go to Mexico and make my fortune. I'm losing all the best part of my life rotting in New York. How'll you make your fortune? Oil, gold, highway robbery, anything so long as it's not newspaper work. Bah, bah, black sheep, bah, bah. You quit buying at me. Let's get the hell out of here and take Dingo to have her muffler fastened. Jimmy stood waiting in the door of the reeking garage. The dusty afternoon sunlight squirmed in bright worms of heat on his face and hands. Brownstone, red brick, asphalt flickering with red and green letters of signs, with bits of paper in the gutter rotated in a slow haze about him. 2 car washers talking behind him. Yep, I was making good money until I went after that lousy broad. I'll say she's a good looker, Charlie. I should worry. Don't make no difference after the first week. Stan came up behind him and ran him along the street by the shoulders. Car won't be fixed until 5 o'clock. Let's taxi. Hotel Lafayette, he shouted at the driver, and slapped Jimmy on the knee. Well, Herfy, old fossil, you know what the governor of North Carolina said to the governor of South Carolina. No. It's been a long time between drinks. Bah, bah, Stan was bleating under his breath as they stormed into the cafe. Ellie, here are the black sheep, he shouted, laughing. His face froze suddenly stiff. Opposite Ellen at the table sat her husband, one eyebrow lifted very high, and the other almost merging with the eyelashes. A teapot sat impudently between them. Hello, Stan. Sit down, she said quietly. Then she continued, smiling into Oglethorpe's face. Isn't that wonderful, Jojo? Ellie, this is Mr. Herf, said Stan gruffly. Oh, I'm so glad to meet you. I used to hear about you up at Mrs. Sunderland's. They were silent. Oglethorpe was tapping on the table with his spoon. Why, how do you do, Mr. Herf? He said with sudden unction. Don't you remember how we met? By the way, how's everything up there, Jojo? Just topping, thanks. Cassandra's beau has left her, and there's been the most appalling scandal about that Costello creature. It seems that she came home foxed the other night, to the ears, my dear, and tried to take the taxi driver into her room with her, and the poor boy protesting all the time that all he wanted was his fare. It was appalling. Stan got stiffly to his feet and walked out. The 3 of them sat without speaking. Jimmy tried to keep from fidgeting in his chair. He was about to get up when something velvet soft in her eyes stopped him. Has Ruth got a job yet, Mr. Herf? She asked. No, she hasn't. It's the rottenest luck. Oh, it's a darn shame. I know she can act. The trouble is she has too much sense of humor to play up to managers and people. Oh, the stage is a nasty, dirty game, isn't it, Jojo? The nastiest, my dear. Jimmy couldn't keep his eyes off her. Her small, squarely shaped hands, her neck molded with a gold sheen between the great coil of coppery hair and the bright blue dress. Well, my dear, Oglethorpe got to his feet. Jojo, I'm going to sit here a little longer. Jimmy was staring at the thin triangles of patent leather that stuck out from Oglethorpe's pink puff pats. Can't be feet in them. He stood up suddenly. Now, Mr. Herf, couldn't you keep me company for 15 minutes? I got to leave here at 6, and I forgot to bring a book, and I can't walk in these shoes." Jimmy blushed and sat down again, stammering, "Why, of course, I'd be delighted. Suppose we drink something. I'll finish my tea, but why don't you have a gin fizz? I love to see people drink gin fizzes. It makes me feel that I'm in the tropics, sitting in a jujube grove, waiting for the riverboat to take us up some ridiculous melodramatic river all set about with fever trees. Waiter, I want a gin fizz, please." End of section 13. Section 14 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. 9 Days Wonder, Part 2. Joe Harlan had slumped down in his chair until his head rested on his arms. Between his grime-stiff hands, his eyes followed uneasily the lines in the marble-top table. The gutted lunchroom was silent under the sparse glower of 2 bulbs hanging over the counter, where remained a few pies under a bell glass, and a man in a white coat nodding on a tall stool. Now and then the eyes in his gray, doughy face flicked open, and he grunted and looked about. At the last table, over where the hunched shoulders of men asleep, faces crumpled like old newspapers pillowed on arms, Joe Harlan sat up straight and yawned. A woman, blobbly under a raincoat, with a face red and purplish, streaked like rancid meat, was asking for a cup of coffee at the counter. Carrying the mug carefully between her 2 hands, she brought it over to the table and sat down opposite him. Joe Harlan let his head down into his arms again. "Hey, yous, how about a little service?" The woman's voice shrilled in Harlan's ears like the screech of chalk on a blackboard. "Well, what do you want?" snarled the man behind the counter. The woman started sobbing. "He asked me what I want. I ain't used to being talked to brutal." "Well, if there's anything you want, you can just come and get it. Service at this time of night?" Harlan could smell her whiskey breath as she sobbed. He raised his head and stared at her. She twisted her flabby mouth into a smile and bobbed her head towards him. "Mister, I ain't accustomed to being treated brutal. If my husband was alive, he wouldn't have the nerve. Who's the likes of him to say what time of night a lady ought to have service? The little shriveled-up shrimp." She threw back her head and laughed so that her hat fell off backwards. "That's what he is, a little shriveled-up shrimp, insulting a lady with his time of night." Some strands of gray hair with traces of henna at the tips had fallen down about her face. The man in the white coat walked over to the table. "Look here, Mother McCree, I'll throw you out of here if you raise any more disturbance. What do you want?" "A nickel's worth of doughnuts," she sniveled with a sidelong glare at Harlan. Joe Harlan shoved his face into the hollow of his arm again and tried to go to sleep. He heard the plate set down, followed by her toothless nibbling and an occasional sucking noise when she drank the coffee. A new customer had come in and was talking across the counter in a low, growling voice. Mister, ain't it terrible to want a drink?" He raised his head again and found her eyes, the blurred blue of watered milk, looking into his. "What you going to do now, darling?" "God knows." "Virgin and saints, it'd be nice to have a bed and a pretty lace shimmy, and a nice fellow like you, darling, mister." "Is that all?" "Oh, mister, if my poor husband was alive, he wouldn't let 'em treat me like they do. I lost my husband on the General Slocum. Might have been yesterday. He's not so unlucky. But he died in his sin without a priest, darling. It's terrible to die in your sin. Oh, hell, I want to sleep." Her voice went on in a faint, monotonous screech, setting his teeth on edge. "The saints has been agin me ever since I lost my husband on the General Slocum. I ain't been an honest woman." She began to sob again. "The Virgin and saints and martyrs is agin me. Everybody's agin me. Oh, won't somebody treat me nice? I want to sleep. Can't you shut up?" She stooped and fumbled for her hat on the floor. She sat sobbing, rubbing her swollen, red-grimed knuckles into her eyes. "Oh, mister, don't you want to treat me nice?" Joe Harlan got to his feet, breathing hard. "God damn you, can't you shut up?" His voice broke into a whine. "Isn't there anywhere you can get a little peace?" "There's nowhere you can get any peace." He pulled his cap over his eyes, shoved his hands down into his pockets, and shambled out of the lunchroom. Over Chatham Square the sky was brightening red-violet through the lattice-work of elevated tracks. The lights were 2 rows of bright brass knobs up the empty Bowery. A policeman passed, swinging his nightstick. Joe Harlan felt the policeman's eyes on him. He tried to walk fast and briskly, as if he were going somewhere on business. "Well, Miss Oglethorpe, how do you like it?" "Like what?" "Oh, you know, being a 9-days wonder." "Why, I don't know at all, Mr. Goldweiser. Women know everything, but they won't let on." Alan sits in a gown of Nile green silk in a springy armchair at the end of a long room, jingling with talk and twinkle of chandeliers and jewelry, dotted with the bright moving black of evening clothes and silver-edged colors of women's dresses. The curve of Harry Goldweiser's nose merges directly into the curve of his bald forehead. His big rump bulges over the edges of a triangular gilt stool. His small brown eyes measure her face like antennae as he talks to her. A woman nearby smells of sandalwood. A woman with orange lips and a chalk face under an orange turban passes, talking to a man with a pointed beard. A hawk-beaked woman with crimson hair puts her hand on a man's shoulder from behind. "How do you do, Miss Crankshank?" It's surprising, isn't it, how everybody in the world is always at the same place at the same time. Alan sits in the armchair, drowsily listening, coolness of powder on her face and arms, fatness of rouge on her lips, her body just bathed fresh as a violet under the silk dress. Under the silk underclothes, she sits dreamily, drowsily listening. A sudden twinge of men's voices nodding about her. She sits up cold white, out of reach like a lighthouse. Men's hands crawl like bugs on the unbreakable glass. Men's looks blunder and flutter against it, helpless as moths. But in deep pitch blackness inside, something clangs like a fire engine. George Baldwin stood beside the breakfast table with a copy of the New York Times folded in his hand. "Now, Cecily," he was saying, "we must be sensible about these things." "Can't you see I'm trying to be sensible?" she said in a jerking, snivelly voice. He stood looking at her without sitting down, rolling a corner of the paper between his fingers and thumb. Mrs. Baldwin was a tall woman, with a mass of carefully curled chestnut hair piled on top of her head. She sat before the silver coffee service, fingering the sugar bowl with mushroom-white fingers that had very sharp pink nails. "George, I can't stand it any more, that's all." She pressed her quaking lips hard together. "But, my dear, you exaggerate." "How exaggerate? It means our life has been a pack of lies." "But, Cecily, we're fond of each other. You married me for my social position, you know it. I was fool enough to fall in love with you. All right, it's over." "It's not true. I really loved you. Don't you remember how terrible you thought it was you couldn't really love me?" "You brute to refer to that. Oh, it's horrible." The maid came in from the pantry with bacon and eggs on a tray. They sat silent, looking at each other. The maid swished out of the room and closed the door. Mrs. Baldwin put her forehead down on the edge of the table and began to cry. Baldwin sat staring at the headlines in the paper. "Assassination of Archduke will have grave consequences. Austrian army mobilized." He went over and put his hand on her crisped hair. "Poor old Cicely," he said. "Don't touch me." She ran out of the room with her handkerchief to her face. He sat down, helped himself to bacon and eggs and toast, and began to eat. Everything tasted like paper. He stopped eating to scribble a note on a scratch pad he kept in his breast pocket behind his handkerchief. C. Collins versus Arbuthnot, NYSC, Appellate Division. The sound of a step in the hall outside caught his ear. the click of a latch. The elevator had just gone down. He ran 4 flights down the steps. Through the glass and wrought iron doors of the vestibule downstairs, he caught sight of her on the curb, standing tall and stiff, pulling on her gloves. He rushed out and took her by the hand just as a taxi drove up. Sweat beaded on his forehead and was prickly under his collar. He could see himself standing there with a napkin ridiculous in his hand, and a colored doorman grinning and saying, "Good morning, Mr. Baldwin. Looks like it's going to be a fine day." Gripping her hand tight, he said in a low voice through his teeth, "Cicely, there's something I want to talk to you about. Won't you wait a minute, and we'll go downtown together?" "Wait about 5 minutes, please," he said to the taxi driver. "We'll be right down." Squeezing her wrist hard, he walked back with her to the elevator. When they stood in the hall of their own apartment, she suddenly looked him straight in the face with dry, blazing eyes. "Come in here, Cecily," he said gently. He closed their bedroom door and locked it. "Now let's talk this over quietly. Sit down, dear." He put a chair behind her. She sat down suddenly, stiffly, like a marionette. "Now look here, Cicely. You have no right to talk the way you do about my friends. Mrs. Oglethorpe is a friend of mine. We occasionally take tea together in some perfectly public place, and that's all. I would invite her up here, but I've been afraid you would be rude to her. You can't go on giving away to your insane jealousy like this. I allow you complete liberty and trust you absolutely. I think I have the right to expect the same confidence from you. Cecily, do be my sensible little girl again. You've been listening to what a lot of old hags fabricate out of whole cloth maliciously to make you miserable. She's not the only one. Cecily, I admit frankly, there were times soon after we were married when, but that's all over years ago. And whose fault was it? Oh, Cecily, a woman like you can't understand the physical urgencies of a man like me. Haven't I done my best? My dear, these things aren't anybody's fault. I don't blame you. If you really love me, then what do you think I stay in this hell for except for you? Oh, you're such a brute." She sat dry-eyed, staring at her feet in her gray buckskin slippers, twisting and untwisting in her fingers the wet string of her handkerchief. "Look here, Cecily, a divorce would be very harmful to my situation downtown just at the moment. But if you really don't want to go on living with me, I'll see what I can arrange. But in any event, you must have more confidence in me. You know I'm fond of you, and for God's sake, don't go see anybody about it without consulting me. You don't want a scandal and headlines in the papers, do you? All right, leave me alone. I don't care about anything. All right, I'm pretty late. I'll go on downtown in that taxi. You don't want to come shopping or anything?" She shook her head. He kissed her on the forehead, took his straw hat and stick in the hall, and hurried out. "Oh, I'm the most miserable woman," she groaned and got to her feet. Her head ached as if it were bound with hot wire. She went to the window and leaned out into the sunlight. Across Park Avenue, the flame-blue sky was barred with the red girders cage of a new building. Steam riveters rattled incessantly. Now and then a donkey engine whistled, and there was a jingle of chains, and a fresh girder soared crosswise in the air. Men in blue overalls moved about the scaffolding. Beyond the northwest, a shining head of clouds soared blooming compactly like a cauliflower. Oh, if it would only rain! As the thought came to her, there was a low growl of thunder above the din of building and of traffic. Oh, if it would only rain! Ellen had just hung a chintz curtain in the window to hide, with its splotchy pattern of red and purple flowers, the vista of desert backyards and brick flanks of downtown houses. In the middle of the bare room was a box couch, cumbered with teacups, a copper chafing dish, and percolator. The yellow hardwood floor was littered with snippings of chintz and curtain pins, books, dresses, bed linen, cascaded from a trunk in the corner. From a new mop in the fireplace exuded a smell of cedar oil. Ellen was leaning against a wall in a daffodil-colored kimono, looking happily about the big box-shaped room, when the buzzer startled her. She pushed a rope of hair up off her forehead and pressed the button that worked the latch. There was a little knock on the door. A woman was standing in the dark of the hall. Why, Cassie, I couldn't make out who you were. Come in. What's the matter? Are you sure I'm not intruding? Of course not. Alan leaned to give her a little pecking kiss. Cassandra Wilkins was very pale, and there was a nervous quiver about her eyelids. You can give me some advice. I'm just getting my curtains up. Look, do you think that purple goes all right with the gray wall? It looks kind of funny to me. I think it's beautiful. What a beautiful womb. How happy you are to be here. Put that chafing dish down on the floor and sit down. I'll make some tea. There's a kind of bathroom kitchenette in the alcove there. You sure it wouldn't be too much trouble? Of course not. But Cassie, what's the matter? Oh, everything. I came down to tell you, but I can't. I can't ever tell anybody. I'm so excited about this apartment. Imagine, Cassie, it's the first place of my own I ever had in my life. Daddy wants me to live with him in Passaic, but I just felt I couldn't. And what does Mr. Oglethorpe? Oh, that's impertinent of me. Do forgive me, Elaine. I'm almost queasy. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, Jojo's a dear. He's even going to let me divorce him if I want to. Would you if you were me? Without waiting for an answer, she disappeared between the folding doors. Cassie remained hunched up on the edge of the couch. Alan came back with a blue teapot in one hand and a pan of steaming water in the other. Do you mind not having lemon or cream? There's some sugar on the mantelpiece. These cups are clean because I just washed them. Don't you think they are pretty? Oh, you can't imagine how wonderful and domestic it makes you feel to have a place all to yourself. I hate living in a hotel. Honestly, this place makes me just so domestic. Of course, the ridiculous thing is that I'll probably have to give it up or sublet as soon as I got it decently fixed up. Show's going on the road in 3 weeks. I want to get out of it, but Harry Goldweiser won't let me. Cassie was taking little sips of tea out of her spoon. She began to cry softly. Why, Cassie, buck up. What's the matter? Oh, you're so lucky in everything, Elaine, and I'm so miserable. Why, I always thought it was my Jinx that got the beauty prize. But what is the matter? Cassie put down her cup and pushed her 2 clenched hands into her neck. It's just this, she said in a strangled voice. I think I'm going to have a baby. She put her head down on her knees and sobbed. Are you sure? Everybody's always having scares. I wanted our love to be always pure and beautiful, but he said he'd never see me again if I didn't. And I hate him. She shook the words out one by one between tearing sobs. Why don't you get married? I can't. I won't. It would interfere. How long since you knew? Oh, it must have been 10 days ago easily. I know it's that. I don't want to have anything but my dancing. She stopped sobbing and began taking little sips of tea again. Alan walked back and forth in front of the fireplace. Look here, Cassie, there's no use getting all wrought up over things, is there? I know a woman who will help you. Do pull yourself together, please. Oh, I couldn't. The saucer slid off her knees and broke in 2 on the floor. Tell me, Elaine, have you ever been through this? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll buy you another saucer, Elaine. She got teeteringly to her feet and put the cup and spoon on the mantelpiece. Oh, of course I have. When we were first married, I had a terrible time. Oh, Elaine, isn't it hideous, all this? Life would be so beautiful and free and natural without it. I can feel the howl of it creeping up on me, killing me. Things are rather like that, said Alan gruffly. Cassie was crying again. Men are so brutal and selfish. Have another cup of tea, Cassie. Oh, I couldn't. My dear, I feel a deadly nausea. Oh, I think I'm going to be sick. The bathroom is right through the folding doors and to the left. Alan walked up and down the room with clenched teeth. I hate women. I hate women. After a while, Cassie came back into the room, her face greenish white, dabbing her forehead with a wash rag. Here, lie down, you poor kid, said Alan, clearing a space on the couch. Now you'll feel much better. Oh, will you ever forgive me for causing all this trouble? Just lie still a minute and forget everything. Oh, if I could only relax. Ellen's hands were cold. She went to the window and looked out. A little boy in a cowboy suit was running about the yard waving an end of clothesline. He tripped and fell. Ellen could see his face puckered with tears as he got to his feet again. In the yard beyond, a stumpy woman with black hair was hanging out clothes. Sparrows were chirping and fighting on the fence. "Elaine, dear, could you let me have a little powder? I lost my vanity case." She turned back into the room, I think. "Yes, there's some on the mantelpiece. Do you feel better now, Cassie?" "Oh, yes," said Cassie in a trembly voice. "And have you got lipstick? I'm awful sorry. I've never worn any street makeup. I'll have to soon enough if I keep on acting." She went into the alcove to take off her kimono, slipped on a plain green dress, coiled up her hair, and pushed a small black hat down over it. "Let's run along, Cassie. I want to have something to eat at 6. I hate bolting my dinner 5 minutes before a performance. Oh, I'm so terrified. Promise you won't leave me alone." "Oh, she wouldn't do anything today. She'll just look you over and maybe give you something to take. Let's see. Have I got my key? We'll have to take a taxi. And my dear, I've only $6 in the world. I'll make Daddy give me $100 to buy furniture. That'll be all right. Elaine, you're the most angelic creature in the world. You deserve every bit of your success." At the corner of 6th Avenue, they got into a taxi. Cassie's teeth were shattering. "Please let's go another time. I'm too frightened to go now." "My dear child, it's the only thing to do." Joe Harlan, puffing on his pipe, pulled to and bolted the wide quaking board gates. A last splash of garnet-colored sunlight was fading on the tall house wall across the excavation. Blue arms of cranes stood out dark against it. Harlan's pipe had gone out. He stood puffing at it with his back to the gate, looking at the files of empty wheelbarrows, the piles of picks and shovels, the little shed for the donkey engine, and the steam drills that sat perched on a split rock like a mountaineer's shack. It seemed to him peaceful, in spite of the rasp of traffic from the street that seeped through the hoarding. He went into the lean-to by the gate where the telephone was, sat down in the chair, knocked out, filled and lit his pipe, and spread the newspaper out on his knees. Contractors plan lockout to answer builders' strike. He yawned and threw back his head. The light was too blue dim to read. He sat a long time staring at the stub-scarred toes of his boots. His mind was a fuzzy, comfortable blank. Suddenly he saw himself in a dress suit, wearing a top hat with an orchid in his buttonhole. The Wizard of Wall Street looked at the lined red face and the gray hair under the mangy cap and the big hands with their grimy, swollen knuckles and faded with a snicker. He remembered faintly the smell of a Corona as he reached into the pocket of the pea-jacket for a can of Prince Albert to refill his pipe. "What diff does it make, I'd like to know," he said aloud. When he lit a match, the night went suddenly inky all around. He blew out the match. His pipe was a tiny, genial red volcano that made a discreet cluck each time he pulled on it. He smoked very slowly, inhaling deep. The tall buildings all round were hailed with ruddy glare from streets and electric light signs. Looking straight up through glimmering veils of reflected light, he could see the blue-black sky and stars. The tobacco was sweet. He was very happy. A glowing cigar end crossed the door of the shack. Harlan grabbed his lantern and went out. He held the lantern up in the face of a blond young man with a thick nose and lips and a cigar in the side of his mouth. "How did you get in here?" "Side door was open." "The hell it was. Who are you looking for?" "You the night watchman around here?" Harlan nodded. "Glad to meet ye's. Have a cigar. I just wanted to have a little talk with you, see? I'm organizer for Local 47, see? Let's see your card." "I'm not a union man." "Well, you're going to be, ain't ye? Us guys in the building trades got to stick together. We're trying to get every bloke from night watchmen to inspectors lined up to make a solid front against this here lockout situation." Harlan lit his cigar. "Look here, Bo, you're wasting your breath on me. They'll always need a watchman, strike or no strike. I'm an old man and I haven't got much fight left in me. This is the first decent job I've had in 5 years, and they'll have to shoot me to get it away from me. All that stuff's for kids like you. I'm out of it. You sure are wasting your breath if you're going round trying to organize night watchmen. Say, you don't talk like you've always been in this kind of work. Well, maybe I ain't. The young man took off his hat and rubbed his hand over his forehead and up across his dense cropped hair. Hell, that's warm work arguing. Swell night, though, ain't it? Oh, the night's all right, said Harlan. Say, my name's O'Keefe, Joe O'Keefe. Gee, I bet you could tell a guy a lot of things. He held out his hand. My name's Joe, too, Harlan. 20 years ago, that name meant something to people. 20 years from now. Say, you're a funny fellow for a walking delegate. You take an old man's advice before I run you off the lot and quit it. It's no game for a likely young feller who wants to make his way in the world. Times are changing, you know. There's big fellers back of this here strike, see? I was talking over the situation with Assemblyman McNeil just this afternoon in his office. But I'm telling you straight, if there's one thing that'll queer you in this town, it's this labor stuff. You'll remember someday that an old drunken bum told you that, and it'll be too late. Oh, it was drink, was it? That's one thing I'm not afraid of. I don't touch the stuff except beer to be sociable. Look here, Bo. The company detective will be making his rounds soon. You'd better be making tracks. I ain't a scared of any goddamn company detective. Well, so long. I'll come and see you again someday. Close that door behind you. Joe Harlan drew a little water from a tin container, settled himself in his chair, and stretched his arms out and yawned. 11 o'clock. They would just be getting out of the theaters. Men in evening clothes, girls in low-cut dresses. Men were going home to their wives and mistresses. The city was going to bed. Taxis honked and rasped outside the hoarding. The sky shimmered with a gold powder from electric signs. He dropped the butt of the cigar and crushed it on the floor with his heel. He shuddered and got to his feet, then paced slowly around the edge of the building lot, swinging his lantern. The light from the street yellowed faintly a big sign on which was a picture of a skyscraper, white with black windows against blue sky and white clouds. Siegel and Haynes will erect on the site a modern, up-to-date 24-story office building, open for occupancy January 1915. Renting space still available. Inquire. Jimmy Herf sat reading on a green couch under a bulb that lit up a corner of a wide, bare room. He had come to the death of Olivier and Jean Christophe and read with tightening gullet. In his memory lingered the sound of the Rhine swirling, restlessly gnawing the foot of the garden of the house where Jean Christophe was born. Europe was a green park in his mind, full of music and red flags and mobs marching. Occasionally the sound of a steamboat whistle from the river settled breathless, snowy soft into the room. From the street came a rattle of taxis and the whining sound of streetcars. There was a knock at the door. Jimmy got up, his eyes blurred and hot from reading. "Hello, Stan. Where the devil did you come from?" "Herfy, I'm tight as a drum." "That's no novelty. I was just giving you the weather report." "Well, perhaps you can tell me why in this country nobody ever does anything. Nobody ever writes any music or starts any revolutions or falls in love. All anybody ever does is to get drunk and tell smutty stories. I think it's disgusting." "Hear, hear. But speak for yourself. I'm going to stop drinking." "No good drinking. Liquor just gets monotonous. Say, got a bathtub?" "Of course there's a bathtub. Whose apartment do you think this is? Mine?" "Well, whose is it, Herfy?" "It belongs to Lester. I'm just caretaker while he's abroad, the lucky dog." Stan started peeling off his clothes, letting them drop in a pile about his feet. "Gee, I'd like to go swimming. Why the hell do people live in cities? Why do I go on dragging out a miserable existence in this crazy epileptic town? That's what I want to know." "Lead on, Horatius, to the boss, slave," bellowed Stan, who stood on top of his pile of clothes brown with tight rounded muscles, swaying a little from his drunkenness. "It's right through that door." Jimmy pulled a towel out of the steamer trunk in the corner of the room, threw it after him, and went back to reading. Stan tumbled back into the room, dripping, talking through the towel. "What do you think? I forgot to take my hat off. And look, Herfy, there's something I want you to do for me. Do you mind?" "Of course not. What is it?" "Will you let me use your back room tonight? This room?" "Sure you can. I mean with somebody." "Go as far as you like. You can bring the entire Winter Garden chorus in here, and nobody will see them. And there's an emergency exit down the fire escape into the alley. I'll go to bed and close my door so you can have this room and the bath all to yourselves. It's a rotten imposition, but somebody's husband is on the rampage, and we have to be very careful. Don't worry about the morning. I'll sneak out early and you can have the place to yourselves. Well, I'm off. So long." Jimmy gathered up his book and went into his bedroom and undressed. His watch said 12:15. The night was sultry. When he had turned out the light, he sat a long while on the edge of the bed. The faraway sounds of sirens from the river gave him gooseflesh. From the street he heard footsteps, the sound of men and women's voices, low, youthful laughs of people going home 2 by 2. A phonograph was playing second-hand Rose. He lay on his back on top of the sheet. There came on the air through the window a sourness of garbage, a smell of burnt gasoline and traffic and dusty pavements, a huddled stuffiness of pigeonhole rooms where men and women's bodies writhed alone, tortured by the night and the young summer. He lay with seared eyeballs staring at the ceiling. His body glowed in a brittle, shivering agony like red-hot metal. A woman's voice whispering eagerly woke him. Someone was pushing open the door. "I won't see him. I won't see him. Jimmy, for heaven's sake, you go talk to him. I won't see him." Elaine Oglethorpe, draped in a sheet, walked into the room. Jimmy tumbled out of bed. "What on earth?" "Isn't there a closet or something in here? I will not talk to Jojo when he's in that condition." Jimmy straightened his pajamas. "There's a closet at the head of the bed." "Of course. Now, Jimmy, do be an angel. Talk to him and make him go away." Jimmy walked dazedly into the outside room. "Slut! Slut!" was yelling a voice from the window. The lights were on. Stan, draped like an Indian in a gray and pink striped blanket, was squatting in the middle of the 2 couches made up together into a vast bed. He was staring impassively at John Oglethorpe, who leaned in through the upper part of the window, screaming and waving his arms and scolding like a Punch and Judy show. His hair was in a tangle over his eyes. In one hand he waved a stick, in the other a cream and coffee-colored felt hat. "Slut, come here. Flagrant delictu. That's what it is. Flagrant delictu." It was not for nothing that inspiration led me up Lester Jones's fire escape. He stopped and stared a minute at Jimmy with wide, drunken eyes. "So here's the cub reporter, the yellow journalist, is it? Looking as if butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, is it? Do you know what my opinion of you is? Would you like to know what my opinion of you is? Oh, I've heard about you from Ruth and all that. I know you think you're one of the dynamitors and aloof from all that. How do you like being a paid prostitute of the public press? How do you like your yellow ticket? The brass check. That's the kind of thing. You think that as an actor, an artiste, I don't know about those things? I've heard from Ruth your opinion of actors and all that. Why, Mr. Oglethorpe, I am sure you are mistaken." I read and kept silent. I am one of the silent watchers. I know that every sentence, every word, every picayune punctuation that appears in the public press is perused and revised and deleted in the interest of advertisers and bondholders. The fountain of national life is poisoned at the source. "Yeah, you tell him," suddenly shouted Stan from the bed. He got to his feet, clapping his hands. "I should prefer to be the meanest stagehand. I should prefer to be the old and feeble charwoman who scrubs off the stage than to sit on velvet in the office of the editor of the greatest daily in the city. Acting is a profession honorable, decent, humble, gentlemanly. The oration ended abruptly. "Well, I don't see what you expect me to do about it," said Jimmy, crossing his arms. "And now it's starting to rain," went on Oglethorpe in a squeaky, whining voice. "You'd better go home," said Jimmy. I shall go where there are no sluts, no male and female sluts. I shall go into the great night. Do you think he can get home all right, Stan?" Stan had sat down on the edge of the bed, shaking with laughter. He shrugged his shoulders. "My blood will be on your head, Elaine, forever. Forever, do you hear me? Into the night where people don't sit laughing and sneering. Don't you think I don't see you? If the worst happens, it will not be my fault." "Good night," shouted Stan. In a last spasm of laughing, he fell off the edge of the bed and rolled on the floor. Jimmy went to the window and looked down the fire escape into the alley. Oglethorpe had gone. It was raining hard. A smell of wet bricks rose from the house walls. "Well, if this isn't a darndest full business." He walked back in his room without looking at Stan. In the door, Ellen brushed silkily past him. "I'm terribly sorry, Jimmy," she began. He closed the door sharply in her face and locked it. "The goddamn fools, they act like crazy people," he said through his teeth. "What the hell do they think this is?" His hands were cold and trembling. He pulled a blanket up over him. He lay listening to the steady beat of the rain and the hissing spatter of a gutter. Now and then a puff of wind blew a faint cool spray in his face. There still lingered in the room a frail cedarwood gruff smell of her heavy coiled hair, a silkiness of her body where she had crouched wrapped in the sheet hiding. Ed Thatcher sat in his bay window among the Sunday papers. His hair was grizzled, and there were deep folds in his cheeks. The upper buttons of his pongee trousers were undone to ease his sudden little pot-belly. He sat in the open window, looking out over the blistering asphalt at the endless stream of automobiles, whirred in either direction past the yellow brick row of stores and the red brick station, under the eaves of which, on a black round gold letters glinted feebly in the sun, Passaic. Apartments round about emitted a querulous Sunday grinding of phonographs playing It's a Bear, the sextet from Lucia, selections from the Quaker Girl. On his knees lay the theatrical section of the New York Times. He looked out with bleared eyes into the quivering heat, feeling his ribs tighten with a breathless ache. He had just read a paragraph in a marked copy of Town Topics. Malicious tongues are set wagging by the undeniable fact that young Stanwood Emery's car is seen standing every night outside the Knickerbocker Theater, and never does it leave, they say, without a certain charming young actress whose career is fast approaching stellar magnitude. The same young gentleman, whose father is the head of one of the city's most respected law firms, who recently left Harvard under slightly unfortunate circumstances, has been astonishing the natives for some time with his exploits, which we are sure are merely the result of the ebullience of boyish spirits. A word to the wise. The bell rang 3 times. Ed Thatcher dropped his papers and hurried, quaking, to the door. "Allie, you're so late. I was afraid you weren't coming." "Daddy, don't I always come when I say I will?" "Of course you do, dearie. How are you getting on? How's everything at the office?" "Mr. Albert's on his vacation. I guess I'll go when he comes back. I wish you'd come down to Spring Lake with me for a few days. It'd do you good." "But, Daddy, I can't." She pulled off her hat and dropped it on the davenport. "Look, I brought you some roses, Daddy. Think of it. They're red roses like your mother used to like. It was very thoughtful of you, I must say. But I don't like going all alone on my vacation." "Oh, you'll meet lots of cronies, Daddy. Sure you will." "Why couldn't you come just for a week?" "In the first place, I got to look for a job. Show's going on the road, and I'm not going just at present. Harry Goldweiser's awfully sore about it." Thatcher sat down in the bay window again and began piling up the Sunday papers on a chair. "Why, Daddy, what on earth are you doing with that copy of Town Topics?" "Oh, nothing. I'd never read it. I just bought it to see what it was like." He flushed and compressed his lips as he shoved it among the Times. "It's just a blackmail sheet." Ellen was walking about the room. She had put the roses in a vase. A spiced coolness was spreading from them through the dust-heavy air. "Daddy, there's something I want to tell you about. Jojo and I are going to get divorced." Ed Thatcher sat with his hands on his knees, nodding with tight lips, saying nothing. His face was gray and dark, almost the speckled gray of his pongee suit. "It's nothing to talk about. We just decided we can't get along together. It's all going through quietly in the most approved style. George Baldwin, who's a friend of mine, is going to run it through." "He with Emery and Emery?" "Yes." They were silent. Ellen leaned over to breathe deep of the roses. She watched a little green measuring worm cross a bronze leaf. "Honestly, I'm terribly fond of Jojo, but it drives me wild to live with him. I owe him a whole lot, I know that. I wish you'd never set eyes on him." Thatcher cleared his throat and turned his face away from her to look out the window at the two endless bands of automobiles that passed along the road in front of the station. Dust rose from them, an angular glitter of glass, enamel, and nickel. Tires made a swish on the oily macadam. Ellen dropped into the davenport and let her eyes wander among the faded red roses of the carpet. The bell rang. "I'll go, Daddy." "How do you do, Mrs. Culvertier?" A red-faced broad woman in a black and white chiffon dress came into the room puffing. "Oh, you must forgive my butting in. I'm just dropping by for a second. How are you, Mr. Thatcher? You know, my dear, your poor father has really been very poorly." "Nonsense. All I had was a little backache." "Lumbago, my dear." "Why, Daddy, you ought to have let me know." "The sermon today was most inspiring, Mr. Thatcher. Mr. Lorton was at his very best. I guess I ought to rout out and go to church now and then, but you see I like to lay around the house Sundays." "Of course, Mr. Thatcher, it's the only day you have. My husband was just like that. But I think it's different with Mr. Lorton than with most clergymen. He has such an up-to-date, common-sense view of things. It's really more like attending an intensely interesting lecture than going to church. You understand what I mean?" "I'll tell you what I'll do, Mrs. Culvertier. Next Sunday, if it's not too hot, I'll go. I guess I'm getting too set in my ways." "Oh, a little change does us all good. Mrs. Oglethorpe, you have no idea how closely we follow your career in the Sunday papers and all. I think it's simply wonderful. As I was telling Mr. Thatcher only yesterday, it must take a lot of strength of character and deep Christian living to withstand the temptations of stage life nowadays. It's inspiring to think of a young girl and wife coming so sweet and unspoiled through all that." Ellen kept looking at the floor so as not to catch her father's eye. He was tapping with 2 fingers on the arm of his Moorish chair. Mrs. Culvertier beamed from the middle of the davenport. She got to her feet. "Well, I just must run along. We have a green girl in the kitchen, and I'm sure dinner's all ruined. Won't you drop in this afternoon? Quite informally. I made some cookies, and we'll have some ginger ale out just in case somebody turns up." "I'm sure we'd be delighted, Mrs. Culvertier," said Thatcher, getting stiffly to his feet. Mrs. Culvertier in her bunchy dress waddled out the door. "Well, Ellie, suppose we go eat. She's a very nice, kind-hearted woman. She's always bringing me pots of jam and marmalade. She lives upstairs with her sister's family. She's the widow of a traveling man." "That was quite a line about the temptations of stage life," said Ellen with a little laugh in her throat. "Come along, or the place will be crowded. Avoid the rush is my motto," said Thatcher in a peevish, crackling voice. "Let's not dawdle around." Ellen spread out her sunshade as they stepped out of the door, flanked on either side by bells and letter boxes. A blast of gray heat beat in their faces. They passed the stationery store, the red A.M.P., the corner drugstore, from which a stale coolness of soda water and ice cream freezers drifted out under the green awning, crossed the street, where their feet sank into the sticky, melting asphalt, and stopped at the Sagamore cafeteria. It was 12 exactly by the clock in the window that had round its face in old English lettering, "Time to eat." Under it was a large rusty firm and a card announcing chicken dinner, $1.25. Alan lingered in the doorway, looking up the quivering street. "Look, Daddy, we'll probably have a thunderstorm." A cumulus soared in the unbelievable snowy contours in the slate sky. "Isn't that a fine cloud? Wouldn't it be fine if we had a rip-roaring thunderstorm?" Ed Thatcher looked up, shook his head, and went in through the swinging screen door. Alan followed him. Inside it smelled of varnish and waitresses. They sat down at a table near the door under a droning electric fan. "How do you do, Mr. Thatcher? How have you been all the week, sir?" "How do you do, miss?" The bony-faced, peroxide-haired waitress hung over them amicably. "What'll it be today, sir? Roast Long Island duckling or roast Philadelphia milk-fed capon?" End of section 14. Section 15 of Manhattan Transfer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Manhattan Transfer by John Dos Passos. Fire engine. Such afternoons, the buses are crowded into line like elephants in a circus parade. Morningside Heights to Washington Square, Penn Station to Grant's Tomb. Parlor snakes and flappers joggle hugging downtown uptown, hug joggling gray square after gray square, until they see the new moon giggling over Weehawken and feel the gutsy wind of a dead Sunday blowing dust in their faces, dust of a tipsy twilight. They are walking up the mall in Central Park. "Looks like he had a boil on his neck," says Ellen in front of the statue of Burns. "Ah," whispers Harry Goldweiser with a fat-throated sigh, "but he was a great poet." She is walking in her wide hat, in her pale loose dress that the wind now and then presses against her legs and arms, silkily, swishily walking in the middle of a great rosy and purple and pistachio-green bubbles of twilight that swell out of the grass and trees and ponds, bulge against the tall houses, sharp gray as dead teeth, round the southern end of the park, melt into the indigo zenith. When he talks, forming sentences roundly with his thick lips, continually measuring her face with his brown eyes, she feels his words press against her body, nudge in the hollows where her dress clings. She can hardly breathe for fear of listening to him. "The Xenia girl's going to be an absolute knockout, Elaine. I'm telling you, and that part's just written for you. I'd enjoy working with you again, honest. You're so different. That's what it is about you. All these girls around New York here are just the same. They're monotonous. Of course you could sing swell if you wanted to. I've been crazy as a loon since I met you, and that's a good 6 months now. I sit down to eat and the food don't have any taste. You can't understand how lonely a man gets when year after year he's had to crush his feelings down into himself. When I was a young fellow I was different. But what are you going to do? I had to make money and make my way in the world, and so I've gone on year after year. For the first time I'm glad I did it, that I shoved ahead and made big money, because now I can offer it all to you. Understand what I mean? All those ideals and beautiful things pushed down into myself when I was making my way in a man's world were like planting seed, and you're their flower. The mall is full of couples, families waiting for the music to begin. It smells of children and dress shields and talcum powder. A balloon man passes them, trailing red and yellow and pink balloons, like a great inverted bunch of grapes behind him. "Oh, buy me a balloon." The words are out of her mouth before she can stop them. "Hey, you, give me one of each color. And how about one of those gold ones? No, keep the change." Ellen put the strings of the balloons into the dirt-sticky hands of 3 little monkey-faced girls in red tarns. Each balloon caught a crescent of violent glare from the arc light. "Aw, you like children, Elaine, don't you?" "I like a woman to like children." Ellen sits numb at a table on the terrace of the casino. A hot gust of food smell and the rhythm of a band playing "He's a Rag Picker" swirls chokingly about her. Now and then she butters a scrap of roll and puts it in her mouth. She feels very helpless, caught like a fly in his sticky, trickling sentences. There's nobody else in New York could have made me walk that far, I'll tell you that. I walked too much in the old days. Do you understand? I used to sell papers when I was a kid and run errands for Schwartz's toy store, on my feet all day except when I was in night school. I thought I was going to be a lawyer. All of us East Side fellers thought we were going to be lawyers. Then I worked as an usher one summer at the Irving place and got the theater bug. Not such a bad hunch it turned out to be, but it's too uncertain. Now I don't care anymore. Only want to cover my losses. That's the trouble with me. I'm 35 and I don't care anymore. 10 years ago, I was still only kind of a clerk at old man Erlinger's office, and now there's lots of them whose shoes I used to shine in the old days be real glad of the opportunity to sweep my floors on West 48th. Tonight I can take you anywhere in New York. I don't care how expensive or how chic it is. And in the old days, us kids used to think it was paradise if we had 5 plunks to take a couple of girls down to the island. I bet all that was different with you, Elaine. But what I want to do is get that old feeling back. Understand? Where shall we go? Why don't we go down to Coney Island then? I've never been. It's a pretty rough crowd. Still, we can just ride round. Let's do it. I'll go phone for the car. Ellen sits alone looking down into her coffee cup. She puts a lump of sugar on her spoon, dips it in the coffee and pops it into her mouth, where she crunches it slowly, rubbing the grains of sugar against the roof of her mouth with her tongue. The orchestra is playing a tango. The sun streaming into the office under the drawn shades cut a bright slanting layer like a watered silk through the cigar smoke. Mighty easy, George Baldwin was saying, dragging out the words. Gus, we got to go mighty easy on this. Gus McNeil, bull-necked, red-faced, with a heavy watch chain in his vest, sat in the armchair nodding silently, pulling on his cigar. As things are now, no court would sustain such an injunction that seems to me a pure piece of party politics on Judge Connor's part, but there are certain elements. You said it. Look here, George. I'm going to leave this whole blame thing to you. You pulled me through the East New York docking space mess, and I guess you can pull me through this. But Gus, your position in this whole affair has been entirely within the bounds of legality. If it weren't, I certainly should not be able to take the case, not even for an old friend like you. You know me, George. I never went back on a guy yet, and I don't expect to have anybody go back on me. Gus got heavily to his feet and began to limp about the office, leaning on a gold-knobbed cane. Connor's a son of a bitch, and honest, you wouldn't believe it, but he was a decent guy before he went up to Albany. My position will be that your attitude in this whole matter has been willfully misconstrued. Connor has been using his position on the bench to further a political end. God, I wish we could get him. Geez, I thought he was one of the boys. He was until he went up and got mixed up with all those lousy upstate Republicans. Albany's been the ruination of many a good man. Baldwin got up from the flat mahogany table, where he sat between tall sheaves of foolscap, and put his hand on Gus's shoulder. Don't you lose any sleep over it. I'd feel all right if it wasn't for those interborough bonds. What bonds? Who's seen any bonds? Let's get this young fellow in here. Joe. And one more thing, Gus. For heaven's sake, keep your mouth shut. If any reporters or anybody comes round to see you, tell them about your trip to Bermuda. We can get publicity enough when we need it. Just at present, we want to keep the papers out of it, or you'll have all the reformers on your heels. Well, ain't they friends of yours? You can fix that up with them. Gus, I'm a lawyer and not a politician. I don't meddle in these things at all. They don't interest me. Baldwin brought the flat of his hand down on a push-bell. An ivory-skinned young woman with heavy sullen eyes and jetty hair came into the room. How do you do, Mr. McNeil? My, but you're looking well, Miss Levitsky. Emily, tell him to send that young fellow that's waiting for Mr. McNeil in. Joe O'Keefe came in dragging his feet a little, with his straw hat in his hand. How do you do, sir? Look here, Joe, What does McCarthy say? Contractors and Builders Association going to declare a lockout from Monday on. And how's the union? We got a full treasury. We're going to fight. Baldwin sat on the edge of the desk. I wish I knew what Major Mitchell's attitude was on all this. That reform gang's just treading water like they always do, said Gus, savagely biting the end off a cigar. When's this decision going to be made public? Saturday. Well, keep in touch with us. All right, gentlemen, and please don't call me on the phone. It don't look exactly right. You see, it ain't my office. Might be wiretapping going on, too. Those fellows won't stop at nothing. Well, see you later, Joey. Joe nodded and walked out. Baldwin turned, frowning to Gus. Gus, I don't know what I'm going to do with you if you don't keep out of all this labor stuff. A born politician like you ought to have better sense. You just can't get away with it. But we got the whole damn town lined up. I know a whole lot of the town that isn't lined up, but thank heavens that's not my business. This bond stuff is all right, but if you get into a mess with this strike business, I couldn't handle your case. The firm wouldn't stand for it, he whispered fiercely. Then he said aloud in his usual voice, Well, how's the wife, Gus? Outside in the shiny marble hall, Joe O'Keefe was whistling Sweet Rosie O'Grady, waiting for the elevator. Imagine a guy having a knockout like that for his secretary. He stopped whistling and let his breath out silently through his pursed lips. In the elevator, he greeted a wall-eyed man in a check suit. Hello, Buck. Been on your vacation yet? Joe stood with his feet apart and his hands in his pockets. He shook his head. I get off Saturday. I guess I'll take a couple of days at Atlantic City myself. How do you do it? Oh, the kid's clever. Coming out of the building, O'Keefe had to make his way through people crowding into the portal. A slate sky sagging between the tall buildings was spatting the pavements with 50-cent pieces. Men were running to cover with their straw hats under their coats. Two girls had made hoods of newspaper over their summer bonnets. He snatched blue of her eyes, a glint of lips and teeth as he passed. He walked fast to the corner and caught an uptown car on the run. The rain advanced down the street in a solid sheet, glimmering, swishing, beating newspapers flat, prancing in silver nipples along the asphalt, striping windows, putting shine on the pane of streetcars and taxicabs. Above 14th, there was no rain. The air was sultry. Funny thing, weather, said an old man next to him. O'Keefe grunted. When I was a boy once, I saw it rain on one side of the street, and a house was struck by lightning, and on our side, not a drop fell. Though the old man wanted it bad for some tomato plants he just set out. Crossing 23rd, O'Keefe caught sight of the tower of Madison Square Garden. He jumped off the car. The momentum carried him in little running steps to the curb. Turning his coat collar down again, he started across the square. On the end of a bench under a tree drowsed Joe Harland. O'Keefe plunked down in the seat beside him. Hello, Joe. Have a cigar. Hello, Joe. I'm glad to see you, my boy. Thanks. It's many a day since I've smoked one of these things. What are you up to? Ain't this kind of out of your beat? I felt kinder blue, so I thought I'd buy me a ticket to the fight Saturday. What's the matter? Hell, I don't know. Things don't seem to go right. Here I got myself all in deep in this political game, and there don't seem to be no future in it. God, I wish I was educated like you. A lot of good it's done me. I wouldn't say that. If I could ever get on the track you were on, I bet you wouldn't lose out. You can't tell, Joe. Funny things get into a man. There's women and that sort of stuff. No, I don't mean that. You get kinder disgusted. But hell, I don't see how a guy with enough jack can get disgusted. Well, maybe it was booze. I don't know. They sat silent a minute. The afternoon was flushing with sunset. The cigar smoke was blue and crinkly about their heads. Look at the swell dame. Look at the way she walks. Ain't she a peacherino? That's the way I like 'em. All slick and frilly with their lips made up. Takes Jack to go round with dames like that. They're no different than anybody else, Joe. The hell you say? Say, Joe, you haven't got an extra dollar on you? Maybe I have. My stomach's a little out of order. I'd like to take a little something to steady it, and I'm flat till I get paid Saturday. You understand. You're sure you don't mind? Give me your address, and I'll send it to you first thing Monday morning. Hell, don't worry about it. I'll see yous around somewheres. Thank you, Joe. And for God's sake, don't buy any more Blue Peter mines on a margin without asking me about it. I may be a back number, but I can still tell a gold brick with my eyes closed. Well, I got my money back. It took the devil's own luck to do it. Geez, it strikes me funny, me loaning $1 to the guy who owned half the street. Oh, I never had as much as they said I did. This is a funny place. Where? Oh, I don't know. I guess everywhere. Well, so long, Joe. I guess I'll go along and buy that ticket. Geez, it's going to be a swell fight. Joe Harlan watched the young man's short, jerky stride as he went off down the path with his straw hat on the side of his head. Then he got to his feet and walked east along 23rd Street. The pavements and house walls still gave off heat, although the sun had set. He stopped outside a corner saloon and examined carefully a group of stuffed ermines, gray with dust, that occupied the center of the window. Through the swinging doors, a sound of quiet voices and a malty coolness seeped into the street. He suddenly flushed and bit his upper lip, and after a furtive glance up and down the street, went in through the swinging doors and shambled up to the brassy, bottle-glittering bar. After the rain outdoors, the plastery backstage smell was pungent in their nostrils. Ellen hung the wet raincoat on the back of the door and put her umbrella in the corner of the dressing room, where a little puddle began to spread from it. All I could think of, she was saying in a low voice to Stan, who followed her staggering, was a funny song somebody told me when I was a little girl about, and the only man who survived the flood was Longlegged Jack of the Isthmus. God, I don't see why people have children. It's an admission of defeat. Procreation is the admission of an incomplete orgasm. Procreation is an admission of defeat. Stan, for heaven's sake, don't shout. You'll shock the stagehands. I oughtn't to have let you come. You know the way people gossip around the theater. I'll be quiet just like a little mouse. Just let me wait till Millie comes to dress you. Seeing you dress is my only remaining pleasure. I admit that as an orgasm, I'm incomplete. You won't be an orgasm of any kind if you don't sober up. I'm going to drink. I'm going to drink till when I cut myself, whiskey runs out. What's the good of blood when you can have whiskey? Oh, Stan. The only thing an incomplete orgasm can do is drink. You complete, beautiful orgasms don't need to drink. I'm going to lie down and go bye-bye. Don't, Stan, for heaven's sake. If you pass out here, I'll never forgive you. There was a soft double knock at the door. Come in, Millie. Millie was a small, wrinkled-faced woman with black eyes. A touch of Negro blood made her purple-gray lips thick, give a lividness to her very white skin. It's 8:15, dear, she said as she bustled in. She gave a quick look at Stan and turned to Ellen with a little wry frown. Stan, you got to go away. I'll meet you at the Beaux Arts or anywhere afterwards. I want to go bye-bye. Sitting in front of the mirror at her dressing table, Ellen was wiping cold cream off her face with quick dabs of a little towel. From her makeup box, a smell of grease paint and cocoa butter melted fatly through the room. I don't know what to do with him tonight, she whispered to Millie as she slipped off her dress. Oh, I wish he would stop drinking. I'd put him in the shower and turn cold water on him, dearie. How's the house tonight, Millie? Pretty thin, Miss Elaine. I guess it's the bad weather. I'm going to be terrible. Don't let him get you worked up, dearie. Men ain't worth it. I want to go bye-bye. Stan was swaying and frowning in the center of the room. Miss Elaine, I'll put him in the bathroom. Nobody'll notice him there. That's it. Let him go to sleep in the bathtub. Ellie, I'll go bye-bye in the bathtub. The two women pushed him into the bathroom. He flopped limply into the tub and lay there asleep with his feet in the air and his head on the faucets. Millie was making little rapid clucking noises with her tongue. "He's sleeping like a baby when he's like this," whispered Ellen softly. She stuck the folded bath mat under his head and brushed the sweaty hair off his forehead. He was hardly breathing. She leaned and kissed his eyelids very softly. "Miss Elaine, you must hurry. Curtain's ringing up. Look quick. Am I all right?" "Pretty as a picture. Lord love you, dear." Ellen ran down the stairs and round to the wings, stood there, panting with terror, as if she had just missed being run over by an automobile, grabbed the music roll she had to go on with from the property man, got her cue, and walked on into the glare. "How do you do it, Elaine?" Harry Goldweiser was saying, shaking his calf's head from the chair behind her. She could see him in the mirror as she took her makeup off. A taller man with gray eyes and eyebrows stood beside him. "You remember when they first cast you for the part? I said to Mr. Follick, 'Sol, she can't do it.' Didn't I, Sol?" "Sure you did, Harry. I thought that no girl so young and beautiful could put the passion and terror into it. Do you understand? Sol and I were out front for that scene in the last act." "Wonderful, wonderful," groaned Mr. Follick. "Tell us how you do it, Elaine." The makeup came off black and pink on the cloth. Millie moved discreetly about the background, hanging up dresses. "Do you know who it was who coached me up on that scene? John Oglethorpe. It's amazing the idea he has about acting. Yes, it's a shame he's so lazy. He'd be a very valuable actor." "It's not exactly laziness." Ellen shook down her hair and twisted it in a coil in her two hands. She saw Harry Goldweiser nudge Mr. Follick. "Beautiful, isn't it? How's Red, Red Rose going?" "Oh, don't ask me, Elaine. Played exclusively to the ushers last week. Do you understand? I don't see why it don't go. It's catchy. May Merrill has a pretty figure. Oh, the show business has all gone to hell." Ellen put the last bronze pin in the copper coil of her hair. She tossed her chin up. "I like to try something like that. But one thing at a time, my dear young lady. We've just barely got you started as an emotional actress." "I hate it. It's all false. Sometimes I want to run down to the foots and tell the audience, 'Go home, you damn fools. This is a rotten show and a lot of fake acting, and you ought to know it. In a musical show, you could be more sincere.' Didn't I tell you she was nuts, Saul? Didn't I tell you she was nuts? I'll use some of that little speech in my publicity next week. I can work it in fine. You can't have her crabbing the show." "No, but I can work it in that column about aspirations of celebrities. You know, this guy is president of the Zoozoo Company and would rather have been a fireman, and another would have been a keeper in the zoo. Great human interest stuff. You can tell them, Mr. Follick, that I think the woman's place is in the home for the feeble-minded." "Ha, ha, ha," laughed Harry Goldweiser, showing the gold teeth in the sides of his mouth. "But I know you could dance and sing with the best of 'em, Elaine. Wasn't I in the chorus for 2 years before I married Oglethorpe?" "You must have started in the cradle," said Mr. Follick, leering under his gray lashes. "Well, I must ask you gentlemen to get out of here a minute while I change. I'm all wringing wet every night after that last act. We got to get along anyway. Do you understand? Mind if I use your bathroom a sec?" Millie stood in front of the bathroom door. Ellen caught the jetty glance of her eyes far apart in her blank white face. "I'm afraid you can't, Harry. It's out of order." "I'll go over to Charlie's. I'll tell Thompson to have a plumber come and look at it. Well, good night, kid. Be good." "Good night, Miss Oglethorpe," said Mr. Follick creakily. "And if you can't be good, be careful." Millie closed the door after them. "Whee, that's a relief," cried Ellen and stretched out her arms. "I tell you, that was scary, dearie. Don't you ever let a fellow like that come to the theater with you. I've seen many a good trooper ruined by things like that. I'm telling you because I'm fond of you, Miss Elaine, and I'm old, and I know about the show business." "Of course you are, Millie, and you're quite right, too. Let's see if we can wake him up. My God, Millie, look at that." Stan was lying as they had left him in the bathtub full of water. The tail of his coat and one hand were floating on top of the water. "Get out of there, Stan, you idiot. He might catch his death." "You fool, you fool." Ellen took him by the hair and shook his head from side to side. "Ouch, that hurts," he moaned in a sleepy child's voice. "Get out of there, Stan, you're soaked." He threw back his head and his eyes snapped open. "Why, so I am." He raised himself with his hands on the side of the tub and stood swaying, dripping into the water that was yellow from his clothes and shoes, braying his loud laugh. Ellen leaned against the bathroom door, laughing with her eyes full of tears. "You can't get mad at him, Millie. That's what makes him so exasperating. Oh, what are we going to do? Luckily he wasn't drowned. Give me your papers and pocketbook, sir. I'll try to dry him with a towel," said Millie. "But you can't go past the doorman like that, even if we wring you out. Stan, you got to take off all your clothes and put on a dress of mine. Then you can wear my rain cape, and we can whisk into a taxicab and take you home. What do you think, Millie?" Millie was rolling her eyes and shaking her head as she wrung out Stan's coat. In the wash basin she had piled the soppy remains of a pocketbook, a pad, pencils, a jackknife, 2 rolls of film, a flask. "I wanted a bath anyway," said Stan. "Oh, I could beat you. Well, you're sober at least. Sober as a penguin. Well, you got to dress up in my clothes, that's all. I can't wear girls' clothes. You've got to. You haven't even got a raincoat to cover that mess. If you don't, I'll lock you up in the bathroom and leave you." "All right, Allie. Honest, I'm terribly sorry." Millie was wrapping the clothes in newspaper after wringing them out in the bathtub. Stan looked at himself in the mirror. "Gosh, I'm an indecent sight in this dress. Ishkabibble. I've never seen anything so disgusting looking. No, you look very sweet. A little tough, perhaps. Now, for God's sake, keep your face towards me when we go past old Barney. My shoes are all squudgy. It can't be helped. Thank heaven I had this cape here. Millie, you're an angel to clear up all this mess. Good night, dearie, and remember what I said. I'm telling you, that's all. Stan, take little steps, and if we meet anybody, go right on and jump in the taxi. You can get away with anything if you do it quick enough." Ellen's hands were trembling as they came down the steps. She tucked one under Stan's elbow and began talking in a low, chatty voice. "You see, dear, Daddy came round to see the show 2 or 3 nights ago, and he was shocked to death. He said he thought a girl demeaned herself showing her feelings like that before a lot of people. Isn't it killing? Still, he was impressed by the write-ups the Herald and World gave me Sunday. Good night, Barney. Nasty night. My God. Here's a taxi. Get in. Where are you going?" Out of the dark of the taxi, out of his long face muffled in the blue hood, his eyes were so bright black they frightened her, like coming suddenly on a deep pit in the dark. "All right, we'll go to my house. Might as well be hanged for a sheep. Driver, please go to Bank Street." The taxi started. They were jolted through the crisscross plains of red light, green light, yellow light, beaded with lettering of Broadway. Suddenly Stan leaned over her and kissed her hard, very quickly on the mouth. "Stan, you got to stop drinking. It's getting beyond a joke." "Why shouldn't things get beyond a joke?" "You're getting beyond a joke, and I don't complain." "But, darling, you'll kill yourself." "Well, oh, I don't understand you, Stan. I don't understand you, Ellie, but I love you very, extraordinarily much." There was a broken tremor in his very low voice that stunned her with happiness. Ellen paid the taxi. Siren throbbing in an upward streak that burst and trailed in a dull wail down the street. A fire engine went by, red and gleaming, then a hook and ladder with bell clanging. "Let's go to the fire, Ellie." "With you in those clothes, we'll do no such thing." He followed her silent into the house and up the stairs. Her long room was cool and fresh-smelling. "Allie, you're not sore at me?" "Of course not, idiot child." She undid the sodden bundle of his clothes and took them into the kitchenette to dry beside the gas stove. The sound of the photograph playing, "He's a devil in his own hometown," called her back. Stan had taken off to dress. He was dancing around with a chair for a partner, her blue padded dressing gown flying out from his thin hairy legs. "Oh, Stan, you precious idiot." He put down the chair and came towards her, brown and male and lean, in the silly dressing gown. The photograph came to the end of the tune, and the record went on rasping round and round. End of section 15.